Ladies and gentlemen, hello, hello. I caught the microphone thing this time. Welcome. It is time for day 2 of the second qualifier of Wrath of the Gods. This is gonna be epic. We've got big names fighting it out today. Among them are Magic, Kvoth, and Soup, Grass, Zakolo, Matrius, Chemo. Did I mention Ulysses? Him too. It's absolutely at the bracket real quick. Let's do that, right? Now hopefully this is the correct screen we're gonna get. And it's not a screen at all. Whoops. Okay, this should be the one. There we go. And oh wait, we have a better one actually. I think we have this. Haha. Look at that. I forgot about this one. So we have this. And I'm covering Kvoth versus Zakolo, but we also have Matrius versus Chemo, which I believe either Yodesla or Boyd are covering. Then we've got Magic versus Ulysses, which also is a either Boyd or Yodesla thing. Looks like Matrius and Chemo is for Yodesla, and Magic and Ulysses is for Boyd. Then Iron Maiden is covering Grass and Groom versus Soup. So this should be pretty cool. We're getting underway here, ladies and gentlemen. Just waiting for the guys to do their picks and bans, and that has now started. So let us take a look at that indeed. As I'm building the interface, we can look at actually what the players are looking at and dive right in. All right, so Kvoth has banned Mount Olympus, followed by a ban of Marsh from Zakolo. Actually, the other way around. And then Giza pick for Zakolo. Kvoth has gone with Blue Lagoon, so this is pretty standard stuff so far. The Marsh ban may be a little bit surprising though. Yeah, nothing too crazy, however, overall. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to start the merging of my personal chat with the MetaPlace chat. So let's do that real quick. While these guys are picking their maps. Give me a second. Start stream together. Then you can all be, well, together, as you might expect. Invite myself. Yeah. All right. Oh, there we go. And then we share the chat. Boom. So much better, right? All right, we've got all the map thingies. So let me go and enter them. As land unknown first. Okay. Well, that is not something we get to see every day. I'm certainly happy to get that. And then we are moving on to the god picks. Elysium, Ghost Lake, Kerlager, and Midgard are all on the table, so both the water maps are gonna happen. And here is their god drafting. We've got a Loki ban and a Gaia ban respectively between Kvoth and Zakolo. I'm interested in what the Loki ban is all about. Especially with Gaia gone, you don't really worry too much about Loki, right? Like you can take it with the other gods, especially if you pick Egyptians with their Axemen shenanigans. I think they can take it on just fine. Especially if you got Ptah with Ra and Set, so that should be no problem. Anyway, we got the Kronos and the Hades pick over there for Zakolo, and then Kvoth is going Uranus and Isis. All the meta gods, except the Gaia ban, stopping that one from being a thing. Ooh, Zakolo needs to hurry up. He's running out of time. Otherwise, he just gets something random. I'm hoping that wasn't a random thing, but Zeus is not bad to have in the pool anyway. Such a good setup that you can get on the water maps with Athena. Then you've got your bronze follow-ups which you can combine them with Restoration. It's plenty of pretty good stuff right there. Now we've got an Odin. I'm not sure Odin is that strong in the current meta. Like, he got nerfed a lot. Egyptians got buffed a lot, and then it was already a balanced matchup before. So right now he's a bit difficult to make work. I would rather see Thor or Freyr instead of Odin personally. And one of those and Poseidon is gonna be picked for sure. Those are the only ones left. Random is something that people could pick, but nobody has done it so far that I've seen. Poseidon for Kvoth. I always identified Kvoth as an Atlantean player, but this time he's just not getting any of it. Zakolo, I think, knows that. Other than Oranos, of course. That has been taken. 4 is going to be the last one. Freyr gets left in the dust. And we've got our setup, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just going to have to move on to the god picking from here on. And, come on, where's Zakolo stuff? There it is. Okay, I was worried it wasn't going to show. We've got it, though. We've got it. All right, now going on to god picking. And then we're hopping into the match already. Moving fast for sure. Zakolo has his pick, and Kvoth also has it. Yeah, I like that today we're going fast. It's going to be a Ra versus Kronos, ladies and gentlemen, for Land Unknown, which is, you know, Kronos, understandable. You get your oracles as an Atlantean. You get to quite easily scout the unknown land, which could be absolutely anything. This map could give you any sort of layout that you can think of, really. Including really crazy ones where you just really have a lot of terrain blockers. So that's totally a thing. And having a god that's good at scouting is ideal there, but Ra is really not one of those, right? You still send out your priests, you still make your obelisks like an Isis would, but Isis has the discount on those. I guess you get to empower the obelisks, just tap them real quick. So that's a nice little part of that with Ra, but his scouting is really not as good as, let's say, Set's. Ra can empower the obelisk, yes, legend, but Isis will make more of them, so ultimately Isis ends up with better vision, and it provides some targets for the opponent to clear, because you want to take away that vision, and that's time that they don't spend harassing you, whereas with Ra, well, they'll come over to bully you. Well, while we wait for these guys to host their lobby, I'm gonna send out the mass email from MetaPlays that we're doing this. How about that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names. I've listed them all in the email. Very good. Let's send it. We'll send to 1,000 people. make sure as many people as possible get to see these streams, because I do think we're putting on a good show, ladies and gentlemen. I do think these players are putting on a good show in particular. So call your friends, tell your parents and siblings, grandparents, and put on the TV. We're even on YouTube. So, you know, if your smart TV only has a YouTube app and not a Twitch app, then you're still covered. Magic talking about a broken Chrono strat. Well, I'm not covering Magic yet, so we'll see. Actually, I'm covering the other side of the brackets, so we'll all cover the finals, obviously. Still don't see the guys hosting. I told the players to go ahead and host. Ah, they did it. They did it. It's already on the way. Let's get it on. I'm gonna waste no time at all. Oh wait, they have a spectator delay. We're gonna have to talk a little bit about Kronos versus Ra. Okay, so Ra typically will be safe in the early game, I would say. As Kronos, you're probably not looking to pressure Ra too much other than the initial myth units that you get from your temple. Since Kronos gets double myth units, you can get a little bit more pressure than with other gods. And this basically means that Kronos advances super fast, Kronos pressures a little bit, Kronos gets out, gets a second town center with the manor empowerment, essentially. You can stack multiple manors as well on a settlement to make sure it's super fast. It's all free to time shift them, so your villager doesn't even need to walk there. And then you go to TC, and supposedly Ra will do something similar, except they might go for a very heavy classical army with slingers, with axemen, and a lot of Regits. And what they'd be waiting for is for your gold mine to expire. So you're gonna want to make sure that you're in the heroic age for that, and have your chaos ready as Kronos, and as well as your Quintarius, because you're not gonna want to fight that kind of army with your classical Atlantean army. I think that might go very, very wrong if you try. Just 1 minute of delay left. And I think it's time to send you gamers into the map intro momentarily. It's one of the best ones in my opinion. Then we'll get it on with Kvof versus Zakalo in this best of 5 series. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wrath of the Gods. This is our second day of our second qualifier. Essentially a round of 8. $1,000 are on the line today, but the entire event is for $15,000. The players are fighting for points to qualify to the big one. Now, in the blue color, this is the one and only Kvof playing as Ra here on Land Unknown, and on the other side of this crazy map, which could be anything, by the way. It happened to be pretty standard, though. We'll talk about that. In the red color, this is Zakalo, playing as Kronos. Right, a lot of exploration is possible, of course, for our Atlantean player off the bat because of the oracles, making everything very easy. The back area is being scouted by the goat. Absolute goat right there. As for the layout of the map, we just get this heavily forested area with some choke points, so it's gonna be pretty easy to wall these off. Very cheap as well to do so, and you still don't get too much in the way of trying to trade in the late game if it gets there. The town centers are relatively forward, the third one. So a frontal engagement here is what I would expect. There's a bunch of goats around the map. Not very high amount of hunt, but there's still plenty in the corner. Especially with the walrus. What are they doing here? There's no water here. Oh, there was supposed to be water there, but it didn't fit in the map. Well, fine. The Monument to Villagers is being empowered, covering both the hunt and the mining camp. It will also cover the future pumpkin location, which is actually berries, but we're having festive moods here. And of course, because everything is empowered at home, the priest has no other role than to go out on the map and make some obelisks. That's exactly what we're gonna see. Gonna have the early temple, of course, ready to go for Kronos, and this is gonna be a 330 advance-ish. As that villager finishes up. And we've got Prometheus getting clicked in. We should be expecting the time shift on that temple momentarily. With this oracle supposedly being the scout for it. And then you can just put it like here, but the thing is, the obelisk will see that. And, well, maybe the tower and the obelisk will see that, and potentially you could pull the villagers to smack it, but it's going to be on the other side, not the gold mine is the thing that is going to be bullied, so we'll see how that goes. I've also started up the Twitch point betting for all the viewers, so sorry it's starting a little late, but it is a best of 5 series. I think you'll be just fine. You're betting for the entire series, not single matches. And it's just points, of course, not money. We have some time to look at the relics before this pressure happens. We've got the Scales of Echidna, which is getting picked up. That's going to give Myth units a little bit better costs. Nice little discounts here. So many houses getting made by our Egyptian player. We're also gonna see a temple deconstruction, which is it's not resource damage, right? Like you get the resources back as the owner, but Kvav does have to rebuild it. He will do so under empowerment, so it's not a big deal though. We've also got the Eye of Horus for town center population. We've got the text of Inhotep for building time reduction, and we've got the adamantine shingles for stronger houses, much stronger houses. So that will be coming in at some point, supposedly. All these relics are really good, by the way. Would love to see them. In Retold, it doesn't matter if you finish your temple early or late. After deconstruct, you will get the free Myth unit either way. So that's no problem. And as I said, the villagers are moving up here and will be building the town center. And to top it all off, it's not just empowered by these manors, by the way, with the temporal scaffolding, but you can also use your valor on your villagers to make them build even faster, and then you get theft of fire on top of that. So that technology also gives them another 20% on top of all that. It wasn't on the villager, it was on an oracle or something? Where was that? Was it on a unit that was made? Oh, the gold miner. Interesting, okay. Wouldn't have guessed that. Alright, it's gonna be spearmen, not like axemen as I predicted earlier. The spearmen will be dealing very nicely with any potential terma that come out later, but as I also predicted, the second town center at least is happening. And with that, our Atlantean player will not be looking to make units for a very long time. Just a handful more Milo, with everything else coming quite a bit later, as you have to pay for the double villager production first. Our temple will be easy to destroy here, but going after the Oracle here is a rather good idea. Reduce that favor income for our Atlantean player. If the others get found, then even better. But hey, this temple is already taking a bit of a beating. The spearmen will speed this up. And now here comes the time shift away from here. But the building will be taking extra damage in the meantime, so it's definitely worth it poking it here. Even the villagers should punch it real quick to deal maximum damage. Oh my god, is this thing gonna be destroyed? Zakolo just lost his temple. It's dead. Can't make myth units anymore, and this location will be very nicely protected with spearmen and Vegets and priests. The priest is also empowering this. So really good start for Kvov. He lost essentially nothing other than having to remake the temple. This is very agreeable for sure. Whoa, 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 whoa! What happened here? What are we doing in the choke point? Oh, shifting sands gets used defensively. What a disaster. Okay, Kvov, I kind of caster cursed him, claiming that he's doing very well in this early stage. That God Power was an expensive one to spend on this. It's free, yes, but you can get so much else done. For example, later on, if the Kronos attacks you and you know your town center is going to be fine, then you can just shifting sands into the villagers on their second gold mine like here. Can be quite devastating. Thick Boy gets poisoned and falls very easily there. Poor Thick Boy. Shaduf is getting researched already. Now I guess there are no berries left. There are some chickens and there's some hunt here. So definitely our Egyptian players should be thinking about that. But for the moment, it's not really gathering that much food. So it's gonna be farms after all. I'm not sure I love that. Like right now, you could just be hunting. I think that would be sufficient. I guess there is rain. He wants to use that. But here's the thing. Rain doesn't impact your opponent anymore. That was one of the buffs for Ra. That the old rain used to help your opponents as well. Everybody on the map really. Allies, opponents, yourself. Now it's only affecting yourself. To get the faster farming from that, you no longer need to use it as soon as possible before the other guy gets farms. You can just do it whenever you want. So it's worth it typically, I think, to hunt a little bit rather than spending on this early. But he wants to use his God Power Spike, understandable. 1.64 per second is a lot faster than hunting would be. So in that sense, it's an investment that might be worth it. But you are spending the gold. The poison damage is so much here, my goodness. The hero will be a little bit more resistant to this. And Valor did save it. But Valor is also getting really expensive at 9 favor now. And finally, slingers are getting added into the Egyptian army. With the third barracks up and an armory coming in. Skin of the Rhino is being researched to help protect the villagers. And essentially, Kvov is looking to put in his resources into the bank to get heroic. And he's cancelled the pick. Now he is going... he's going for Sekhmet after all. That's fine. Sekhmet's gonna be fine. Like, you get those absolutely sick chariots with bone bow. Later on, you get your absolutely crazy siege. You can get super slingers as well. I think this is a rather good set of choices. 5 Vegets will be more than enough protection here. There's no way our Atlantean boy can attack. But also going for the heroic age is Zakalo. Even temporal chaos is being researched, which does allow for triple time shifts. That is wild. I want to see... is he even going to get to use that? Because this is so expensive. At 300 resources plus 10 favor. I don't know about that one. It's just so prohibitively expensive. Sure, the time shifting is free for non-aggressive buildings, but you normally never get to see that. Sure, one thing you could do is put all the manors here and build a really fast for a town center. I could imagine that. Slingers are now attacking. Electrum bullets is getting researched, which will give them a little bit of divine damage, making them absolutely bonkers. They're even gonna be decent against myth units with that thing. Not to mention, again, what they can do to Cairo Ballista. Unlike in the original game, here they actually counter them. So the slingers are just gonna absolutely slap. Our Atlantean player is gonna have to rely on a little bit of Contarius. That's the one thing that's not in this army. The Massimo Minnow is also gonna be a pretty nice option, however, and the slingers are actually killing each other off. Wedges are getting wrecked. That's 3 of them dead off the bat. Very brutal. Scarab will not be adding much to the fighting potential of this Egyptian army. I do think Kuvov has overextended here. It's got the frontal citadel, which will help to defend, but it's really just one building, right? What it can do very well is take out the Cairo Ballista, though. I think it's going to be great at that. And so long as there's enough villagers nearby, it should be very possible to just repair this. Eject those spearmen and go after the Terma. It should be totally fine to do so. I'm not sure why Kuvov is not doing it. The second rain is helping a lot with his food income. It's actually getting pretty nasty over there with how many resources he's got in the bank. He should be starting like a triple caravan pump or something even crazier than that. Maybe 4 caravans at a time are affordable at this point. So it just tells you a story about how much Ra would be capable of if you spend all the resources, right? Or you sell it and you go mythic right away. That's also an option. Save for the next rain at just 45 favor. It's dirt cheap. And then you can start spamming, I don't know, Avengers, for example. This is definitely all viable. Now we've got a ton more buildings now up for Zakalo, but no real pressure he can put on. By the way, these manors also help build the farms faster. Very nice. Those also count, except wonders. Wonders don't count. Here goes the Osiris. So Son of Osiris will be at the core of this army. Very, very difficult to pick off. Has anybody picked relics other than Kuvov? He's got the text of Imhotep for faster construction. Man, you already have empowerment. How fast do you want to build? Kronos has empowerment, technically. Got a new temple, but no relics in it. Very few heroes in general, so once there's mummies out, how are you gonna deal with that? Because you're... I like the box formation. Other than Arcus heroes, nothing can really reach mummies in a consistent way. Then you're gonna have these super camels also. Heavy slingers now. They're able to snipe villagers, no problem. Guys, I think Zakalo's army is just melting away. He's got the population for now. And there go his Terma, but... the slingers are better. I'm sorry to say, they are much better. And there's many of them. Really a lot of them. And now even the camels are getting on top. And suddenly there's no Terma left. Where did they go? They ever coming back? Pharaoh's coming forward, and we've got a Son of Osiris. Oh ho. Also got the mummy in the middle of the competition, protected from every angle. Second mummy, third mummy coming out even. 3 monuments at the moment. Could go up to 4 without too much issue. And then even pump further mummies. But somebody needs to actually pick off enemies, right? So at some point you got to add some X-Men in order to deal with all this infantry. But chariots are gonna do the trick. Atlas is coming in for our Kronos player. So far holding on to dear life. The pump is real. These oracles are at the moment overlapping. There's a lot of oracles out, so definitely gonna commend Zuccolo about that. The one thing you can do with them is run into the manors and try to protect them with the catapulties. Nice pick off on the hero citizen there. Definitely annoying to lose those. But with how inactive Zuccolo is being, not preventing any mining, not doing any raids, Ra is getting into prime territory. This is where Ra wants to be. Late game, all upgrades done. Tons of buildings. That's where Ra wants to be. Son of Osiris now blasting with the lightning. And we've got the mummies taking out the guys in the back. I think they did poison some of them. As we see minions getting raised. We are looking at 6 of them right now. And the entire Egyptian army remains standing. Only 44 military population at the moment for Zuccolo. Which is basically all on the screen. This is not much whatsoever. The slingers are getting on top of the archers to start working on those. A garrison is forced. The only thing that's really missing here is siege weapons. Where are the siege weapons now for our Egyptian boy? Well, let's see. Is Zuccolo gonna do what must be done? Is he gonna implode on himself? I see that as the only way to get rid of this army. Let's see if the Son of Osiris gets sucked in as well. Yes, he does. The buildings might be able to tank it as you take reduced damage yourself as the caster of the god power. And he's out and about. 272 health left. He's at half health, ladies and gentlemen. The buildings are mostly alive and the vast majority of the Egyptian army is gone. Lost around 60 population. The Son of Osiris can, I think, be picked off. This is fine. Everything's on fire. You guys know the meme. Son of Osiris is dead, however. And that's all that mattered. He imploded himself! Is that gonna be enough, though? There's so many camos following up. Oh my god. Should have pump from Zuccolo continues ditto, but I just don't see how he stops this. His units are still getting picked up. He's still got a smaller army. What a game. Camels are slowly dying. And now that we're a mythic, we should be seeing some fanatics getting added into the mix. Which will absolutely get rid of any melee units that Egypt can make. So just X-Men that can win that kind of fight. And honestly, against a 215 population Ra, you're gonna be in trouble if they max out again. And that's about to happen. 45 TCs are coming in. That is very much needed for Zuccolo. He's got a little bit of empowerment on this. It would be nice if he time shifted a little bit. He got that tech, right, to do multiple time shifts at the same time, but he never made use of it. Trying to get the wall upgrade, but it's a little bit too late, as now pushing forward is this catapult. Will be sieging down the town center from behind the wall, and there are so many units here to guard I guess any army trying to come in. There's sure a bunch of satyr, but I'm not sure they're making a huge difference at this point in the game. Yeah, the slingers are doing a great job picking off and forcing away the archers. The archer ball is large, so that's actually kind of nice. But meanwhile, this town center is falling. That one catapult behind the wall is more than sufficient. No upgrades on it just yet. Not the Sekhmet upgrade, not engineers. Both of those are pretty essential for siege weapons, but I'm sure we'll see it eventually. Kvov is swimming in resources, though. He doesn't have to worry about anything. And this is, by the way, before he even commits to trade. He still has all this food, but he just wants a big army at this point in time. And crushes the back base. The entire farming operation has been wrecked. And now he's trying to steal the town center while killing the villagers themselves. And sure, his little army here has been defeated for now. He has to step back a little. But that won't be lasting long as he's pumping much more stuff out. He's a little bit building poor in the middle. Would love to see more buildings, but other than that, he's doing everything that needs to be done. He's getting into that raw late game. It's just... I always say this about RTS games, guys. Whatever RTS game I'm covering, spend, and then spend some more. If you've got resources in the bank, you're doing it wrong. Fortunately, in Age of Mythology, unlike in real life, there's no inflation, so he can still use it later, but it's still better to spend it when you have it. Right away. Alright, more catapults coming in. And Desert Wind has been pre-queued, making all these camels much stronger once it's finished. As far as the upgrades go, we've got the Bronze Line, as well as Iron Shields. They're champion camels, of course. And the last of the manors is being destroyed on this side. The catapult getting plenty of other targets here. Also got a raid on the gold mines, as well as the oracles are now getting picked off, so favor is not going to be as abundant with only 4 oracles left. Kvov has done a great job picking those off. That's very important to do. Gold miners hiding as much as they possibly can. The villagers are pulling out the kitchen knives at this point, looking for some more targets, and we've got the resignation now from Zakalo, seeing that there's no way back against an Egyptian player that can go up to 270 population. But wow, imagine what would happen if he got all 3 of his possible citadel centers down for for plus 10 population each, and he would have the possibility, of course, to spam buildings everywhere and then start mercenaries. It's absolutely insane. And by the way, he was going for 4 TCs at the end, so 4 citadels would be the peak. Brutal. Good game. That was fun. We're moving on to the next one. It's gonna be Kurlagar, and then we're waiting for the gods. But wait, they would have already picked it, right? Because of reasons. So let me get the god information, and then we'll swap over to that view while we wait. So no, Ranos versus Hades for that one. Very good. Very good. So this matchup, I really like Hades for this. You're just so powerful in the sea with your Scylla. Not to say that Oranos can't handle it, because Atlanteans do get the Nereids, and those nymphs can poke the poke the Scylla pretty good. They have so much damage. If you can get 2 or 3 of them, all you gotta do is use the special attack, get out, and get back in when you have the special attack again. That will basically get rid of any number of Scylla. You just don't stay there to fight, don't give them any experience, and don't let them grow more heads. Just use your special attacks, hit and run. The Nereids are ridiculous, so they should be able to take care of that. But Hades does have access to Aphrodite. And when you go for Aphrodite, what you can do is get the Argo out and deal with those girls. So that's definitely one of the options to handle that situation and still make use of your Scylla on the water and then win that hard and start fishing ships everywhere in the heroic age. You also got restoration to help win your fights, and then you double up on that with your curse. What Oranos can do about that though is go Oceanus and get mass hero Murmillo. That is actually really difficult to deal with. They're gonna be so strong with stats. You're gonna give them serrated blades for for the bleeding damage, and then you constantly heal them with your multiple Caladria. I think that's really strong. We've seen Rappo do that in the last qualifier, and I think it's the right kind of solution for this. But if Hades gets to a solid heroic age and pumps out heavy Hippospist with some good upgrades, then, well, I think that strat would be in the toilet technically. We'll see how it goes. Either way, the guys have hosted, and I should be able to join very soon. It's a very interesting map as well, where oftentimes if it does evolve into naval battle, you can get the human units involved, and you get crazy situations like, I don't know, your land myth units against ships. So nobody really knows how that performs because there was just not enough time spent on Kerlagar or other shallow water maps. It's not a big feature right now. I do think we need more maps that explore this concept. Would be pretty great. Like, you could have... There was this original game community-made map. I forget the exact name, but it was basically like Oasis, except the ponds had fish in it. And it was like quite big in the middle. Do you guys remember what the name of that map was? Boyd covered it a bunch in some tournaments. That was really cool. Shit, I don't remember the name, sorry. Anyways, they should do that map for Retold, I think. Now with the shallow water concept, and then you could bring in your land units into that fight. Now wouldn't that be awesome? It's like a baby Mediterranean, essentially. Alright, then what else can I say? Oh, you guys should follow the MetaPlace channel. Like, I'm right now streaming this on my personal channel as well. But in the future, we'll be hosting MetaPlace exclusive events. So I would love for you guys to follow the MetaPlace Twitch and YouTube, please, and be basically notified whenever these events happen. So this is Microsoft sponsored right now, but in the future we'll be doing events ourselves as well, coming next year. I've got a little move coming up, but after that we're doing that. So right now in Twitch I'm doing a shout out function. So please hit the follow on that. And there will be some action there in January. Right, gamers, it's time to send you guys to Kerlagar. Welcome to Kerlagar. This is going to be our game number 2. And I'm fixing the scoreboard. I know. It's fixed. Cool. So with that out of the way, in the blue color, we have got our Oranos player. This is Kvaff. His opponent on the other side looking to make a series out of this. In the red, this is Sakalo playing as Hades. Got the oracles spreading in every which way. Kerlagar is one of those maps where you can just walk on water. New mythology has been unlocked. There's some gold mines out here. There's relics out here. There's even town centers on the side. So it's basically Anatolia, but you get the full-size map for trading in the late game. It's pretty nice. Plenty of fish. Very approachable. And you don't have to put your docks on the shore. You can just put them in the middle of the water, right? But that will cause pathing issues with your ships. So you gotta be really careful not to completely block their way. If you put your dock in the middle, it's gonna be very problematic for the ships to pass. So people end up using the docks near the shores anyway. There's a bunch of cows that you can collect around the edge of the map, so that's always worth doing. Let's take a quick look at the relics as well. We've got Hermes' Wing Sandals for hero movement speed. We've got Sistrum of Bast for cheaper villagers. We've got Ring of the Nibelung for faster gold trickle. And we've got the Pygmalion statue here for stronger villager health. Very nice pick-me-ups, especially the villager buff for Atlanteans would be, I think, fantastic. Let's see if we can get that. I'm always crazy about relics, by the way. Sometimes I would go to the other guy, destroy their temple just to steal the relics. It's just too much fun not to do it. Very nice animal herding, by the way, here. So what the objective of this is basically you want your animal as close as possible to your resource drop-off so that the villagers can minimize their walking. And the way you do that is you put your villager the opposite of where you want the animal to go. So if your villager is by this cursor, then the animal will run away from you directly. So you do one shot, you let the animal walk a little bit until it's in the right place, then you do the second shot, and it should be like this. Now, with so few villagers left on these animals, they are going to decay, however. So that is the cost of this. You don't want to do it too many at once, and rather come back, save the food for later, because you never know, you might lose the water for whatever reason, right? So keeping the animals safe is a good idea. There's plenty of cows in the corner as well. A difficult little spot to discover. So typically you want to do a loop around your base first with your Greek scout and get those spotted in case there are any. Now let's do a fishing ship number comparison for the advance here. We've got 4, 5, 9 Skopos boys here. And that's 3, 4 Prostagma boys. Alright. That's a very low fishing ship count for the Prostagma player. Should I turn up the game volume a bit? Sure. Here, that's extra 2.5 decibels. That should be okay, right? Let me know. It shouldn't be louder than me, but it should be definitely possible to hear it. Now the dock gets completed by the back here, reducing the drop-off times for the fishing ships. And we've got the predicted Oceanus and Athena combination. I'm not a huge fan of opening pentacounters because garrison fishing ships will be getting the docks to shoot, and these guys don't have a whole lot of piercing armor, so I don't know, I would prefer literally anything else. The servant immediately gets wrecked. This is brutal. Oh man, it didn't get to do anything. Oh no. Wow. Do you guys know that Sailor Moon meme? Like, my work is done, but you didn't do anything. That's what that was. Alright, we got the double military barracks. Should be plenty of Murmillo coming out, but we've already got the hoplites on the way. Oh, by the way, what if somebody went Ares here just to unlock the early Hippospists? I think that would be nice. Man of culture. Thanks. Thanks for that. Thanks, chat. Yeah, I would love to see Hippaspis Toxotes as an Ares abuser. that would be pretty fun to unlock that. What you gotta do is get that expensive tech, but this is the Rapple for sure. It says Kavoff, but he's borrowing a strat here. Mass Murmillo hero that's gonna take care of the Minotaur. And you just heal everyone up with Caladria, but Caladria is dead. The Servant's dead as well, by the way. So there's no healing right now. We'll have to make a new one, but certainly has the favor for it at 42. Shouldn't be a problem. Here comes the restoration. All these units were so weak. The Minotaur is going back to well over half health, almost 75%. Very nice save on that one. But, you know, the value of an early restoration versus a mid-game restoration is quite different. So, I'm not entirely sure if this was entirely worth it. These should be 2 pickoffs, however. You might have to send your Minotaur separately, but this guy, I think, will be escaping. There's so many weak Murmillos here. I think it's very possible to pick off several of them. And the Toxotes are absolutely annihilating them. Sure, the Minotaur did die, but it's just a free one, right? So, as Hades, you can keep some praying villagers on. Excuse me, we've got Kavoff selected. The jumps don't work in that case. But yeah, we've got 3 villagers on favor. I don't think he's gotten Vaults of Erebus yet. He wants that free gold income over time forever. So that could be quite useful. I really like how he's parking this Juggernaut outside of the dock firing range. Getting some free damage done. Got a new Caladria. But what we don't have is frontline heroics with hero spam, right? We don't have frontline heroics, I don't think. That's kind of unfortunate. That would make the conversion cheaper. And we are gonna see a fire ship here from Kavoff that will deal with the Juggernaut just fine, but hey, actually the Toxotes are picking it off. This is sick. However, the Toxotes are eating the Terma shots. You gotta juke and jive a little bit here if you want to avoid that. The Carnivora is also here to abuse everybody. Oh my good lord. The Greek army has disappeared. It's a great hold for Kavoff. He's got suddenly a whole lot of stuff. 40 military population versus just 32. You can certainly push this now. Pick off as many of the Greek units as possible. Restoration is certainly not available for a second use. It should be very possible to get something done here. Toxotes falls. Plenty of Murmillo are around. And maybe even the villagers can be threatened out there. I don't think there's any reason that he shouldn't be able to push. Another Toxotes goes down, targeting down the weak units. But as they're moving, they are quite able to avoid those Terma shots. So ballistics is going to be very critical to get in the 3rd age. Which, it's kind of time to start saving up for that when you have an advantage like this, right? Or you can press your advantage and try to kill the other guy. That's also a thing. Might be that that's what Kavoff will do, but right now he's got to be pretty happy with his fishing situation. We've got the Zom on the map as well. This is where we hold them, says Zakolo. He's even getting his tower upgrades. And what's the solution? You just leave it alone. You don't go there. That's it. You just let it happen. That Murmillo is getting a significant amount of healing there. Bad news is that the Terma are actually not shooting at their intended targets. They're shooting at villagers and hoplites and heroes. There's the Toxotes. Pick those off. Yeah, that's much better, right? Look at that. So much damage all of a sudden. Trying to get the villager kills or the Toxotes kills? Well, there's much more pumping coming out of Kavoff, but he has to abandon this location for the moment at least, because there's just a little with too many Hippeas out on the field, but he can just bait this. He can go over to this spot and once again try to pick off the villagers. A lot of them are so weak. I think it's worth going for it. Now, 125 population versus 85, 89. Zakalo is certainly on the struggle bus. What would he need to do to recover from this, you might wonder? Well, not lose villagers is one thing. Maybe go for a sneaky gold mine like the one up there. And, you know, just not try to expose himself. Maybe do a little bit of walling and just lock himself into the main base where you've got the support of the towers, the zomboys, as well as the town center. So I think that's the place to be right now. Maybe add some naval vessels. Triremes in particular. To help hold against the tide. But the problem is that you're just behind against an Atlantean player that's going up heroic. Sure, he doesn't know that, but I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? That that's going to be happening, especially when they let up on the pressure. If the Atlantean player has an army advantage and they're not pushing you, what do you think they're doing? They're going heroic. Or they're grabbing both of the town centers. Either way, they're going to be heroic soon. And yeah, with Zakolo just expending every resource he's got into a classical army, I'm not sure that's the best of moves right now, but Hoplites are certainly very capable of holding against this stuff, especially with the Sarissa upgrade, which gives them some significant bonuses with melee range and damage. Unfortunately, some villagers have died, and Kuvov has had more fishing ships for a long time, enjoying a bigger economy, enjoying, I think, better upgrades as well. Do we have both of those upgrades for the Greek player? Actually, we do. And we've got the system of baths for cheaper villagers, so it's not all bad. But yeah, heroic is going to be a critical thing for Zakolo to get, and he's not going to get it. Frontline heroics is finally coming in, reducing hero cost by 30%. Also going to immediately get the Hesperides tree in, as well as the dryads from that. While some of the buildings are being destroyed, we've also got a narrate here, which you can probably just put on patrol. Like, you don't want to go be aggressive with this. They don't have a lot of health, so it's not something you want to bully the enemy docks with, but you want to protect against Scylla attacks on your own side. My good lord. You just turned every Murmillo into heroes, almost. Heavy Murmillos are in as well, by the way, infantry, heavy infantry. And that's a really nice shockwave. Zakul was kind of avoiding it by splitting up. But even just shockwaving half the army means that you can very easily surround that. The triremes will be helping as suggested. I really like that. I really like that a lot. But unfortunately for the triremes, look at those arrows. They're missing significantly. So all this infantry is just kind of taking it like a champ, and they don't care too much. Kuvov once again runs away with this match and gets himself a relatively pain-free victory with that heroic age advance and very powerful god power spikes. Not much else to add. I mean, he just killed a ton of units. Zakalo overextended. I did commend him on the early restoration, saving all the units, right? But strategically speaking, you don't want to use an early restoration. You want to make sure you have a big army to get the maximum value out of that. Every unit gets healed regardless of how many you have, so get more to get more value. We're heading into the next god picking scenario, which we already have, and the next map is in fact going to be Midgard. I'm also getting the god information, so that's going to be a Poseidon versus Zeus. All the Greeks will have been used then. And this might also be the last game, so very important one for Zakalo for sure. After that, we'll be joining with Iron Maiden, by the way, who's also streaming right now. Do check out his channel. It's gonna be awesome. We'll do a duo cast. Maybe I get to join his series. Like, there might be a little bit of downtime there. But I think I might join in mid-series or something. We'll see. Alright, the lobby just disappeared, which means they have started. That's all good. Well, let's hope this isn't the last game, that the guys make a series out of this. Looking forward to it. Waiting for the lobby to appear. Let's talk about the matchup in the meantime. So we've got Midgard, Greek Mirror. It's going to be definitely on the standard side, I would say. What you should expect is both of these guys getting themselves like 4 docks or something like that. And that should be leading up to a huge fishing economy. Then I think these kind of matches go mythic, basically. Unless something extremely weird happens, these should be going up all the way to mythic. One of the more stable matchups, definitely, to Greek Mirror. There's not many ways to kill each other early on, especially Poseidon with the militia is very well able to protect himself. Zeus doesn't get pressured too much because of Bolt, so if you got an Atalanta in your base, you get a massive resource advantage by bolting her. That is typically how that goes. Alright, the guys have started, and we're gonna be catching up. Got a spectator delay to wait out. All comes down to whether Zakolo can hold on here. Because Kvav is just brutal, man. He's going to the semifinals at this rate. Either way, Zakolo will be running away with some points today. We'll be taking a look at the leaderboard at the end. That's ultimately what matters, but it can't hurt to win some of those cash prizes of today's event either, right? Zeus with 2 O's, that's right. That's how I spell it. Off you go to Midgard, gamers. We're on. I will find the button eventually, I swear. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for what is possibly the decider game. Certainly match point. The blue color, we have got our Poseidon player. This is Kvav. On the other side, red color, Zeus. Zakolo. This man has to make it work, or else. He does find a good fishing spot, at least. Imagine if he had put his dock here and there's only 1 fish. That would be terrible. You just put it behind your base, usually. But if you put it towards a corner, I think that typically can work. Sometimes it doesn't, though. I mean, this is a pretty brutal spot to put your dog. So behind your base is usually okay. I think the devs have to change Midgard a little bit so that it's more consistently rich directly behind your base. Like there should be one fishing ship group, fish group either side, right? But this side only has one. So that's pretty painful. If you go the wrong way, I think that's annoying for sure. So what else the map offers? There's plenty of hunts for stability. There's always just one gold mine. There's never two gold mine Midgard, so gold starving can be pretty important, and the gold locations aren't the most balanced here. Like, you can see significant effort will be required for Kvaff to secure his second gold mine, so that's one opportunity for Zakolo to make something happen. He's got much easier second gold mines to secure, especially this forward one is much closer to him than Kvaff, but this one is almost in the middle of the map. That's kind of brutal. And Kvaff just doesn't have a secure gold mine location. There's this and this for Zakolo to try and sneak. So many opportunities are around here. Not having to build a granary in Retold has been a fantastic boon for these cost-effective players, and it's leading to quicker advance times as well, by like 15-20 seconds. 20? Not 20. Sometimes 30 seconds, as you can skip 2 villagers if you're very blessed with the resource spawns, but that's pretty rare. Alright, here comes the temple. I'm a huge fan of advance times being a little bit shorter in Retold in general, because we get to the action faster. Not a giant fan of the archaic age in the game, but I mean, there's plenty of scouting to do. It's not like you're gonna be bored, it's just I'm more of an action guy. Now we've got the Harmonious Necklace for 10% gold gather speed improvements. We've also got the Pelt of Argus for a little bit of unit line of sight, as well as the Eye of Horus for additional population from town centers. Did I check this one? That's the Scales of Echidna. For myth unit discounts, 15% on each resource. That's great. Athena versus Hermes is the name of the game. Always sad to never see Ares, even on these water maps where you have a lot of food and could technically afford the Cyclops. Maybe the Cyclops were overnerfed, I don't know. But we're not seeing them anymore. It's a little sad, you know? We're just not seeing Poseidon make myth units, essentially. So we're back to where he was in Legacy, and it's definitely taking out some character from the guy. Harmonious Necklace will be the first pick-me-up. Got a second Minotaur right away from our Zeus player. And this will be about pressure with the double military academy right away. Not too many docks, just the 2. And what is this? 6, 7 fishing ships, that's it. Not even 9. There's 2 more spots here, by the way. I would have liked to see that, really. It's not too late to make 2 more fishing ships. It will certainly help with making hoplites. Those are going to be expensive to make, in addition to villagers. Now, Kvaff knows. Oh my good lord. He's making double archery range. This is insane. This is going to be insanely damaging to Zakolo. There's no way he can take that on. He will need to swap out of infantry. Can't make only that. Certainly not. The 2 Minotaurs, however, will be able to deal with an early amount of Toxotes. And both of the heroes need to be out. The pressure play with both is available where you punish Atalanta. So I'm not sure this is the easiest hold actually for Kvaff. He will have to abandon this wood line. Oh, where are we going? Oh man, everyone's getting so hurt. Good garrison on that Toxotes, by the way. Both of them should be saved. The villagers are saved. 1 hoplite's already dead, by the way. Wait, what did that bolt get used on? Was it on the Centaur? That's way worse than using it on Atalanta. And there's another relic coming home too. Pelt of Argus for line of sight. That's not as important to pick up right away. But meanwhile, these Toxotes are peppering the infantry, and one of the Minotaurs is already dead. Kvov is doing great with the defense, once again hiding in the tower, and he's not even lost a single villager so far. This is insane. The Toxotes number is starting to get a little bit out of control, so more Minotaurs will be required to try and handle them, as well as damage will need to be dealt to these heroes sooner rather than later. Oh, oi! Deposit the relic, man. What was that? I thought he shift clicked. Why didn't that work? That was weird. Got Archer Rangers getting added as well. I forgot to count the fishing ships still for Kvov. I think he has got like 12, 13 fishing ships, yeah. It's a pretty nice advantage to have. Over 12. Every little bit counts. And you know, on this map, Midgard, you don't have the long drop-off times. So it is worth stockpiling a little bit. Oh, we're gonna see a quick Aphrodite queued up. Well, you certainly can afford that while you're making only Toxotes. And you know what? Curse against this army is gonna be brutal. So it will definitely get rid of a Minotaur, and then a handful of Hoplites, and then you can clean up the rest fairly easily. And you're gonna have your archer hero as well, Hippolyta. Minotaurs are now bulls. I'm guessing they were cow Minotaurs before. You never know. But it is specific. So it must be something like that. Anyway, Kvov's job is to turn them into steak. But he decides there's too much at stake here with his heroic age coming in and casts a ceasefire. We'll buy him time to actually get access to Curse, and shouldn't use it immediately, right? Like you want to pick off these super weak hoplites before the engagement starts. He will have the tower upgrade ready to go, ditto, and can start his third hero out as well. He will have the medium lion to help with the fight. This was a great decision to use ceasefire here to take a more favorable engagement. He also has medium archers finished, and he can start working on per scene, which will give him a lot more income than our Zeus player can potentially have. Medium infantry is in for our Zeus player, but being heroic, you can also start adding a bunch of Hippospist, which will be a great way to deal with all this. Hippolyta is nearly out, and once that's done, it's certainly time to engage, I would say. It's as good as it's gonna get. Don't let the Zeus grow any further. Oh boy. Oh boy. The weak unit gets turned into a pig. That's very unfortunate. It was barely at any health left. The Minotaurs are all already dead except the one. Hoplites are getting on top of the Toxotes, but they're starting to scoot and shoot, and Kvov is doing that pretty well. The buildings are helping out as well. Now all the Minotaurs are dead. You can just garrison through this thing and gain some more distance while the Hippospist does some of the tanking. He's got some pretty good hack armor, so he can do so for a long time. This is once again defended, and another lion is coming out. I wonder why he committed to that, because if you just pull back and keep using the stun, you can generate a lot of value with these myth units. They are pretty fast as well, faster than the Zeus heroes, until the Larfin happens. So you can always run them away after the stun. I would highly recommend that, actually. Probably not worth making more heroes right this moment. Those Toxotes are doing their work. Some fine work indeed. Ah, the mean lion is attacking heroes. There goes the shoot and scoot. Pretty decent kiting here that we're seeing. And once again, Zakolo is gonna resign, knowing that there's just no way out here. Kvov is too far ahead in population, in tech. Hell, he was probably gonna go up to Mythic soon enough. And you really can't be down 2 ages against an opponent like this. So it turns out Kvov just way too strong. Zakolo needs to go back to the drawing board for the next tournament. and get a little bit deeper into this, because otherwise he will not be able to qualify for the main event. But Kvarov today going into the semifinals, we'll be seeing him soon, as we will cover that with Iron Maiden. Just gonna need to find out where we are with that. In the meantime, I guess I should have swapped to this screen, because this shows what happened. So this is where we are. Series is over. Thanks to Zakolo for participating, much appreciated. Now I'm gonna check on Iron Maiden here in the background. And we gotta set up our setup for our call. At some point we'll be joining him. He's casting Grass and Green versus Soup. And they are currently at the 2-1, so it won't be too long. I think I'll just let him finish that and take a small break myself. So guys, if you're having fun, then please do hit the follow button on both my channel and MetaPlays, and follow Iron Maiden as well. We'll be combining our chats later down the line, and that's going to be super fun for sure. We'll be casting together. The winner of Soup versus Grass will be going up against Kvarov. That's likely going to be Soup, as it's looking right now, with a 2-1 advantage, but they're just getting in the classical age there. So obviously I'm not joining that cast anymore, being 4 minutes into the game there. And it might be their last one. So maybe I'll join the next one, maybe not. We'll see. Might not be needed. But yeah. We'll see him in the semifinals. Then Boyd and Yodesla are doing the other one. And from there, we'll stick together. If it's quick, we will squeeze in the bronze match as well as something to cover before the finals. If it's not quick, then we'll do the bronze match as a bonus round at the very end from replay. Let's see how that goes. Okay, I'll be away for a handful of minutes. Make sure to follow, like, subscribe, depending on what platform you're on. Really appreciate those YouTube likes as well for the live stream for visibility. Thanks, guys. See you in a sec. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for waiting. We've gotten to a conclusion of the other series where Soup has defeated Grass and Groom 3-1. So now we're gonna look at a best of 5 between Soup and Kvav. Let's set that all up. Should be momentarily ready to go. Iron Maiden and I will be joining up as well. And all I gotta do is just reset my little controls. And then maybe Iron Maiden can take my input as well from this to simplify it so that not both of us have to work on this at the same time. That would be, I think, great. Then we'll also combine our chats. Give you guys a lot more people to talk to. He's got a good amount of viewership right now, 70 plus. I've just told the players that they can go and get some refreshments, enjoy a little break, while we set ourselves up with Iron Maiden, because we need to do like our whole camera setups and whatever, audio. And he's joining me in a second. You just call me Nakamura-san. We'll get there in a sec. All right, I'm calling him in a second, and then we'll be setting up live. I'll walk Iron Maiden through it, because he's gonna be the one taking my overlays essentially. And meanwhile, you guys can look at the bracket. There we go. This is where we are. Hello, sir.
Hi, Naka. How you doing?
Not too bad. We're checking some audio balance real quick. Can you say something again? How are you doing?
I'm doing excellent. We just finished up Soup against Grass and Groom, and it was 3-1 for Soup. He did honestly the game on Midgard. It was what was it? It was Loki for Soup against Isis for Grass and Groom on Midgard. It was one of my favorite games that I've watched recently. Soup ended up Heimdall rushing him into like a really cool flaming weapons type of a gold star.
Ooh,
It was a super
nice.
entertaining game, and it was a great series, man. How were things for you?
I've not seen a Heimdall rush in like a million years, but on our end, Kavov was just an absolute monster machine, right? However, Zuccolo got a kill on his Son of Osiris by imploding on his own base. So that happened. I was out of my mind about that, but ultimately Kavov too strong in every way. Like his macro is just too good. Zuccolo has to go back to the drawing board. Uh,
Wow.
no worries, no worries. I mean, still making it to the quarterfinals, I think it's a pretty big deal with how
Yeah,
tough the
absolutely.
competition is, right? So good on
Yeah.
him.
Ah, cool, man. Cool. Okay, self implode sounds awesome. Yeah, I got to go back and check that VOD. I hope somebody clipped that thing, man. That's funny.
Yes, indeed. What I'm gonna do now is I'll walk you through the tech for our call, and we're just using Discord audio, right? Like that's I think the most stable thing, and
Sure.
it's all about the camera feeds and making sure to use all the other stuff. So I think what I have to do is turn off my own camera in OBS. Yeah, I also have to do a little bit of shenanigans on my side.
What are we doing for cameras?
uh, Hold on, I need to do my own side, but I'll be doing a call with you on Twitch actually,
Okay,
separately.
cool.
So you'll be turning off all the audio there and grabbing the browser source for cams there. All right, now I should be
I'll
able
just
to.
chill. All right, while you're messing with stuff, I can do a little some annotations, so to speak, for
Yes.
for the series. Oh wow, we actually have a 3-0 for Kvoth. So Zucolo, aka I Kill You Die. A lot of players probably know him as I Kill You Die.
Hmm.
He ends up getting swept. Good on him though. He's I Kill You Die is maybe more so known as a team game player a little bit. Um, but by all means, he's a super high level, talented 1v1 player as well. So good on him for getting into the getting into the quarterfinals, man.
Mm-hmm. For sure. So I think if you check your Twitch notifications now, you'll be seeing a call there to join a collaboration with MetaPlace. So if you accept that and you turn on your camera there, that will be your way in, and you can also grab my camera feed as a browser source from that one.
Okay, hang on, hang on,
And
hang
this will
on.
also merge our chats.
Okay, accept.
So a lot more people for everyone to talk to. There we go.
Oh boy.
Yeah, fancy, right? Hi. So here,
All right.
there's this little triple dot, which you can use to copy my camera slot.
Ah,
And then you can put that in your, what's it called, the source, camera guest cam 00, I think.
uh,
Oh, and please turn off your microphone in the Twitch call because it's worse than Discord.
okay. Sorry.
All good. Cool. And from there, you can also disable your original camera source in your own setup and copy it from the Twitch call. Then I can see you as well.
There we go. Ooh, there you are. I found you.
Hi. 'Cause-
'Hi. 'Cause 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 Okay, hang on, everybody. We're doing some, you know, some fun little on-the-fly, whatever. Production, I guess you could call it.
Hmm. No worries, next time we'll be ready for this.
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna see how it looks. Hang on. Whoops. Not great. There we go. There's Naka.
Hello. Oh, I got cropped in. Did you get that as a browser source?
Yeah. For some reason.
Is it full resolution, like 1920 by 1080?
Maybe it is.
OBS is hard.
Sorry, everybody.
It's true.
Sorry.
Well, I
go.
see
Maybe
you,
this is what
so I can do my side now. Thank you. Should be already done. Nice.
Ah, there we go. Sorry about that.
Nice. I'm almost in the right place.
There you go.
Hey, I've been freed. Right, and now you gotta do your own in the same way. Like you just take your slot 2 from this call, and then you put yourself in your own browser source in camera host. That's the scene.
Okay. Come on.
Should have used Zoom for this. Zoom can't combine the chats.
Bummer, man.
Bummer, indeed. And the last thing, Maiden, will be that I recommend to use my setup for the God draft. Then only I have to do it from here. And you can just talk about it instead.
Link me in Discord then.
Yep. So swapping over to that view now. We're both here. Hi, guys.
Might be retarded. It's an actual browser source, right?
It's a browser source, that's right. For like your own camera? Okay, you just from the call that we're in on Twitch, you just click that triple dot and copy guest slot 2 link. And then you put it on as a browser source.
Oh, but that's you.
Oh, sorry, maybe it's not slot 2 for you, but your own. You should be seeing yourself as well in the call.
I do.
Did you put it in camera host?
Yeah.
Oh.
Why is it not?
Then it's getting you the wrong link.
Are you the host?
MetaPlace is the host. Or what do you mean?
Maybe I'm 3? Guest 1, host, guest 1, guest 2.
Oh, no. You should be putting it in camera host. And
No. From Twitch.
On Twitch, MetaPlace is the host. And I'm slot 1 and you are slot 2. I think. So I'll send you the widget. There you go. On Discord, I just sent it. That should be the one.
Sorry for being retarded, everybody. It's actually Twitch. It's not me, I swear.
Do you want to screen share with me?
Oh,
Ooh.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. There.
Sick. You're pogging.
Hey, you do what you gotta do, man. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. At least it's good enough for me.
Sounds good.
There we go.
We sorted it out. Very nice. And now all you gotta do is do the scores. By the way, the guys betting in my chats, you were only betting on one side. That doesn't work. I'll refund. Otherwise, everybody loses everything. Well, now we've got Soup versus Kuvov coming up, so everyone's gonna have their new chances to do it.
Okay, do you have anything up on your Whoa, let's stop that.
Whoa.
Wrong link, everybody. Wrong link, everybody. Wrong link, but I got it now.
No, I don't have anything up yet. Because I haven't looked at that yet, but we're gonna in a second.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm good to go, dude. I think I'm good to go.
Yeah, fantastic. Just make sure to do the in-game score as well. And that's the last one.
Yep, got it.
All right, I think we've got their god picking not yet underway. So definitely not underway. So we're telling them to start now.
Okay. How's it going, Dragon? How's it going, man?
We're all set up. It's so good.
At least I think so.
Just waiting for the guys to start their draft process. The way that works, guys, is you get the map drafting done first. Then you know what maps will be the first. With that in mind, you're already thinking about what gods to use. What do you get the most momentum from? And should you be losing, what are the gods that you want to rely on after the fact? Lastly, you'll be picking individual gods for the very first match, because the game doesn't actually have any way to hide your pick in the lobby, so we have to do that as well. So 3 different scenarios to run. The in-game scores are only half the score?
Yeah, you should see what I'm looking at right now, Naka. It's wild.
I'll open it up. It's probably that I've not reset it correctly. Yep. Where are you? It's like your overlay is gone for...
I know.
Huh?
Hang on.
Try a refresh on it.
Refresh.
That's really strange. Oh,
Oh yeah, you see his name just like pop up top.
that's because it's stretched. So if you reset the transform on it, right click and transform and reset. If it's not locked right now.
This is
So it's basically just drag that into Narnia. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more like it. So where is all your score info? That's nuts.
Ah, there we go.
There we go. Much better.
Jesus. On the fly, like in on the fly production, baby. This is what sometimes is what you have to do. Okay. Well,
Yeah, for this multi-stream setup, it's actually really difficult to figure out a better way to do it, because I mean we can prepare, but we would still have to do a swap between the single stream and merging. So I guess the way we could do it is we jump into a call, we mute ourselves everywhere, and just join Discord at the very end when we actually start. That's one thing we could do, and we just stay in that call and don't activate the chat going together or whatever. But we still get our camera links from Twitch rather than ourselves.
Well, it seems like we're working now. We're working now, so I'm content.
Yes, we are working now.
It took us time, but we got there, right?
Yeah, sorry guys for the wait, but at least we're on the way, and the rocket ship is ready for launch. Let's see what the guys are doing. I'm already seeing those links. Have you been showing the actual process to the players as the players are doing it? Or the viewers, rather?
No, I just make the selections as they do as well.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of a version of that.
Right. Well, what I like to do is just put the maps on display, and then while I'm doing the scores, I've been showing people the actual draft. So what we've got at the moment is Kvav has banned Karlaugar, Soup has banned Mount Olympus, and the picks are for Kvav, Elysium, Ghost Lake, Blue Lagoon, and for Soup it's Midgard Marsh, Land Unknown, and the remaining map that is going to be actually the first is Giza. Why don't you tell us a little bit about this? Uh-huh. Yeah, I just have a browser that that I cover in the separate screen, and I basically show the viewers what the players are picking, because we don't have an interface yet for the map drafting itself, so we just been showing it on my end. That's right. Yeah, the Freyr and the Gaia bans are not big surprises, Gaia being just one of those top tier gods. So, you know, that doesn't surprise me in the least, because those new Cantarius with Poseidon's Secret have just been absolutely immense. Absolutely meta shifting, I want to say. So, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, by the way, I think we've got the setup for the drafting view now. Just waiting for their actual god pick.
Gotcha. Well, anyway, so looking at Soup's Isis, Kronos, Loki, Odin, Thor. This is such a different draft compared to the previous round. You've seen he's going for Loki, Odin, Thor. He's favoring Norse, actually against Kvoth, which is a little bit interesting. He started off with Isis and Kronos, though. You know what's interesting is that you can when you do a god draft, you want to pick what you want to play, what you like playing, but at the same time, you also want to pick gods that you don't want your opponent to have. So I have not seen Soup play a lot of Isis. When he plays, Ra is definitely his first Egyptian pick. Kronos, and then the Norse. That's classic Soup picks there at this point in time. But yeah, I'm a teensy bit surprised to see Isis. I wonder if maybe that's because Kvoth went for Ra first, to snipe it from Soup, kind of that same idea, but still.
Yeah, so Isis never surprises me, actually. I mean, one
Even
of
for
the...
Soup?
Hmm?
Even for Soup?
Yes, he's crazy about Valley of the Kings. So what he likes to do is either get a match against one of the Atlanteans and do pre-siege, or he likes to play it out in the long run and get printing with Valley of the Kings, or get a very fast mythic and potentially go South Osiris with mummies for Mass Ancestors Eclipse. Those videos can seriously go nuts. Once they're in a high number and backed up with Son of Osiris, you're not easily going to beat that in most of the matchups. So I really like Isis here. She's just such a middle of the road way to play Egypt. You can go pretty much any direction, but you don't have Ptah, which is, holding most people back right now from picking her so aggressively. Kvoth is definitely more of the Ptah enjoyer type with Ra and Set in his picks. I've always seen that in his picks.
Fair point. Fair point. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know a ton about Kvoth as a player aside from Atlantean. Like, I know he's played plenty of other gods, but at this point in time, he only has Aranos since Kronos went for Soup and Gaia was banned. So I don't know much about Kvoth as a player aside from Atlantean. I mean, he has a solid pick there. Sure, Zeus, Ra, Hades, like they're all solid. They're all solid picks. Set, okay, sure. You got to pick something to round out your final pick. But still, this will be interesting to see. I personally, since I don't know Kvoth super well as a player, like I said, outside of Atlantean, I feel like Soup probably has the more comfortable pick here.
Yeah, fair enough. I do think he's closer to his mains, but then again, with all the Norses on Soup's side, he's kind of the Norse expert boy, right? So I'm not too worried about him here, to be completely honest with you. By the way, I've just seen their lobby disappear, which means they're starting. So keep an eye on the lobby list, please, so that we can get in as early as possible. It's on the way, so we'll be able to now jump in and wait for the spectator delay.
Yeah, got it.
As far as the gods go, knowing that it's Oranos versus 4 for this first match, what is your thoughts about that matchup?
What is it? I just pulled up the game. What is it?
Oranos and 4. With Kvoth being the Oranos.
Okay, yeah. Give me just a second. On Giza. Probably Thor. But I think it's close, man. I think it's really close because it's so open. That makes it really sketchy. But maybe Thor. I trust Thor in the hands of Soup. So I want to say that the economy is just so good for Thor. But food can be a problem.
Definitely.
Well, we just barely saw Grassengrim struggle with Thor against Soup on Giza, and he only had 5 goats compared to Soup with like 17 or 16 goats, and that's partially because Thor can't scout and really super well, since he's trying to build his armory, blah 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 blah. Grass probably could have done more scouting and so on, but still. I think it'll be interesting once I see the map and see the hunt placement. I think I'd feel a little bit more comfortable, but just on paper, I think maybe slightly in favor of Thor, but not substantial.
Yeah, at the start it's a little difficult to leave your base, isn't it? And then you kind of are forced to keep relying on your Dwarven Mind cast to kind of stay alive and keep gathering resources. Oranos will be trying to contain you for sure, and Oranos does get to enjoy the advantages of having sky passages, they can go out there without too much risk. Sure, it costs something, but I mean, only sending one villager out to secure you an entire patch of hunt, that is pretty good business. Either way, Iron Maiden, I think we need to send people to Giza. It's time.
Alrighty. Alright, everybody. See you guys there. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here for the semifinals of Wrath of the Gods. The total event has 15 grand on the line, but this is qualifier number 2, 1,000 on the line today, and a ton of points. In the blue color, we've got Kvoth playing as Oranos.
Am I doing the intro for Soup?
Oh yeah.
All right, everybody. Top left side, we have Soup in the red, playing Thor. Beautiful back gold mine, going for his Thor armory right away. We know exactly what we're gonna get. Those early dwarves, looking good. Honestly, looking good. Real quick, Naka, I was mentioning that Thor really struggles with scouting and getting goats, and I want to jump into that right away because on Giza, okay, you can well, if you look at Soup's base, he has zebra. Okay, so probably what his berserk is going to want to do after he finishes building the armory is go over to those zebra and hit them once, get them to walk close to that town center so that they can be gathered right next to the TC instead of requiring a little, what's it called, a little ox cart. And you can see there goes the berserker. So
oh wait,
that's partially.
I think we are desynced, so I'll just mention that now. I think you need to fast forward to catch up with the actual time.
What time are you at?
150.
What time are you at? Oh, dude, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you gotta fast forward at the start because it increases the chance of desyncing with the players. If you don't.
Okay. Well, anyway, long story short is that you can see all the zebra are next to the town
That's
center,
right.
and so he's, the oracles have really good scouting of Oranos, and so he should just by default be able to pick up. Kvoth should be able to pick up most of the goats, but
so
on
many
top of that,
already.
Exactly, and on top of that, Soup had to use his berserker to build the house, build the armory, get the zebras next to his town center, etc. So I think again the food situation can be super sketchy for him ultimately.
Cool. So with that in mind, Thor has one of the worst scouting setups in the early game in general because of this. Because you're building so much stuff in the early game, do you think it would be worth it to spend one villager's worth of time building a house? Because they can do it in Retold now. You don't have to do it with your Berserk. It's more cost efficient to do so, but you're definitely being greedy by not checking the map, not taking the goats. Another consideration is to maybe get a second Berserk. That is something that some people talk about. And I heard Tamista talk about it a lot, for example. What do you think?
Honestly, it's so hard to say. Like I mean, I agree. It's it's worthwhile probably. It's worthwhile probably, but at the same time, you don't want to use you want the whole point for Thor is to have like that better economy. Yes, that is accomplished with numbers, but if you just use the dwarves or anything to not be gathering, it just kind of depletes your eco advantage. I don't know. Ultimately, goats are probably more worthwhile. How many does Soup has? He has 8, so that's actually not too shabby, having 8 goats. It's probably a decent idea, honestly. I guess Soup, either hadn't thought of it or doesn't necessarily agree. But either way.
Yeah, if you're not worried about aggression, there's not much to lose when it comes to map control, right? So maybe it's just okay. By the way, meanwhile, Kvoth has gone up to the classical age through Oceanus. He's got the Sky Passage shenanigans on the way as well, as we talked about before the game. And he's already on the rhinos.
Very
Choosing
nice,
to put the
man.
weaker Veils back on gold at home. Now, if the Caladria is nearby, then that can be healed up to full, no problem. We also got the Hero Oracle picking up relics. Let's talk about those relics. We've got the Titan's Treasure for this one. That's the Age Advance, as well as Secret of the Titans cost reduction. Then we've got the Archimedes' Ledger for lower population siege weapons. Then we've got the Eye of Ornlu for Axemen, forward Axemen, as well as Cairo Ballista in this matchup. More damage on those boys. And what else do we have? There's one more somewhere. Help. In a temple. Dwarven horseshoes.
Yeah.
More calf speed.
Where is that one?
That's Kvof's temple.
There we go. There it is. Okay, so Naka, I'm back with you. I was doing some little, quick little on-the-fly production. So I'm back with you. How many, dude? We have, real quick. I don't think I heard you say it. 18 freaking goats in the base of Quoth, man. That's completely crazy.
True, I didn't say that. Good spot. The free oracles. If you just swap to Kvof's view and take a look at what his normal view looks like this is fantastic. You get to see so much of the observable universe as an Atlantean player, especially if you make some additional oracles, which is worthwhile considering that they're producing favor for you, which you can use on recastable god powers. Make more oracles, boys.
Honestly, you want oracles, Naka? Just wait until Soup gets his hands on Chrono. So you're gonna have more oracles than you bargained for.
You got the
right,
second
Naka.
Caladria. Now that's going to be integral to Kvof's strategy. It looks like it's all Murmillo thus far. And if you get frontline heroics, they're going to be very easy to turn into heroes. But the priority is going to be Bite of the Shark, giving them that juicy bleeding damage. And then the Caladria's job is to keep them alive.
Indeed. And, I've said for years and years and years, Murmillo are always against Norse, particularly against Norse. Murmillo are just the scariest infantry, one of the scariest infantry, until you get into Fanatics. And that hasn't really changed all too much in Retold. But we see, speaking of infantry, we see just pure longhouses, 4 longhouses for Soup. So he's just going the straight infantry route himself. We've seen a lot of Berserker spam being fairly successful for Norse. He's mixing in some throwing axemen as well, wanted to get that counter damage against those Murmillo. I hope we're at the same point in time, Naka, as we see the Carnivora coming down.
With the Troll falling, the advantage for Kvof is tremendous. I think Soup may have overextended. The healing from the double Caladria is just a lot as well. And bear in mind, Shockwave wasn't even used here. If Soup has to run away from this without even Shockwave being out of the question, what is going to happen in the next fight? This is going to be brutal in the long term.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
In fact, I think that Soup, that was a mistake, trying to push out like that. He took that kind of awkward fight. What was the point of it? So that he could kick that one citizen off of a zebra with 19 food left over. I don't think that was worthwhile. If he tried to, force a fight and force a lot of idle time on some rhinos, on a gold mine, something like that, okay, now we're talking. But I don't know, man. I feel like that was a weird fight for him to take.
Yeah, and you look at this next army. It's full of throwing axemen, plenty of berserks. The follow-up is actually better than the first attack. If these had been together, I'm not sure Kvof can stop it. He would have at least been forced to use Shockwave.
Exactly. And we might see it now, Naka. We might see it now.
Yeah, they're going in. And so far, the Termite are not allowed to play. That's great. That's always great.
But they do so well against throwing axemen, honestly. They're so mobile.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That Shockwave is huge.
Okay, yeah, we're at the same time, man. That was a big shockwave by all means, but still, it kind of looks like Super surviving here, dude. Despite, it's hard to tell, right? Right?
It's really good for Kvof, in my view, to thin out the throwing axeman to that degree. He can make more units behind this. He can hide under his town center and replenish. But the number of berserks is really the spooky thing.
Yeah.
Soup can keep building up. He has a healing spring, so he can retreat, heal these boyos up without too much issues. Then he'll be back to generate value.
Absolutely. But I mean, this is kind of I'm at 932. We just had a citizen kill for Kvoth up on that top side. Those berserkers, man, if you click on their stats, look at those stats, man. Hall of Thanes, Dwarven breastplate, medium, and full copper. So those are sneaky strong berserkers, man. Sneaky strong.
For sure.
Really
and,
nice.
The 4 economy behind this has certainly boomed. I mean, we got all the upgrades in, right? Even the Hersiers got their Hammer of Thunder upgrade.
Very nice. That's gonna give him what, 4 additional dwarves coming
Yes,
out of that armory at the very least.
Wait, haven't Mithril breastplate as well? Oh, Dwarven breastplate is called now. Yeah, so that's 5 dwarves.
Oh, good call. Good call.
By the way, can you fast forward another 5 seconds? I think we're still slightly apart.
Yeah.
As this villager gets picked off. Brutal. I really like Kvoth's sneaky gold mine pick on the side. That's cute. It's gonna be just a manor, not a sky passage. Might be a problem. Who's gonna defend his home base?
Yeah, no problem. I mean, it is a little bit scary, all those berserkers, but he can just jump right into the sky passage, go to a different gold mine if he wants to. That little secret mining operation up there, he can drop a sky passage and pop in there, no problemo.
Guess his main base is gonna be fine. The towers have been upgraded. It's just these boyos have been out there looking for trouble. Found no trouble. Instead, the villagers got into it, so not the best to be forced to garrison for this long. Every bit of damage counts, even if you just idle villagers.
Absolutely. In fact, I mean, at this level, that's really idle time. That's like what you're looking for, not necessarily citizen kills or villager kills, right?
Yeah, though with such an army advantage is certainly on the table. Soup is currently up to 95 army population versus 56. That's insane.
Oh yeah. It seems like, I don't know, I guess it's the economy. The economy just that much more, effective for Thor right now. He's been able to, I'm really surprised how much that Kvoth has allowed him to, like, if you look in the middle of the map real quick, there's that big group of 11 villagers on the zebras. Kvoth has allowed him to hunt all outside of his base. Not a ton, but a fair amount. He might get a nice little raid on this woodland right here. So it seems like the eco is just so much ahead for the Thor player, man.
Yeah.
He's got those nice dwarves on gold. He's even hunting, and he's already up through Bragi as well. Check that out.
Wow. As far as strategy goes, what I see very often against 4 players is that the Atlanteans just choose to go 2TC. They really macro up and go for that heroic age. Rather than trying to make anything happen in classical when those dwarves are just going to come in and you really can't do anything to their base anyway. I think it's worth considering. Maybe not the absolute right move here when you're not Kronos or Gaia, but it's certainly there in the back of my mind.
True. Very true. Ooh. Okay. Speaking of the back of the mind. I want to point something out real quick, Naka, and shout out to whoever in chat. Who is that? Rifle. That mining operation on that gold mine over there, Naka, Soup doesn't know about it, actually. He has not scouted, as we see a little bit of a fight coming in here. Are you kidding me? That entire army's gonna get cleaned up, dude. Are you kidding me?
But so did the hunters, so economically, Kvoth might be getting out ahead of this so long as he doesn't lose too many units, but he's gonna go up against flaming weapons and the big metal pigs. I know you like metal, so what is your opinion on these units?
Dude, battle bows are sick. I think they look a little bit silly and retold, but by all means they're sick. I'm not as afraid of the battle boar spam if I'm in Kvoth's position. I'm more afraid of flaming weapons with that many berserkers, dude. Are you kidding me? Those things are scary. There's a little. The thing is that there's a little bit of some buffer, right? Yeah, those things cleaned up.
Oh,
we have high. What?
Not like this.
What?
We need to see flaming weapons. No.
I know. Quath, you gotta give us the big, like the big cojones, the big views, man, the big flaming weapons.
We
Like,
can't make
here's the thing, though.
highlights like this.
I
What
know.
happens to the business? It's okay. It's very understandable. On a strategic level, Kubov was heavily outnumbered here, and it was gonna be god powers. It's too spooky. Fair enough.
I mean, I agree. I agree. The flaming weapons, at the very least, you know, it's at least gonna kick off Kvoth off of any type of gold situation if he saw that gold on either side. But at the very, if it doesn't kick him off gold, it's probably just gonna shred his base at the same time. Those berserkers with a couple of battle boars, it doesn't matter that there's tower upgrades or a town center. He would just shred through that base, in my opinion.
Absolutely correct. Soup's up 1-0,
Are you
and we're gonna be
are you a post game guy, Naka? I can't remember.
post game. What?
Yeah, you like post game? Are you a post game guy?
Oh, I already got out, but if you want to talk about it some further, feel free.
Not really, just checking. Just checking.
I like to, but I think this was very obviously GG there. So I think the viewers understood.
It ended up being a big difference. 4,000 different, roughly 4,000 resource advantage for Soup overall. Crazy, huh?
Very.
Very.
Next up,
Indeed.
we have got Elysium. That's gonna be the next map. And they're doing their god draft. It's already done apparently. So hold up, I'll do the setup for this. Wait, I didn't set the gods for this? I swear I did at some point. For Oranos.
Naka, are you Irish by chance? Are you Irish? Do you have any Irish blood in you?
0.
Oh, okay.
Where's that coming from?
I don't know why, but you turned into a green square on my PC, dude.
Oh. Amazing.
Okay, everybody. Apparently, whatever this Twitch business is with the double cams and everything, the little dual thing, apparently my PC is not able to handle it terribly well.
Oh, fair enough. That's unfortunate,
Let's
though.
see. Whatever, it is what it is. Let's see if I can try and get you back on here. Whatever. We might just have Naka as a green square on my side of everything, everybody.
Apparently the camera quality was very low anyway, so what we could do is set up the other app. If you want, it's just
Video
changing
link,
a quick link. Yeah.
That's so funny. Oh boy. I blame Retold, man, taking up too many resources.
It sure does. Have to limit the frame rate and everything in that. So we've got the matchup, by the way. It's going to be a Set versus Kronos. Soup getting his Kronos, so he'll show us what to do with those oracles, I think, as you predicted. You guys want to change me to blue? What?
Blue, yeah, change the... No. Green is better, everybody. Green is better. I guarantee it.
My God.
We'll fix it eventually, or I don't know. Maybe we will. We'll maybe fix it eventually. Maybe not. Everyone. It is what it is, Naka. That's the way I look at it. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Well, these guys are already up with their game, so 2 minutes is what we got. Do you want to risk it and try to fix it?
Not right now. Not right now.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. We don't have cams in game. If we had cams in game, then maybe I'd change my mind. But whatever, it is what it is.
No worries. Yeah, even on my side, like the quality isn't the highest from the Twitch cams, so I think we might be better off using like Video Ninja or something, like even Discord might be more reliable.
Is mine crappy?
Yes, but I know that it's not crappy on your end, right? It's just when what I'm getting from Twitch is like reduced quality, which is really annoying. So this is not the right way to do this, and we know that for next time. So next time we can act all clever. And you guys will have forgotten all about this. You're not gonna remind us about it.
No, Naka, your green square will be legendary. You shall go down in history.
Sounds good.
What's your favorite color, Naka?
Blue. So whoever requested that had the right idea.
Okay. Billy's a big fan of you, huh? Billy lotion.
I'm blue, bada bee, bada bum.
I'm sure you're thrilled about that. Okay. We got about a minute, everybody, until this game starts. Set against Cronus. Well, so Naka, I mentioned 1,000,000 oracles and 1,000,000 Prometheans that I've seen that I've seen Soup spamming with Chronos. I don't know if that's necessarily the way to go against Set. A Promethean spam? I guess there is potential. I predict possibly we could see a whole bunch of Prometheans from Soup going into some kind of aggressive gold harassment. That's what I've seen from him previously. I don't know if that's necessarily the thing to do against Set, but we'll find out soon enough.
I would reply, but it's time for the map intro.
It is time for the map intro. Let's go. You ready?
3, 2, 1, go! Ladies and gentlemen, we are in. This is Elysium. Game 2 between these two. Kvoth is going to be in the blue color, playing as Set.
And over here, we have 3 oracles coming out already. I'm excited to see more. We have Chronos for Huskazupa in the red bottom left side of the map.
Is that how you pronounce it? Now I know.
That's how he says it. I don't know. I maybe get a little bit too into it compared to him, but you know, Huskazupa. It's something like that. It's something like that.
Fair enough, fair enough. I don't speak Danish, so I can't verify. Anyhow, just a heads up, I've done a flipperoonie, so make sure that the top interface is aligned with your scoring.
Got it.
Very good. So basically Set on the right, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's talk about Elysium then. There's a lot of hunt, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much hunt. The gold mines are all outward. So you definitely have to do some work to get out there on the map and get some of that gold secured relatively early on, because your initial gold, there's never 2 gold mines on Elysium at the home base. This is a big map though, so one thing you have on your side when it comes to defending the forward gold is time, just because of the sheer size of this place, but it's super open, so you're not going to be able to easily wall off.
That goes for both players, honestly. This is a pretty open map for both players. Having said that though, Naka, if you look at the exterior gold positions, it's kind of hard to tell which the players are going to go for. For example, if you look at Soup's side, you know, he has the gold mine right in front of his base, right? He's got one down on that right side. Maybe that one on the right side is possible, since it's you know, he has potential for going for some town center play on that bottom side. Anyway,
little sneaking.
And then the other one on the far. Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. If he already has stuff over there as well. In fact, that's maybe what I'm predicting here. Possibly, we've seen a lot of Chronos players going into Egypt, time shifting a temple forward, getting those initial Prometheans out, going for a little bit of harassment, but nothing too intense, and following that up with a second town center. That could actually be pretty nice for Soup, because he has those Gazelle, that really nice Gazelle patch behind that back TC and the nearby gold mine. So it's actually not a bad position. I think that Kvoth might be expecting it as well. You can see he has a Gazelle of Set sitting right near that town center as well. So we could see some fireworks here pretty darn soon if we're lucky.
That could be pretty epic. In the meantime, more Gazelles are being converted by Mr. over here. Eventually, the animals really get to love him, and they call him Mama. That's how it works.
Where is he? There he is. There he is. Mama Priest? Aren't they usually called like Papa,
Well, that's the
Papas or
sound they make
whatever?
when the conversion finishes. That's why I pointed that
Oh,
out.
okay. Okay, okay, okay. Right,
Anyway,
right.
we've got new oracles being made. From Soup's temple, he's already got a relic for himself, the blue crystal shard, allowing him to gather gold and wood faster. There's more relics. In the corner, we've got the Ankh of Ra for extra favor. Then up north, we've got the Tower of Cestus, will make buildings, well, towers specifically, a little bit better against myth units. A very strange relic change in Retold.
Yeah.
Yeah, see? He called him Mama.
Okay,
It just happened.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Where is the other relics?
I think they've already been garrisoned. Oh, and there's the Oracle on the back corner who's got the other one. It's Ptah's Scepter, so cheaper farms.
Aha! Yeah, I missed that one.
Well, so here Soup is going for the second town center, man, and he time shifted the wrong buildings. I thought he was gonna time shift his temple forward and go for the old go for the double Promethean harassment, but he's actually just where, in fact, where are the Prometheans?
They're chilling at
I don't
home.
know where they went.
It's all about defending the town center. I think he's
There they are.
suspecting some kind of shifting sands play, but it's very difficult to
Yeah.
pull it off very nicely against Kronos because you got these double manners that will be empowering the settlement. He's trying it anyway. There's gonna be 3 Prometheans to help protect. I do think this should go up, but one of the citizens is getting targeted. There's no valor available to save the citizen, and I think once you pop that out of the manor, it will have died to poison. Another one dies. My goodness. TC is up though. Ooh, don't pop out.
Indeed. Did you that Oracle, by the way, that hero Oracle was a little bit late to the game, Naka, so those 2 Wadgets did so much more damage than they probably should have, because that Oracle was just chilling, watching from afar, man. Ouch.
All things considered though, all these animals are dead. Oh no! The damage over time inside the building wrecked the citizen. Oh no.
Got him.
Okay, that's not terrible damage. However, the Deliveroo has happened, and we've got all these dead set animals now. Free food right there under the town center. Soup could have asked for a better outcome with no dead villagers, right? But at least he got the free food.
It's some consolation, I guess. So he gets gazelles and more gazelles and a couple of hyenas to boot as well. So, yeah, it's a small consolation, I suppose you could say.
Behind this, Quaff is also getting his own town center with a lot of villagers. He really doesn't want to get Prometheans, right? Is this gonna be in time? Oh my god.
There's enough villagers there. He probably, and those Prometheans just got upgraded, by the way. That thing should go up, but where's the Pharaoh, dude? Was the Pharaoh part of the Shifting Sands and I missed it? Where's the Pharaoh?
He didn't even get back yet. Several of these villagers will die. That was 2 of them, I think.
3, bro. The
3.
third one right before the town center went down. 3 vills going down
Wow.
right there. That's some retribution for sure. Ouch.
Not bad, not bad. And meanwhile, Soup has had 2 TCs for a while, right? So he was able to pump out an extra. It's not terrible as far as civilian population goes. He's up to 38 versus 24. Can't complain.
Not at all, man. Plus on top of that, Kvoth doesn't get the donated set animals, right?
That's right.
This is Soup lost citizens, but he got the donated animals. For Kvoth, he just lost villagers straight up.
So what's next? Are we going straight to heroic here, or are we gonna try to make the triple barracks shenanigans work?
Well, we have, I mean, yeah, we only have 1 barracks going up so far for Kvoth, and then he's going for an armory after that, so I don't know. I guess maybe it's wishful thinking, you know, oh, let's see an all-in, you know, aggression, woohoo. I don't think it's realistically gonna happen.
Right.
We see armories go, you know, armory is already up for Soup. He's already pre-queued. Hyperion as well. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what Kvoth is going to do as well. So
yeah,
he's straight heroic.
He's spending some of that excess food, by the way, on Prometheans, so that's a really nice way to balance the books. But Hyperion is coming up. And when eventually Kvov goes Mythic, Mythic, Heroic first, the Deconstruct will be available to take care of any Migdol strongholds, so those villagers will be in trouble when securing the next gold mine.
Very true, but at the same time, Naka, these days you don't really see set players or Egyptians in general typically going for straight Migdal units. So I mean, you can see he's I don't know where you're looking, but he's got a couple of additional barracks going up. We got some more spears coming out. You know, in fact, I think Foth is probably predicting, as we see a little bit of aggression here, he's probably predicting the Cantarius. He's predicting right as we see, you know, a whole bunch of these military barracks going up for soup. So I wouldn't be, if I were Foth, yes, the deconstruction is a bummer and it would hurt. I'm not super afraid of it, just because, you know, he's going to be focusing plenty on those racks as well.
Yeah, but what we should be seeing should definitely be Arcus first, and then adding in Cantarius later, because we already have all these spearmen on the field. Probably don't want to take it on directly with Cantarius, so that's exactly what he's going to do. Quick shift click of Arcus takes care of the problem for now.
Prometheans might take care of the problem as well, despite a couple of priests, man. Those things are upgraded as well.
Doing good. Another Vagent kill. That's the third one this game. Oh, and don't forget the double Satyr that he gets for free. I know you don't like the free units. Well, Kronos must be your nightmare.
Double free myth units? What is this? Seriously, though, seriously. No, I'm not going to jump down that rabbit hole, Naka.
I tried.
I know.
Easily dodged.
You know, not easily, believe me. It grinds my gears, but I'll hold it in. No. Well, okay, so we see a couple of Cantarias coming out now. I mean, I agree that some initial Arcus just to stave off the couple of what are they called? Spears attacking, a good move, but I want to see Soup take advantage of mobility. Sure, spears have a pretty decent amount of speed themselves, but this map is so darn open that the Cantarius zipping around the map, it's strong, man. It's strong. There's not necessarily tons to raid right now. I guess there's a couple of gold mines and whatnot, but I definitely like to see that. Bunch of Cantarius running around, forcing Foth to play defensive, react, interrupt the economy, etc.
See the chat saying that Soup is floating 100 favor. Ladies and gentlemen, he is not floating. This is on purpose. He will be spending it. So first off, there will be more Prometheans. Then there will be more Satyrs. Lastly, there will be more heroes. And then he'll start reusing his god powers. It's gonna be nuts. Look at that.
He's not floating, he's saving.
Yeah, he's saving. This is on purpose because the recast of Chaos is very expensive at 60 favor now, compared to 50 it was just a few patches ago. Casting it on a group of these slingers is actually going to be hyper efficient because they're counter units. They are going to deal significant damage to each other. Well, I'm not even sure we'll get there, to be honest, because these villagers are getting shooed away from the mine. That's rough.
Dude, he's lucky. Foth is lucky he hasn't lost more, man. I think Soup with a little micro, and army micro, I think he definitely could have taken a better engagement there. And nice chaos.
That's insane. The slingers are killing each other off, and now he can go in and finish off the retreating units. This is brutal. The other gold mine is still on, but there is a citizen trying to wall them in, and the Pharaoh is getting picked off by the Arcus. Ouch. That had to hurt.
Dude, where is the army for Foth, man? He's floating crazy resources. He must be trying to go mythic, but is that the right play? Here, he's not gonna have any gold mines, man. Are you kidding me?
What's a gold mine? Says Gavov.
He's a capitalist. He's gonna use the market, man.
Yeah. Freaking day traders.
Seriously though, man. I mean, you were talking about like being afraid of deconstruction on the Migdol, sorry. He kind of needs one, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is he clicked up mythic? He has clicked up mythic. Did I say mythic? I meant heroic.
It's fine. I did it as well.
Mythic. honestly, I saw Soup up already through heroic, and I just kind of blindly we were talking about Migdals, man. I was assuming he was already up heroic. Anyways, he's just clicking up now, actually. But even so, like, okay, fine, he clicked up through Nephthys, but again, he still is floating a
Hmm.
lot of resources. Kvathis, he's got to get an army, man. He's gonna be in some trouble.
Yeah, man, this is rough because right now, Soup is just so far ahead in terms of population. He can do whatever he wants. He's controlling these gold mines. He's gotten stone walls to make sure that that gold mine is not getting touched for the longest time. He can wall in the other one as well. And then what does Kvath do?
Yeah. Ancestors can probably win him a gold mine in the short term, but ultimately, real quick, knockout. What I think is completely nuts, by the way, is we see a little bit of a raid down there on that bottom side. I don't know if you caught that one. I missed
Yes.
it just about. Anyway, the eco numbers are wildly in favor of Soup. So Set in general has a bad, not very strong economy, but when you're that far behind on eco numbers, it's brutal, man. It is brutal. He's super far behind.
Yeah, really, the only thing you get economically is the discount on the units that you get from the monuments. And then you've got the cheaper farms with Ptah, you've got the free animals. That's not bad stuff, but it's also not outstanding stuff like what, I don't know, Isis gets the free food from Flood of the Nile, Ra gets the mass empowerment. You don't have those things, as said. You don't have prosperity, you don't have rain. There is ancestors
You have ancestors, though. You do. Look at all those Prometheans, man. Look at those lava legs going to town. Are you kidding me?
Oh, another huge chaos. This is devastatingly powerful. The slingers on slingers once again, kind of killing themselves off. But this is a decent trade. Will allow Kvath to gather from that gold mine a little longer. But Soup, look at the massive queue of units behind this. He's going to be ready for the next fight.
Oh yeah, man. Oh yeah, those slingers are cleaning up. They did a great job cleaning up, man. He has enough heroes there that he smoked those Prometheans with no problem. And then the slingers just went so hard, and the ancestors going hard on that ball of Arcus. That was a really clutch fight, man. That was a really great usage of ancestors. It was an obvious usage of ancestors. Obviously, he's going to use it on that fight, but still, that was a very convincing fight.
This had to be the place for it. And going forward from here, Soup has the option of taking the third town center, maybe even the fourth town center with how rich he is. Just a matter of really putting a few more people on gold mines, because right now he's floating the other resources a little bit. Gold, not so much. Also, when you have 1200, 1300 food, it's worth considering starting an early trade, but the reason he's not doing it is because he wants to win the military war. You overdo the trading, you suddenly don't have any military. So that requires 30 TCs, 45 TC, maybe even the fourth.
Honestly, Naka, I think if Soup stopped, okay, we have another engagement possibly coming in here. If Soup just stopped all of his production, cut it down. I mean, he's making destroyers.
Ooh.
I'm a little bit surprised. Okay. He just clicked up through Atlas. That's what I was gonna say. Before taking town centers, implode on this gold mine. He already has the other one stonewalled up, as you said. An implode on this gold mine, and we're going into game 2. Easy peasy. Deconstruction on the Migdal, 2 minutes before the implode comes in. We're going into game 2, man. I don't know what in the world Kvath is going to do here against an implode and a deconstruction.
He's going up taut, but that's not going to be enough.
Yeah.
With how rich Soup is, he can absorb a meteor. That's no issue. He's still going to get his 2 free myth units. He's still going to get his implode.
Yeah.
And then there's this powerful army behind it. 45 TCs coming up. What's his upgrades like? He's got bronze shields and the copper lines, heavy everything. Nothing like that for Kvath.
He has cheap units. That's something.
He's getting plow. He's in the Stone Ages right now.
He's getting plow. Ooh, is he? He's also getting raided, man. That's a lot of idle villagers right there, dude. Wood's not the most important, resource for him to be idle on, but still. A raid's a raid, man. A raid is a raid.
Alright, how much these towers are missing the cavalry, they're really not helping here. The villagers just kind of eating it. And sure, Tot is reached. Meteor is going to be cast immediately on the front location of Soup. It's blasting his units into smithereens. That's great, but there's more coming where that came from, right?
Seriously. We got the implode coming up as well. 20, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20 seconds. Or maybe it's already there. I'm speeding up the game to make sure I'm caught up with you. Is he already there? He's there.
He's there now, and you know, these units are healing themselves. There's 2 Migdols, so Deconstruct won't completely get rid of it. There will be some garrisoning action you can rely on before the implode happens, but I think that Destroyer is moving up for exactly this purpose. All the villagers are here. This is going to be an absolute disaster. How many? 22 at minimum will be covered by this implode. Is Soup looking, though? Because he's fighting at the same time. Oh, what? No clips are allowed.
You're killing us, Quath. You're killing us, man.
He's done it again.
He's done it again. At least we got to see the meteor, right?
He's got an anti-clip policy. No.
Man, that's a little bit of a bummer. That would, dude. Aside from the 22 villagers, dude, all of those, the 17 wood choppers, all those guys, and then the choppers up top as well. Depending on where he put that implode, he would have sucked up like half of the economy, or more than half the economy.
Yeah, because once it starts, you cannot garrison it. It blocks it.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Once you get hit, you either have fast units and can run out of the edge, or you die, or take a lot of damage at least.
Yeah.
But how did we get here? You're the post-game man. Look at those resources. Wow.
Wow, dude. Dude, what happened? They both took town centers. Like, Soup took his town center just a little bit faster compared to Kvoth, right? So I'm going to switch over to the civilian unit timeline. Look at the civilian unit discrepancy, man. It's just bonkers how far behind Kvoth was. I'd have to go back and look. Did he have... I mean, you can see around the time that he took the town center, he had a little bit of idle time. He lost a couple here and there, etc. I don't know. He just didn't quite have that same civilian production. And then again, back to the resources, just crazy better economy there for Soup, man.
That's
like
absolutely
50%
insane.
more eco.
Yeah, just even despite him losing 2 citizens, his main TC still worked. I think Kvoth must have had some idle TC time in there. At least a little bit. There's some flat lines here. So I think while he was making Spearmen, he wasn't making Vills, and it just snowballed when he didn't have Plow. He didn't hunt too much out there on the map either, so it just adds up. And paying for the TC, it takes time. Set, not the best position to do that.
Well, you know, I'm not surprised to see Set have fewer resources. We already talked about how, you know, Set doesn't... Of all of the gods in the game, it's not like Set's economy is strong. But still, what you can do with Set is mitigate the lack of eco with aggression and causing havoc and whatnot on your opponent, so that their eco is complicated and weak and strong and weird, etc., etc. So he didn't really seem to accomplish that. Yes, he got the citizen kills, but there was still so much hunt there for Soup to fall back on. You know, apparently those citizen kills just didn't matter. Usually you would look at 2 citizen kills, be like, whoa, that's a sick start, but he needed more, apparently.
Not today.
Not today.
Getting a comment on YouTube to watch Magic. You can do so on Boyd's and Yodesla's stream. I'm pretty sure they're covering that part of the bracket right now. Should be Magic versus Chemo? Yeah, that's right. That's on Boyd's and Yodesla's channels. We're covering the other side. Just swapping to the bracket view. This is where we are down here. Kvoth versus Soup. Current score is 2-0. But this is the best of 5. So at least one more victory for Soup is required. It might be, however, that Kvoth starts taking games off. We'll see what direction he will take that in. Next map is going to be Ghost Lake.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Are we... By the way, just quick check-in. Minute of spec delay left. Just to make sure you're ready to go.
I'm hurrying up. Just getting the god information, but they're moving fast now.
Yeah, they're ready. They're ready for action. I'm also ready for action. Honestly, well, once we see what does Kvoth have left over, he has Ra that he can go to. Do you know? You said Ghost Lake, Ra. Ra and Ghost Lake. I think we're a little bit more likely to go with Zeus or Hades here, compared to Ra for Kvoth. On the soup side, maybe some Norse. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. Egyptian mirror.
Egyptian
okay.
mirror.
JK. LOL.
LOL indeed. Wait, I can't see the lobby. Damn. Found it.
Do you have?
Found
You
it.
got
It's
okay.
fine. Let's go to the intro real quick. Ghost Lake.
Ready, set, go.
Well, well, well. If it's not the lake with the goats, should be called Goats Lake. I remember what Winston said. In the blue color, we have got our Ra player. This is Kvoth. He's down nothing to 2, so he must win this one if he wants to make it to the finals today.
D down here on the red side, Soup is up 2-0. It's a best of 5, so this is match point for Soup in the red. He's going for Isis. This is a very intriguing little game we got here, Naka. A, it's match point for Soup. B, it's Isis. C, I want to jump straight. Yes, it is Goats Lake, but at the same time, Gold. It's also Gold Lake at the same time. Gold is
Sort of,
super. Well, as you can see, only starting off with 1 gold mine, and if you look over at Kvoth's side of the map, that gold is so freaking sketchy, man.
What gold?
It's so far
he
forward.
doesn't have any. It's all Soup's gold.
Right?
Oh my god, this is a disaster. Ooh.
Well, so I don't. On the side of Kvoth, I don't know what he's gonna do. A, his starting gold is bad. B, the other additional gold mines are ultra exposed and harassable. So I could foresee easily some Ancestors Eclipse action really hurting. I think that ultimately Kvoth can probably defend that forward gold. They're both Egyptian, and so they can match each other fairly well with any type of like early aggression. So I think he'll be fine with that forward gold mine, even though it's completely awful. After that, though, depending on what Soup decides to do here, how aggressive he decides to go, what his heroic time is, all that stuff. The gold is going to be really sketchy for Kvoth. So if he takes this win, this is a bad map for. If you're down 0-2 in a best of 5, this is kind of a pretty bad map spawn for him. Unfortunately,
as bad as it gets. Honestly, if we had gone with our legacy rule set, Kvoth would have just vetoed this 1 minute in, as he discovered the gold mines. But yeah, we didn't. Might have been a mistake. We'll certainly review. As far as that goes, though, one thing Kvoth can do, Maiden, is he could go for this front TC, maybe even shifting stance to it if he's really scared of any early swings grabbing him. It probably won't be a problem. I mean, you still got your snack, you still got your Priest and Pharaoh to protect. So you can grab that front TC, and then behind that, the gold mine's right there. I think that's the way forward.
2 TC play with a. I mean, I perhaps yes, perhaps yes. Me personally, I'm not an Egyptian player, but I personally have felt like Egyptian mirrors are always so. I don't know. The best way I can explain it is just precarious. They feel like they're such a precarious matchup. A Norse mirror, it feels pretty straightforward. Maybe that's just because I'm more comfortable with Norse. But Egyptian mirrors always feel so weird. Like, who's going to go for, the Ancestors Eclipse is such a big power spike. You see Soup's actually going for 2 monuments. So we could possibly see some Sphinx play into a nice heroic timing anyway. You know, you can see, I don't know. I don't really know what I'm saying here aside from Egyptian mirrors are just hard in my opinion. And so long story short, going for the second town center, that TC is so exposed out in
It
the middle of
really
nowhere.
is. I'm not gonna lie, it
So
really is. But you do have the cliff
yeah,
edge. You do have the ability to
yes,
wall this off and then secure another gold mine with that. You
yeah.
could go for super slingers with Ra, and that should put any chariots at bay pretty much with the walling securing you against camels. I think that's his potential lifeline. And then not entirely sure how you'll deal with your Ancestor's Eclipse situation. That might
Yeah.
require several snacks. We'll see.
Well, he's going up through Ptah. So if he goes up through Ptah and then Segment, that'll give him. I mean, you mentioned the slingers; those are sick by all means. So it doesn't look like it. By the way, it doesn't look like he's going for that second TC. I don't know if he's
Yeah.
necessarily thinking about heroic. Looking at Kvoth, by the way, I
Yes.
don't know if he's thinking about heroic or barracks or whatever. But once he gets his upgrades for his slingers, they do divine damage. So if he has a couple of priests in his back pocket, some upgrades for his slingers, I don't know. That maybe gives him an opportunity to fight against Ancestor's Eclipse, but it's still going to be super tough, man. There's no way to spin it.
Why are we getting Shadoof? I
Yeah,
guess he
that.
really wants to get that early rain in, because, well, rain will indeed get you faster gather rates than hunting or eating your goats would. But then you got all these goats and you're not going to put them to use, really, right? So it's definitely a trade-off to not eat everything else first and then use rain. That would be the longer term play, but like this you get a burst of gather rate at least.
I wonder if he maybe just got it just because he's gonna get it regardless. He has a little bit of wood to spare. He already has husbandry and pickaxe. Why not? So he doesn't forget in the future. That's also maybe a possibility.
We'll certainly see. I mean, he is going for the goats. You're right, probably. Why is he swapping off the berry bushes though? Because you look at these villagers, and you'll see a faster gather rate on the berries, because Ra has this new bonus. I guess they're farther away from the granary because he put it... The monument isn't perfectly placed, right? It doesn't cover deep enough into the pumpkin field.
Indeed. What's up, by the way, Saturn? What's up?
Sobek's coming in.
Sobek's coming in. Nephthys is coming in, so... No aggression, no 2 TCs, no aggression, just both players going straight fast heroic.
Wow, this Sphinx just dodging the shots. One of the latest things, I'm going to talk about this a lot, I think, when we get to the chariot stage of the game, is that ballistics has been completely changed. So it works a lot more like the old game did. When you have these fast units at the edges of enemy unit ranges, they'll be dodging shots. So the Veget won't be able to hit a Sphinx that's running away. If you change your direction as well, just like until now, you certainly have the possibility of dodging shots mid-combat as well, giving it off micro potential for those ranged battles that are very typical in this matchup. Or it might just be all camels.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Wait, all camels for who?
Either side, really, because the camels beat everything in the Migdol stronghold, right? They do bonus damage. But Dark Waters camels, with the Ra bonuses on the Migdol units, are going to beat the Isis ones. But you are going to have Ancestor's Eclipse on your side, so it all adds up to a similar power level overall. It's just the longer term camels for Kvoth are going to do better.
Indeed. You mentioned camels. I saw Soup queue up a bunch of camels. Anyway, it's going for a mixture of camels and chariots, by the way. And there's our first Siege Works for Soup, so he's thinking about the gold, man. He's thinking about pushing on that gold. Honestly, Naka, I don't even know if Siege is necessary. Because the Migdol, if you look at Kvoth's base, his gold mine is almost up and his Migdol is in his base.
Yeah,
don't
bother.
Siege is necessary.
Don't bother, because you're gonna go up against camels, and that's gonna get ugly. Siege towers don't have a lot of health, so they're really good for the Chariot Archer Wars, but Retold made that no longer a thing. So what we've seen in the original game, where you used to go Chariot, Siege Towers, as well as Elephants, that's no longer the mid-game composition. Retold favors the Camel.
They're pretty darn strong these days. So are Scorpion Men and Sphinxes, however. So are Pets, just all the Myth units in general, actually. Petsuko's getting some nice damage. There's our Ancestors Eclipse, Naka, a little bit earlier than I expected, but hey, here it is.
Much earlier, and we're gonna see a quick shifting stance defensively in order to counter it. The Pharaoh will be here, so he can add a little bit of firepower if necessary, but hey, the villagers can't leave the base very easily now. What are they gonna do?
Maybe just go for it anyways. What else can you do? I don't like this Ancestors Eclipse usage, man.
Uh-oh.
Sure,
Uh-oh.
he's doing some damage.
The Camel's popping out on the far side, going after the Chariots, but nah, they're getting back in there.
That was sick micro right there.
For sure, but by the way, there's now free Petsukos. And you know what's better than free Petsukos? When you upgrade them.
Oh, right.
Yeah, 4 is better too, that's true.
4 Petsukas?
Let's see it. Hey, Soup is making the siege towers anyhow. He's not afraid of no camel. These camels are regenerating with Dark Waters. That's kind of nice for them.
Dude, I don't like it, man. Just the straight Dark Water camels is... sorry, I don't like what Soup is doing. I think it's awesome for Kvoth.
Yep.
Soup, like this this game, as we see the camels coming in again, this game was seemingly in the bag for Soup, but I don't like his strategic picks here, man.
Oh, here it comes!
Clips.
The Locust Swarm hurting these a lot. And guess what? Soup cannot run. Everything of his is getting picked off. It's brutal.
Dude, he just got cleaned up. Look at the pop. 55 to 6 essentially. Oh, more. And now his bills are... What?
What is happening? Chat, send help. We've got a 2-1. But they're just not letting us have the money shots. The villagers were all gonna die. Send help. It hurts.
Dude. Whoa. I'm not gonna lie. When Soup goes back and watches this, I bet he's gonna be kicking himself a little bit, man. I don't know. Maybe, maybe you and I are the noobs here. I don't know. But to me, it felt like this game was, this map was just giving the game to Soup, right?
Yeah, he went way too all in, right? Like, Kvoth just waited out the power spike. He hid in his buildings, then Soup couldn't do anything about the buildings. Why push into that main? It's so unnecessary, right? Kvoth doesn't have anything valuable in there. Wait for the gold mines. Those are the juicy targets. You can gold starve. Isis certainly has a toolkit to make it happen. Once those villagers are out there and you've got no place for them to hide, that's when you Ancestors Eclipse. That's when you bring all your army in one place. And ideally, it's heavy on camels, and maybe you even add some spearmen to help deal with those rather than chariots.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I think not waiting to use the Ancestors Eclipse. I guess I maybe kind of understand what Soup was trying to go for. He was trying to use his Ancestors Eclipse, use it early, get an advantage early, just keep Kvoth in his base. Don't even allow him to try and go outside. I guess maybe that's possibly what he was thinking. But again, like you said, when you allow him to go outside of his base and then use your God Power combination, you're more so forcing him to take the fight then. Where you can probably do some more damage, and using it in the base, like you said, Kvoth was just able to hide in his buildings and shift away, no problemo.
Yeah, waiting it out in the safe spot is really as ideal as it gets for Kvoth in that situation. He's very happy to be rid of this map. Never has to worry about it again, hopefully.
Real quick, one quick stat from the post game: the kill-death ratio. Kvoth with 26 units killed, Soup with 9.
Wow. Yeah, those camels,
Usually
man.
that's opposite, dude. Yeah, but Ancestors, despite the camels, bro, Ancestors Eclipse is usually what's given you such a big kill-death ratio for you, not against you. This is surprising, man. Really surprising.
Yeah, they really didn't get anything, did they? I mean, a handful camels, sure, yes, but other than that, all those pistachios survived as well. They were having a party back in Kvolf space.
Indeed, man, indeed.
Soup is
Alrighty.
choosing Marsh, and as for gods, we are looking at Hades versus Loki. I think the lobby will be up momentarily as well.
Okay. Hades against Loki on Marsh. By all means, Hades in general and a ball of archers is just going to be sick against Norse no matter what you really do. But Loki on Marsh is also super sick. So I think there's plenty of potential for Hades to handle Loki on a map like this. There's maybe even a world where Hades is the aggressor sometimes, depending on the player and everything. But you know, archer balls can be scary. But what is also scary, and Kvoth actually mentioned this a little bit ago, after the first game, he jumped in chat for a quick little mention. The battle boars. After the battle boars do their special little bucking special attack, whatever you want to call it, the units have a propensity to go idle, a little bit of a bug. And
Right.
so if you can see how a Hades versus Loki game kind of shapes up on Marsh, some type of heroic play, flaming weapon, etc. You know, so a big ball of talks is what I'm expecting. But if battle boars are able to get in around those talks, oh boy, Hades is going to have a hard time. So we'll see if we get there, but yeah.
Yeah, you know, in the latest patches, definitely Retort has had some problems with the units just kind of not listening, sometimes not behaving well with the attack moves. I've had a game that I lost where a granary was in the way of my army, and they all decided to hug it and refused to move. That was really sad. Made me cry a little bit.
Cowards!
Yeah. There's these things that the players have to watch out for in this current patch. Hopefully they get resolved soon. But yesterday it was who was it again? Nora was having some problems with his units just not responding to villagers who were idle but not showing his idle, and he couldn't move them. So yeah.
You know, when the game functions as it should, it's pretty dadgum sick.
Definitely.
You know, when it's so there's tons of potential if we can clean up some of these bugs, get a little fly swatter in the mix in the dev team. Yeah, I think it's necessary, but once it actually happens, and it will, I'm confident it will. You know, we're getting there.
I'd even donate the bug spray to them, to be honest. Just get them all. Do it now.
Sick Bill Gates on him, man. That's actually hilarious. Mr. Bill Gates is trying to alleviate, or what's it called? Get rid of malaria and whatnot.
Yeah.
He seems to be a bit of a bug zapper himself. You'd think that, you know, that would somehow make it down the ladder down through Microsoft.
Trickle down bugonomics.
Yeah. Oh, that's wonderful.
We've got 1 minute 15 seconds left about this matchup. All we can say is there's a lot of food on Marsh that typically lends itself very nicely to Loki. They oftentimes go for a 2TC to build up their economy a little bigger, and then they'll just sit around with the Hersier back home, maybe kill some animals with them for the extra favor. And you know, because why not? There's so many animals, you really can't feel too sorry for them. Get that favor, stockpile it, get all those battle boars like you said, for big flaming weapons.
Can I have the game number real quick? I can't find it for some reason.
Game number?
Yeah, where the actual game, the game URL. Sorry.
It won't help for spectator joining. It should be on the list. I'll just cancel and we'll both join late. That's fine. So if you sort by time, then you'll see when they have started, and it should be Kvolf versus Soup. 5, 6, 7. Number 8. If you filter for 2 players.
Hang on.
Further
How
down
did you
now.
find that?
So I filter for 2 players. Then I sort by time.
There it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I was grabbing the game URL. They've been posting it in Discord. But
That's fine.
apparently they forgot
Let's just fast forward to get to our point of wherever, and we'll start late. And
Yeah, okay.
let's play the intro in the meantime.
Sorry about that, everybody. Sorry, it is what it is. All right, ready, set, play.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Marsh. Hi there. Lots of animals getting herded under the TC. Kvav is the Hades.
In the blue, and then top right side in the red, we got Holsk Zopa going for a little Loki action. I like Loki, man. It's fun to watch by all means. Let's see what crazy shenanigans he can bust out. Soup can bust out. He's known for some weird stuff. Can we do a quick time check, Naka?
I'm at
Before we
1
jump in too
minute
far?
45.
Okay, cool. Same. All right, we're all good to go. We're just a couple seconds late, but we're all good to go.
That's hot. Okay, for Kvav, we've got the fancy build order where you make a super early temple with a ton of villagers on it to gather the favor for Vaults of Erebus. I guess he must be worried about a gold star, but right here outside of his base is another gold mine. So should he really have gone for this build order? Is it economically sound? In the long term, definitely. But he will suffer in the early game a little bit.
Oh, I think he'll be okay by all means. You know, he's got plenty of hunt. He's got gold on the backside. He's got wood options. I think it's fine. I think it's probably worth it in the end. But I mean, having said that, Naka, what's the follow-up? Okay, fine. So, you know, it's your Egypt. I think that Soup is good, or sorry, Kvoth is, you know, he's a good enough player. His build order is going to be just fine. I think he's going to have a fine advance time, etc., etc. But what's the play into Loki here? You know, if for example, you see the far left town center, that's technically for Kvoth. That's technically a back TC.
Yes.
But it is A, it's pretty darn exposed, but B, it's got a whole bunch of hunt around it. So that's a tantalizing little piece of real estate right there. Is it viable to go for that early though?
It's so open. I'd be so worried about it. For Soup, however, look what's behind his TC. Another gold mine. That's as secure as it gets. So I think for Soup, he would be interested in grabbing that and then putting whatever pressure he can on that of Kvov's TC over there. Maybe kill the animals so that you can't very easily use granaries to get them. Greek is pretty susceptible to that. Oh my god. He's going for Heimdall. What is going on? Is this going to be a Heimdall boom? Are we finally going to see it? Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm ready. I'm gonna head into the tech tree for a quick second because none of you have actually seen this in action. So you essentially get Rixtula, and this thing is gonna give you a 20% work rate on your buildings, which means your villagers get trained faster. If you can 2TC and make that work, that's gonna be completely nuts.
Yeah.
Your villagers will be pumped out like there's no tomorrow.
Okay, but Naka, I think Rixtula, or what is it called? How do you pronounce it?
Rixtula, I think, is fine.
Rixtula, is it Tula? Whatever. Okay, regardless, it could be sick, but I don't think. Yeah, okay. So we're seeing a couple of great hauls going up so
fair
far.
enough.
I don't think we're gonna see that anytime soon. If we're gonna the upgrade, meaning if we were to see Rixtula, it would have to be a backtown center. There's no way. You'd have to have some giant cojones to build forward like this and go for the second TC.
No, this is...
Rixtula boom.
He's still getting it. It's for attacking. Oh my god. he just undermine the back tower to get rid of the partially constructed buildings to delay military? Whoa.
Yeah.
Second tower
Dude,
is
it's
dead
not a-
too. But it is Hades.
I don't think it's a bad idea.
He's Hades though. He can zom.
Well, no, but yeah. But even so, he can solve. I like it, man. I like it. I think it's ooh, nice little catch on Ajax right there. By the way.
Oh, the villager! It's not a full surround.
Ah,
I like what Ajax says. Like, ooh. I love that sound he makes.
it's a tickle. Ooh. Is he gonna ooh back home, or is he gonna get picked off? I think he's. Oh my, dude! Can I tell you something?
He stole the
Naka?
relic.
Well, but on top of that, Soup is on point with his Einherry special attack.
Mm.
The fact that it gives your units the speed boost, I think it's awesome. He uses that perfectly right at the nick of time. Like he did it right there just to make sure that he got ahead of the Ajax.
Oh yeah, that's gotta be manual, but we've got the Zom, and that should protect the base for now. But there's so much stuff here from Soup, it's scary. What's the relics here? He's already got 3 of them. Arrows of Heracles will buff the ranged soldiers, like throwing axemen here. We've also got the Tusk of the Iron Boar for stronger cavalry, health-wise. And the Black Lotus, all in Soup's temple for faster farming, that one. And another one. Karen's Obol is what one of the Hersiers is carrying. There's 2 more relics on the map. This Bridle of Pegasus for 3 Pegasus spots and adamantine shingles for super strong houses. Okay, that's really it for now. 6 relics on Mars. It's crazy.
Honestly, people often scoff at the adamantine shingles, the stronger houses. That could be beneficial, dude. Like by the way, there's a raid going in that I'm completely missing down on that wood line. A little bit of a Vil pick actually happened as well. Hopefully, I think I'm at the live game. Anyway, that stronger house relic, that could be sick to soak up a lot of earthquake damage, man.
Mm. And they're better than a wall in the early game.
Yeah, that too. So get your relics, folks. Get your relics. It's easy to get like the eco ones, the military ones, but those ones for buildings and even houses are sick too.
Medium cavalry will be queued up. We've also got Ice in the Forest on the way. The Cav didn't do so hot. I mean, they got the 1 kill on the villager, right? But, they're pretty damaged. There's no healing available right now. And meanwhile, Kvath has been busy building up an army. This is some nice Toxotes hoplites, as well as Minotaurs. A 3rd one is coming out, and then after that, he will probably turn them into bulls. Currently, they're... What do you call... little bulls, like when they're still adolescent?
Oh, like a kid bull? Like
Yeah.
a child bull? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I know this, but you asked me about it, and so of course I'm gonna forget. I can't remember.
No worries.
A calf, I guess? A calf?
A calf Minotaur, that's right.
A calf minotaur. Okay, sure, yeah.
Well, I called them a
J-Tuck says
cow
calf.
Minotaur earlier. That's worse, I think.
Is that it? That's like an insult. I don't want a cow minotaur. Calf is acceptable.
Yeah, Pegasus
Naka,
is
so having
dodging all the shots. You should make more Pegasus. Put them over the
Pegasus
throwing
rush,
axemen.
man.
Blot out the sky.
There's a reason why Peggy named himself Pegasus, and it's secret OP.
It says in the Kamos bio that he was a Minotaur calf. Okay, it's in the lore. We got this.
Wow. Can confirm then. Well done. We got engagement here, Naka. We have an Einherry using the special attack for the RC to get around on the talks. Restoration. This is a really good engagement, but the restoration might actually give the fight to Quoth. Oh, after all, Draugr spawn. Special attack on those talks, man.
This is a
Those
very
minerals are so-
equal engagement as far as kill to death goes, but the hoplite surviving will be shooing away the raiding Cav. And just a little bit, Kvothe was able to gain ground, just enough to force Soup to reconsider.
Dude, that was such a good engagement by Soup. Again, the fact that he used his Einherry special attack to help the speed boost to get his RC back around the Tox. It was amazing, dude. That was awesome. Ultimately, it's not as, micro. Restoration is too strong. Restoration is greater than, micro, unfortunately, for Soup.
Oh,
but
certainly.
That was a really cool engagement.
Oh, the relics! Steal the relics! Yes! That's my favorite thing.
Achilles got the Black Lotus, man. Look at all those freaking relics, man. There's 5 of them. Jeez.
That's insane. The temple was actually full, so we couldn't put in the last one. But now they're all out, so the fight is really what matters. Throwing Axeman actually targeting the Minotaur. It's not the best use of their DPS. Finally retargeted onto the hoplites, and now they're doing their work. That's more like what it should look like. Also got the troll spawn. This should secure Soup's position overall, but Achilles at least gets away with his relic. Meanwhile, Kvothe has been on the gold mines, securing the front ones as well as the back one. As long as he has a nice wall in the main base, nothing can really truly raid this. You would require either a wall break or a dock.
Oh.
Doesn't even have to be a transport ship. You can just use a longboat.
Yeah, and then with the longboat, you can attack the wall. Hey.
I mean, the longboat can transport.
And attack the wall is what I'm saying.
And attack the wall.
It's dual purpose, baby.
Hell yeah. All the relics getting quickly shift clicked by Soup. That is exactly what you should be doing. I'll say those hunters are really exposed. Kvothe could go and bully them a little bit. He's also got all these shades, and I don't think there's enough hearse here to really deal with them if he micros this nicely. Just gonna pull them back and enter the fight from the sides, ideally with the throwing Axeman being the target.
Ultimately, Naka, there are not a lot of Tox in this army, so this is a scary looking army in my opinion, but if there was a big ball of Tox, it would be so much scarier. What is this engagement right here, dude? What?
It's the choke point, Iron Man. It is the choke point. The hoplites are doing pretty good, but the throwing Axemen have other ideas. The Hersier get on top of the Minotaurs, and they're going down pretty damn quick. The shades have disappeared. And Kvothe might have disappeared as well. He does. Soup is going to the finals today, ladies and gentlemen. This is a fantastic performance, but we're not completely done with Kvothe. We will see him in the bronze round against the loser between Magic and Chemo.
Wow, man, wow. After that engagement, after the restoration, I assumed that Soup would be in such a sketchy position. It's happened to me a bajillion times. You lose the restoration fight, you build in the center, and you just get punished big time by a big calf gore right to your face. But I think that Soup, if you zoom out a little bit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 military production buildings plus the temple. I think that Soup had enough military buildings that he could recover from that restoration fight, honestly. And after that, I think that was such an awkward fight for Kvothe to take, man.
Yeah.
He didn't have a big number of talks. And so this little corridor right here was better for Soup. He got this around. He even had the troll, the throwing axeman. And so if there was a big ball of talks, it would have been sick. But honestly, it was just too awkward. He had pure melee units almost, and it was just awkward for Kvothe.
Yeah, all these hoplites just really didn't get all that much done. They took Sodis. There were a bunch of idle units around, by the way, which would have helped a lot in that fight. But even looking at the hoplites, they didn't have their Athena upgrades. Sarissa would have been certainly very useful there. And for the Tuxodis, well, just needed numbers, really. Kvothe did have a bank, so there's no excuse not to make another building and more units, right? That's one of the big missions of a Greek player playing classical fight, that yes, you have to remember to make additional barracks. And Kvothe kind of forgot. Stopped at 4.
Well, I mean, he's got 4, 2 archery ranges, two military academies. That's not too bad for, I guess we're just about at 13 minutes into the game at this point in time. But still, again, Soup has got 7 total buildings producing. And so you can see, in fact, I'm going to go take a look at the timeline real quick to see what the actual military units looked like. Wow, actually, they were pretty comparable, Naka, numbers
Very,
wise.
very.
But
But
you know, for
Kvolf had
whatever,
these resources, right? Like just looking at the current
yeah,
bank as well. Uh,
yeah,
you don't have to save up for heroic right now. You want to win the fights, and then worry about that.
yeah, fair. You know, look how bad of a fight that was at the very end. Soup's timeline, you know, his military units is what I'm looking at right now. It just kamikaze nosedive for Kvoth. He got
Yeah.
smoked, man, and Soup is just chilling up there still with his 39, 40 units. That was a good dude. I don't know how players like Rappel, players like you know, Rappel, Soup, etc., who are so successful with Norse. I don't know how they do it, man. When I really don't know how they do it. Engagements like that, I've lost so many of them. It's crazy. So kudos to them to being able to pull it off. Really well played by Soup.
Yeah, for sure. It's certainly not trivial. Takes a lot of effort and really good micro. Everything has to kind of go your way, and then you get momentum. Norse is really good at that whole momentum thing, but it's something you have to build yourself. So that's gonna be a
Indeed.
3-1 victory. Very, very nicely played. Definitely by both players. Was fun to watch. Now we're gonna be waiting for either the bronze match or the finals. I think because it's pretty early in the day, we could be doing the bronze match first and give the finalists some time. Let's see how that's gonna go. Currently, Magic and Chemo are still fighting. They just started that. So getting in on the action might be an option. Do you want to?
Yeah, sure. Since I was sick last week, I don't know how you guys did the logistics between all the different streams. So whatever, you know, whatever, I'm here. So whatever's easiest.
Yeah, because they're currently waiting for their next set. Chemo is up 1-0, and they're going to be playing on Kerlaugar. So what we could be doing is just swap our interface to Boyd's for the drafting. So you just change the URL in the source to from Naka to Boyd, and I think that should do the job. Yeah, it did. Very good. And we can jump in on the Magic versus Chemo game. I'll also super quickly edit my scoreboard. Game
Ah, sick. That
score.
worked.
Pick up Boyd. Then Iron Maiden, I think. What we gotta do now is play the Kerlagar intro and then try to join their game. Ready to
Okay.
go?
Do we have? I'm not ready to go. I just grabbed the game URL. You're fast, bro. You're so much faster than me. Okay.
I've done it a
Now I'm
bunch of
ready to go.
times.
Yeah. Now I'm ready to go. Now I'm ready to go. So just tell me when.
All right, let's Kerlagar up. 3, 2, 1, go. We might be late joiners for this one, but we are joining nonetheless. 1-0 is the current score in this. And what we're looking at is the other semifinals from Wrath of the Gods, the second qualifier. $1,000 are on the line, but $15,000 for the total event, thanks to a massive contribution from Microsoft. In the blue color, this is Magic, playing as Zeus.
And who do we have over in the red? We have the challenger currently up 1-0. Chemo in the red. Chemo going with Odin. I find this fairly peculiar, Naka, for a couple of reasons. I haven't really seen or known Chemo to be much of a Norse player, but I also have not really watched many of his games on Retold in general. But so that's one. But two, on Kerlauger, we saw a whole lot of Kerlauger choice games played in the Genesis tournament. Also, the Red Bull, it was fairly popular in Red Bull as well. And I think I only saw Norse maybe once. It seems like Greek definitely favored, little bit of Egyptian, but not really, and some Atlantean as well. So the Odin pick is really peculiar here for me. What do you think?
I've
Do you
never
have any
seen it
idea?
on Kerlagar, to be
Right.
completely honest with you. Early on, I guess there was this whole case of trying to go for Ragnarok and you know, having stuff like mountain giants available due to the extra food, and when the walking woods were a little better. Yes, the early days, we've seen some Odin, but
Yeah.
I think Odin kind of fell off. And by the way, I just want to check with you, have you also fast forwarded all the way to 4 minutes 20 something?
Not quite 4 minutes 20. My fast forward slowed down, but I'm getting there. So
Okay,
I'll get there. I'll get there. I'll get there. I'm still fasting
at some point
forwarding.
it will stop, and that's where we're synced, so it's fine. Okay, cool.
So yeah,
So
you're up at the live game then.
yes,
Okay, good.
just now. And they're advancing. We've got Freya versus Athena. But yeah, going back, Odin, I think he kind of fell off the face of the earth recently. He's still really good when it comes to like hunting, right? But a water map, I'm not entirely sure I see the point. You know, you do get your Kraken, but it straight up loses to the Scylla. So what is really the thing that you get out of Odin here? You got the regenerating units, and you can do a little bit of raiding, as people will be gathering from all these fishing spots. Maybe your raiding cavalry can just go after the fishing ships. The water here is something you can walk on, and I think that can do quite a bit of work, considering that the docks won't be shooting at your land units.
Yeah,
So maybe that's a play.
potentially yes. Um, I suppose honestly, over on Magic side, Magic's going for double. As Zeus, surprise, surprise, is going for double military academy. So he probably has the similar thing in mind. Not necessarily going for fishing ships, but going using his hoplites to go for docks. And just if you kill the docks, then you can afterward kill the fishing ships. What was that?
That was a bolt on a uh on the Valkyrie, but he's already here to bully the dock. He's already dealt like 400 damage to this one. He's got the trireme around to try and help as well. And guess what? The Minotaur is actually sick against the longboat, so that's not really a consideration you always make, but here it is. This is how you will take this
Ouch.
place down.
I like this aggression, man, from Zeus. I think it's a strong play.
Very.
It's super viable and it's such a strong play. I haven't. I've seen it against Atlantean, and the Atlantean players usually go for Mass Terma. Ultimately, they typically lose the water anyway. So let's see how well that Chemo can actually try and keep this bottom side of water alive.
Well, his army is starting to look a little bit more competent now when it comes to taking on the Greek one. There are not too many ships, so that is something to watch out for. But as long as the ship is the one tanking, and the throwing axeman can do the bonus damage to infantry, I think this is going to work out just fine. The ships are not terribly great at hitting the land units either. Restoration comes in. It's very early to restore this army, I think. And we've got a forest
Keeps
fire.
us. Okay.
It...
I'm not a big fan of the forest fire uses like that, but hey,
Yeah.
if Magic is distracted, by all means, he can maybe jump in there. Speaking of jumping in there, Hersier trying to jump in on the triremes. I agree, that was a really early restoration, but sometimes you want to just use it to keep your Minotaur, your calf Minotaur alive, right?
Calf Minotaur. Dragon ships out. That should take care of the triremes, but the hoplite has something to say about that. You thought these land units were good against the longship? Well, guess what's gonna happen to the dragon ship? It's got no hack armor. All these units deal hack damage, but then you've got the case of the throwing axe and once again getting on top of the hoplites. But now they're attacking the Minotaur. Some of them were attacking the triremes, and the triremes just acting as archers here, taking out all these fragile units, even though not all arrows are hitting. It's brutal.
Very, man. Like Chemo, sure, Chemo still has one dock left over on that bottom side, but it looks like Magic is super close to actually cleaning up. Actually, maybe not, man. I don't know. Chemo's holding on here. He's doing a decent job. He needs to get out maybe one or two more ships to try and survive here and force Magic to continue investing resources into this bottom side, but never mind. That dock's going down super fast.
All these fishing ships are now useless. There's nowhere for them to run. And the hoplites will be picking them off. Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy, baby.
Oh my god, it's not over. Dionysus is coming up. Magic is looking to put on even more pressure. He's added in archery ranges now on the land. And, you know, as soon as he reaches the heroic age... Oh my god, I'm getting another fast forward here. What's going on?
I think you might have... Did you forget to... I'm fast forwarding as well. I'm almost at 10 minutes.
Right, so let's... Normal play at 10 minutes, okay?
Okay, 51, 52. Real quick, while we're figuring out the time situation, I do want to say one thing. Typically, gold is super sketchy on Kerlauger because it's either on the very exterior or it's in the center of the map. But this is a unique spawn. Look in the back of Chemo's base. He's got a crazy sick gold mine back there. Very, very defensible. So, by all means, you know, Dionysus is strong, but at the same time, for Magic to actually finish this game, it's gonna take some work. It's definitely gonna take some work.
Yeah, that's for sure. Not gonna be easiest, especially once Frost Giants freeze everything. You can use Frost Giants to deal with the Scylla also. That's a consideration. But these hoplites
How
are
far
gonna
ahead
be...
of you are you, man?
Oh, I'm at almost 11 minutes now.
Okay. Keep fast forwarding. Keep fast forwarding. This is getting a little bit awkward, man. Can I just real quick, Naka? Do you just want to split out onto one stream, or I guess combine onto one stream so we don't have this awkwardness?
No.
Okay, that's fine.
No, I think everybody should be getting something out of this. We've got a Kraken.
Well,
I'm at 11:30 now, and I'm normal playing.
Keep going, man. Keep going.
Fast
Got a
forward.
Frost.
Where do I go?
Just do your thing.
It's over anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you're telling me. I see.
Yeah.
And that's why it's going fast forward. Oh my god, this cow, man.
Yeah, it's literally over. Is the point?
I see. See, when it started fast forwarding for me, I just let it play normally, and now we're talking about time and fast forwarding instead of the game. Great.
Yeah. Well, okay, so by all means, a little bit of awkwardness, but we're figuring it out, everybody. You know, despite that, I think that Magic did a great job. This was essentially, like, this is exactly what he wanted to do. He cleaned up. Honestly, I think Chemo did a good job delaying the loss of the bottom side of water. He forced Magic to invest quite a lot and a restoration in order to kick him off of water on the bottom side. So I think that was decent by Chemo. Where I think Chemo misplayed is sending his army so far out into the middle of the map over the last 2-3 minutes. Why? You know, what is he trying to accomplish? Dionysus came in. As soon as he saw Dionysus come in, like, he was chasing a whole bunch of hoplites with throwing axemen. I don't know. I think it was awkward. I think the play rather
It is
is
awkward.
to,
And as soon as you
chill a little
have
bit.
bronze on your boys, those
Yeah.
hoplites are gonna beat the throwing axemen. It's crazy, but it's true.
Exactly. So no point to send him out there. Just sit on your gold mine, secure what you need to. Maybe think about a town center. Just get heroic yourself.
Yeah, Magic a little bit too strong in this one, and kind of shows the struggles of Odin. You just don't have the initiative. Bolt takes care of your first myth unit. Really can't win that first fight very easily. You need a lot more units. And where are those units gonna come from? It's just hard to make it work.
Sure. Well played, Magic. Ties it up 1-1. Nice.
Yeah. Next map is going to be Midgard, and we already have the gods. It's going to be between Freyr and Isis. Magic being the Freyr himself. Let's see if they already have their lobby up and running. Maybe not, but it should be coming shortly.
Well, okay. I want to mention one thing real quick that I've been I've seen a couple of messages from Magic and Discord. So just so that everybody knows, I presume most everybody knows, but just in case you don't, Magic a couple of weeks ago, Magic got LASIK eye surgery, and so he's taken a little bit of a break in order for his eyes to recover from the eye surgery, right? And I know he signed up for this qualifier. He's playing. He's in the day 2 of the qualifier, but I think he's maybe still struggling a little bit with visual clarity. I saw a couple messages from him a little bit earlier. I can't remember exactly what he said, but just a little bit awkward. So that is a little bit of a handicap, let's call it, that he's playing with.
Sure.
So this might be Chemo's opportunity to kick him out of the series.
Yeah, man, in the early days of such an eye surgery, everything is really a strain. And especially playing a video game at such a high level is just... that's going to require a little bit of getting used to and a lot of rest after that. So Magic is definitely straining himself here. But I do hope everyone thinks he's putting on a good show. Certainly was fun to watch
Indeed.
that game just now.
Well, I mean, here's my opinion, Naka. I think that Magic was slow to start. He was really slow to start with Retold in general, but I think it was the main event of Genesis is where he really, bam, he really made a statement. I'm back, baby, back in black. And since then, he's been pretty on point with strategies, decisions, and just general gameplay. I think he's been playing really well. So, like, for example, you saw in that previous game, okay, fine, maybe Zeus against Odin is not the most difficult game to play for Zeus on that map. But still, I think he played great. No over investment into ships. He was just making good decisions and kind of playing exactly what he wanted to play. Chemo ended up giving him the game. So lucky Magic, but still, I think that was really, really solid play. So despite the eye troubles, he's still doing just fine, honestly. What map are we on, by the way? Sorry.
It's gonna be Midgard.
Midgard.
Do you have the draft screen up?
Yeah, I got it.
Cool. Yeah, we're just taking Boyd's information at the moment, so we don't have to do anything, which is very comfy. Hey, actually, the lobby is up. I'm seeing it.
Yeah. Got about a minute of spec delay left.
Very good.
Dude! What?
What's up?
Freyr against Isis on Midgard?
Yeah, I've never seen Freyr on a water map, honestly. Certainly not Midgard. That's a first for me.
Yeah, Soup, a Freyr expert. Why? Freyr against Isis. Isis is the no-brainer, but Freyr here.
Yeah, let us know. In the meantime, we're gonna go to Midgard with our map intro. Let's hit it. Boom. Welcome to Midgard for our third game in this series. Again, we didn't cover the first one because we did another series at the time. But Magic here just equalized this. He's going to be playing Freyr here. Very interesting. I can't wait to see what he does.
I don't know what he's gonna do. I don't know the thought, but hey, man, he's the GOAT, not me, right? Over on the red hand side, we have Chemo playing Isis, a lot more of an obvious pick there. I think we know it's pretty. We might be a little confused with the Freyr pick here, but Isis at this point in time definitely a lot more straightforward. We've seen her get chosen plenty. I don't knowing Chemo's style. Is he gonna go? Well, actually, have you seen real quick? I haven't. It's been a long time since I've casted Chemo games. Actually, Naka.
Mm.
What is your? I don't. I think you have casted definitely more than I have. I'm surprised by he's picking a lot more Norse. He just seems to be a little bit of a different player. He was kind of like Magic as well, in my opinion. He was a little bit of a. It took him time to adapt to
Yeah.
Retold. But has he changed as a player? Is he still kind of the boomy whatever, or I don't know? Is he like what can we expect from Chemo with Isis on Midgard? I guess that's the point I'm
He
getting
doesn't
to.
always boom. And certainly on Midgard, one of the stronger plays is to just go straight up fast heroic, secure your front gold mine, get your Isis business going for Ancestors Eclipse, either on the main
Yeah.
base or just as part of a push. Get your Migdol to secure the gold mine, get your Migdol units. That's still very valid in Retold, I would say, against Freyr as well, who will be slower, gearing up for that heroic age combat, because you're getting all these early technologies. Sure, they're cheap, but for them to fully pay off with their longer research time as well, it just takes some time, right? And Isis, well, you got a lot of momentum, you got a god power that is very economic with prosperity there. Able to get you a lot of priests, so any myth unit plays from Freyr just not going to be a factor. One thing in favor of Freyr, however, is you can get your fortress done early on, the Asgardian Bastion, and get out a bunch of Huskarl. So maybe that is one of his considerations here for Magic, that he will shut down any chariot play with that. But we'll see.
I'm not a believer.
In Huskarl?
Yeah, I used to be a believer, but I'm not a believer. I think especially considering that Egyptian axemen are so deadly against infantry, I think that with one single, if you're gonna go for Huskarls in Retold, because remember they have they get honestly, chariots do a pretty decent, like archers do a pretty decent job against them. Archers are so darn strong in Retold. And so I think that if you're going to go for Huskarls, you need at least 2 hill forts for production. You need the mass, because if you just trickle them in, if you have a handful, they can easily get countered by axemen. Axemen are so crazy strong against them.
Yeah, I
So
completely
I don't
agree
know
with that.
about that.
So, okay, what we could be seeing from Chemo is an alternative where you go for heavy barracks play and you get a bunch of Sphinxes out as well, get an early Eclipse, try to win the early fights and just deny the second gold mine to the Freyr. That could be a thing. But, you know, if there's enough pre-existing Huskarl and there's no Axeman from Chemo, if he tries to go his classic just Migdol style, then those chariots will need some overtime with the kiting. Granted, they do get their bonus damage against Huskarl as well. So they're not immune to that. And they didn't get any buff in the Pierce Armor department either. So that's very true that chariots actually do well against them.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, fair enough, and that's what you just said about the potential for him to go for some barracks units early on. That's what I was saying. Like, do I expect him to just go straight fast heroic with a fish boom behind it? I mean, yes, maybe, but at the same time, we've seen plenty of barracks play by Egyptian in general in Retold, and so considering kind of the slower burn of Freyr, what is Freyr going to do early on to actually to take it to try and actually, can I tell you something, Naka? Look at the gold situation for Magic. He okay, fine. He has his starting gold mine, whatever. That's probably going to be fine. But look after that. His next gold mine out in front. That's his only, literally his only option is right in the front.
That's
of the
the
base
only
where the
reasonable one. Everything else is just high risk.
Yes. So, I mean, he can maybe drop his hill fort and secure it, but still against the ancestors' potential, or even barracks units, honestly, of from ISIS. I don't know, man. I think that's super super sketchy. It's gonna be tough.
But man, Chemo is going naked. This is just
Ooh.
heroic by itself. Nothing else. So I think if Magic sets himself up with a bunch of hers here, that will protect him against the early Ancestors Eclipse in his main base. He won't have to hide all the villagers forever, as these guys will be able to take it all down. Then he is getting his Asgardian Hill Fort that will protect his gold mine. The reasonable gold mine, of course. And then, yeah, for Chemo, it's really all about that heroic age. He's letting his ships do the work for food. There were 14 fishing ships on both sides as last I checked. It should be pretty much the same now.
Well, I wanna know a couple of things. Well, actually, I'm gonna go to Magic's point of view with the Fog of War. He doesn't, which is not surprising. He doesn't see anything on Chemo's side of the map aside from that couple of gold mines in the town center, a little bit north of the center. So he doesn't know what Chemo's going for right now. He can strategically assume or predict that it's going to be a straight fast heroic, especially since there's no ships on his fish right now. But still, I don't know, he's going to have to prepare a lot. He can assume that Nephthys is coming in. He's going to see it here in just a couple of seconds. Nice little priest pick right there.
Whoa.
Hopefully we're at the same time, Naka.
Sir, this is pure Great Halls. 5 of them.
Wow. Whoa.
Yeah, and behind this Aegir is getting clicked up. Is this about just getting more hero sets as well? Must
Goldie.
be. Well, it would be Goldie later, but for now it's just Hershey's getting unlocked. We also got the Hostgarl getting trained. And all the armory ups are getting queued up. Chemo has made an extra Leviathan, by the way, on the far side. So he's going to attack with 2 Leviathans on sea. That reduces the land potential, but hey, he's going to eclipse them, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Personally, I'm surprised. Actually, we were going with Great Halls. Now we got the Longhouse spam going forward. I'm surprised he's going with the Huskarls. Personally, I know right now it just looks like he's going for mass military, just basically a little bit of everything. Okay, sure. But still, I'm a little bit surprised about the Huskarls. Let's see if they actually do anything, dude. Naka.
I'm here, I'm watching. Not much is happening at the moment. We've got, oh, that's a great use of the Tempest right there in the middle of the army. The villagers are also getting kind of blasted by this thing. Long term, some of them might die. And, you know, these are going to be upgraded units shortly. We've already got medium cavalry. We've not yet got medium infantry. But everything of Chemo's is frozen, man.
Wow.
What does he do?
That's a good question. There's there's just one ancestor left over. I think that's it. He's got 25 military population, man, and part of that is in Leviathans. Okay, I kind of thought this game would go the exact opposite, and Magic would be the one in a sketchy position. He got destroyed indeed. Are you kidding me?
One thing that's going in Chemo's favor is what the Leviathan is doing on the sea. I still haven't seen where the Kraken is. Okay, I guess he found it. One of the Leviathans was idle this whole time. Chemo forgot it in the heat of the battle. It will be beating the Kraken just about, I think, while the Eclipse is on. But after that, it will start to lose. So, something to watch out for. For Magic, it's all about those rock giants. And he's getting a Kraken as well to go to Chemo's side and to ask him what's Kraken.
Where is the rock giant, by the way? That guy's, he's just barely coming in.
Fighting villagers. It's tanking the kitchen knives. It's OP.
I guess. Yeah, everybody's concerned about how to counter rock giants. They're a pretty strong myth unit. Have you considered butter knives against rocks?
Try priests. They do divine damage, and these guys don't have a lot of health, so that's the idea. But Chemo doesn't have gold, so he can't afford ideas.
You want to know, dude, he doesn't have gold. Dude, check out his villager numbers. 16 villagers. Sure, he's got tons of fishing ships, but that,
What a
that
disaster.
Tempest... Yeah, dude, 37 to 17 villagers. Are you kidding me? Sure, the game ain't over, but he's hanging on here. He still has his Migdal up and everything, but for how long? That's the big question, for how long? That is such a huge eco discrepancy.
Yeah, sir, for Magic, it's really just a matter of getting the line upgrades for his units and continuing the pump, because his economy has been happily working in the background, right? And now he's got the Krakens and the Draki going across the map to bully the fishing ships off Chemo a little bit. So even that advantage is going to be disappearing, and then Chemo really has nothing significant behind this. So he needs to pull a rabbit out of a hat at this point.
Or a villager, or a town center, or something like that, man. That is, dude, 18, oh my. How has he lost so many villagers? I guess, actually, I guess that's partially why he's alive, right? Because he was, his military, he was out-popped militarily by Chemo, so I guess losing villagers and sacrificing, you know, the military, attacking the villagers instead of his own army, I guess that kept him alive technically, but for how long, that's a big question. At what cost?
Shaftmine and Bosa are already in for Magic, so he's really not messing around. He's getting a second town center. If you're ahead, get more ahead, he says. The raiding cav do remain medium for the moment, but heavy cavalry is about to finish. Bronze shields are coming in, so these chariots soon aren't gonna really do much more than tickle them. Krakens are still going.
Camels are going too. Knock a pretty big raid down on the left side. On those vills, nice. He's gonna need about 10 more of those in order to equalize the vill numbers.
I think Magic's thinking about sieging. He's getting the 9 Waves upgrade. That will make his siege weapons better. It's kind of like the Balder Ram upgrade, but early. And it affects Ballista. So that's pretty good. Bunch of Herdmen are getting added. They can chill by the villagers and just protect them. Or maybe he just takes them into the fight.
I'm a little bit surprised that he would go for Siege, because he upgraded the Rock Giants to Bear Greasy. So Bear Grylls is, honestly, at this point in the game, I think the Bear Grylls is better against buildings compared to the Portable Rams.
Are you calling
Portable
them
Rams
Bear
are
Grylls? That's him. That's
yeah.
I love it. Thank you.
You have your own puns. I have mine. I have mine. Anyway, seriously, like they're just the Bear Greasy are so much tankier. They're complicated to counter, whereas Portable Rams, they're basically throwaway units at this point in the game. Maybe he can get away with making a couple to try and pick off the Migdal, but I think more effectively would probably be Bear Greasy.
Oh, look at that positioning on the Herdmen. They're perfectly encountering the Camels, who are, by the way, unupgraded. They have absolutely no chance in this one. What Camels? They're gone.
What Camels? Honestly, Chemo's macro right there, he just played right into Magic's hand. Chariots were fighting the raiding cavalry, Herdmen were fighting the Camels, or Camels fighting the Herdmen, whatever. Dude, Magic's army is smoking. Chemo, look at the stats, bro. Oh, and
what's Chemo?
Hope. What stats? What Chemo? Wow. We were asking what's the thought behind Freyr? I guess that's the thought behind Freyr, man. I guess Tempest is the thought behind Freyr. That was a pretty decent counter to the Ancestors Eclipse. Was that really nice Tempest timing? That was great.
It was absolutely insane. The villagers all got frozen. They couldn't run away after that, obviously. And this is not like Frost's freeze. Like, these villagers, if you hit them, they feel the whole weight off the attack. No super armor gets applied to them, so they just disappear after that. And with that economic advantage, Magic was able to gather a little bit more than extra 7,000 resources compared to Chemo. That's a massive discrepancy, and he sure put it to work.
Wow, dude, but like that's the final result, 7,000. But like Kimo had a good bull, like a good fish boom, man. But still, just look at the whole time. He's at like even back around 6 minutes. At 6 minutes, he's 1,000 resources ahead. Like 20% more resources, literally,
Yeah.
at 6 minutes into the game. That's
It,
so bonkers, man.
it must have to do with some of those early upgrades that Freyr gets. Sure, first few minutes it takes time to pay off, but uh,
Hmm.
you know, Egypt is all about that prosperity, trying to change the situation and catching up there. Didn't really happen. Magic also went for plenty of fishing ships. Never really felt behind, even for a moment.
Wow. Literally, I mean, I said it once, I'll say it again. I thought the exact opposite would happen in this game. Magic's forward gold mine was completely fine, and it's actually Magic who was putting the pressure on Chemo's forward gold mine once we got into the heroic age. So it is the exact opposite of really what I predicted.
Yeah, good
Well,
game though. Good game. We've got
good game.
next one already selected. It's gonna be Blue Lagoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got ourselves a Set versus Kronos coming right up. Should be very cool. Now, we've seen Set versus Kronos before, and Soup was absolutely demolishing when he did that. In that matchup when he was the Kronos himself. It's just a fairly easy boom to do. You go up Prometheus, you get your hero citizens, you get your Theft of Fire, and those guys will be working overtime essentially for free. How does Set keep up? Well, Set has to do some kind of pressure plays, and I think Set might need to go 1 TC and actually make something happen with the army. Try to deny that second gold mine, pick off some villagers with some spear raids. Something along those lines, at least.
Excuse me, Slingers too.
Slingers,
Don't
of
forget
course.
the Slingers, man.
Yeah, that's for the big fights.
Yeah. I now having said that, you know, we saw Soup playing Kronos on this matchup on Elysium, which is it's not Elysium is not too different of a map compared to Blue Lagoon, but
Right.
it is different enough, right? So there are some more aggressive animals that he can convert to, you know, eventually. A hunt is a little bit more sparse, so things are a little bit different, honestly. Hang on just a sec, Naka.
Sure. Oh my god, it's a puppy. But yeah, you guys, Maiden's right. You can, you can certainly steal some of the key animals like rhinos, and that really adds up. It's serious value damage that you can deal with a good little animal steal like that. We got around 2 minutes for the spectator delay here, and then we'll jump right in.
Okay, I'm back, Naka.
Just checking the chat. I think they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be fine. They've rehosted already. This is the rehost. They had some issues, but things are moving ahead. So we'll be in just about a minute. Puppies okay?
Okay. Let's see. Where are they? There they are. The puppies are okay. Bears?
Maiden has the best puppies. Look at that. What a good boy.
Alright, are you a dog guy at all, Naka?
A little bit more of a cat guy, but the smaller sized dogs, I do like them, yes.
I think you would like the bears.
I think
He's
so.
the other guy. He's he like sits on a couch. He has cat-esque feline qualities, but he's still very much a doggy, isn't he? Okay, that'll be enough of that. Back into, let's see. Speaking of animals, actually, we have Set coming up. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, we do.
Anyways, yeah, I think that one TC actually, Chemo and Blue Lagoon. I think I could easily see either one or two TC plays here. I've seen Magic go two TCs. We've seen plenty of one TC by set on Blue Lagoon. I think it could go either way.
Our spectator delay is now dead. Let's head to the lagoon. Uh, why won't it play for me? Oh no. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the lagoon. It's blue, but so is the guy over here playing set. This is I Am Magic, currently up 2-1, just needs one more, and he's in the finals.
Indeed, Chemo's trying to make the comeback, man. He took the last game. He's up, or no, Magic got last game, but he is up on the board 1-0. He's in the red, playing Kronos. Chemo with Kronos here. Okay. Naka, we were first things first. We're I think predicting the kind of a similar situation as the as Soup going with Kronos on Elysium. So you tell me, either of these second town centers for Chemo, is that 2TC territory?
Uh, look at the gold mines. I think that's the important part. If you want to go for the 2TCs, you're gonna want a gold mine that you can secure, and it's absolutely not a given in this case. So Chemo would have to sneak villagers, Magic can gold control. So if you get some good scouting information around this map with set, you absolutely can do that. That's not a problem. You should know that this is the kind of place where you go for the gold control. And if Chemo gets
For
a second
sure.
TC, it's easier.
If Chemo gets a second TC, oh, you're saying it's
Easier for Magic.
to gold.
Yeah.
I see. I see. Yeah, indeed, man. But I mean, aside from, well, but both, I think both food and gold are both potential problems. Like if you go for a second town center, the back TC for Chemo, still the patch of gazelles right next to it is way far forward and easily harassable. If Magic decides to go for it. So I don't think that I'm not super confident in the 2TC play here. He's already time shifting his temple.
Yeah, the
And a
initial
forward.
pressure from the Prometheus advance with this forward gold mine, you can knock down the tower while it's not a watchtower yet. You can think about busting through the wall or just diving deep into the villager group as well. That could be an option, but you will be taking some retaliation fire. We'll see what exactly the choice is going to be. And meanwhile, just looking at the manor, Chemo is not shifting them. He doesn't have eyes on his own TC. So he's probably not thinking about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, I suppose we could easily go into some Terma play. I think that's a little bit of Terma play, a little bit of map control, a little bit of mobility. I think that there's opportunity there potentially as well. I don't know if we're going to see a full commitment into classical, but hey, man, you never know. For Chemo, I mean, for Chemo, the Kronos side.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't have to full commit, just enough to keep Magic at bay, and then go for a heroic cage and explode outwards as he secures that second gold mine as well. So I think that should be the overall direction. But here come the Prometheans, and let's see what he's gonna try to bully. Magic's advance is very early. He's got just enough up front here to take care of everything. The Pharaoh has an absolute machine gun on his side, and even a Rhino is coming home to either help or be eaten. One of those things. To be eaten, then.
Any to be eaten it is. Poor guy. Anyway, speaking of being eaten,
Oh my
honestly,
god.
I think
We've seen this before.
we have seen this before. Shifting sands, but there's nothing there to defend, and there's a rhino that time. Like I mentioned, this map does have... There's actually 2 rhinos there, Naka.
That's better than
Is that
one
TC
rhino.
gonna finish?
But the TC is gonna finish, yes, there's no way to stop this. I think Magic doesn't want to donate the rhino, so better leave now. Harass the gold miner a little bit, and just try to not get overwhelmed by any units that may come out soon. Which at the moment there's now no production structure. Chemo has upgraded the watchtower, which is also expensive.
Yeah. Wow. Are you at all surprised that he didn't just try and block the town center straight up? He had 2 rhinos there.
He had 2 rhinos, but the attacks on citizen heroes are not that effective, I guess. So he wasn't really in a rush with that. Good job by Chemo, by the way, sniping one of the rhinos and eating it immediately. And now what?
I know, that's what I'm thinking. I'm not sure what. I guess depending on, maybe there's still some potential for some harassment here, but the problem is that the heroized citizen. I mean, it's okay. I'm gonna go on mute for a few minutes. I'm not sorry.
Yep. Well, this villager could get poisoned again and again and again. So one play that's available to Magic is to move out a little bit and keep healing these animals up, come back in, poke with the Vadget in particular to get these villagers poisoned and eventually killed. There's also second Vadget coming up with a ton of spearmen. So the triple barracks play is in effect, ladies and gentlemen, and Chemo might not be able to hold on to the gold mines with Magic's aggression being as strong as it is. Might lose that rhino if he's not careful, so a little bit of burst healing from the heroes. You can heal with multiple healers at the same time for more speed. I think that would be a good idea right now. A time shift of a watchtower is coming in. That's not cheap, by the way. So watchtowers are not one of those free buildings that you can time shift. And this one does get taken down, so Chemo has paid the price and lost it. But now he's also losing his the animals are getting killed, but so are some of these citizens. The counter barracks has not been built, and another rhino is being brought to the base of Chemo. So for Magic, this better be worth it, because meanwhile the other TC has been producing vills. Crazy stuff. We've got the military barracks also coming up, and Chemo will have finally established the kind of infrastructure that he needs to properly play this game, to make Murmillo, to make some Chiroballista. Probably not going to want to make Terma in this one. While you're dealing with all these spearmen and snacks. A little bit too good. Now the rhino will be falling here. I don't see no healing coming through. The Promethean does get it. Eventually Chemo will have so much food here for him.
Okay, I'm back, Naka.
Hi. Welcome
Hi,
back.
sorry about that. Well, the rhino's getting picked off. That's potentially nice for a Chemo. He can eat those bad boys, but also picking off that time-shifted tower was really nice.
Yeah, for sure. Villagers are very weak though. He doesn't want to risk them right now. And there's no healing available other than Valor. So if you already have a hero and low health, that's tough.
Chiroballista also going down, man. That thing is expensive. He's not on any gold right now, so that thing is expensive. Oof.
He's not able to sneak any gold. Magic is out and about, doing as much hunting as he can while he can. But if the game continues in this direction, Magic can do whatever he wants. He can take a forward gold. He can... you should probably not consider a forward TC or anything like that, but another villager kill comes through, citizen kill that is, and several are super weak. I think Magic's happy with the army he's got right now. He should probably think about heroic and saving up for it.
Ooh, okay. But that's the, there's still 2,000 gold in that starting gold mine of chemo. So sure, he's just barely now, actually legitimately mining. I think that's maybe a good idea, man. Going into the heroic age, getting himself another god power spike, something like that. I think Magic's doing an excellent job securing almost the entire map. But at this point in time, there's a big eco numbers difference just in the pure citizen numbers. So I
Yeah.
don't, with the market in play in the classical age, I don't know if Magic can actually go for the full classical gold star here.
Do you think he can actually just attack the base? Because he's got 80 population versus 26. I think that might be actually scary. Am I overrating
Yeah,
his army?
guess. I don't know. Maybe I'm underrating it, man. Or un. I don't know what I'm rating.
Here comes a sandwich, maybe. Oh, no. Magic's not going for it. He is now. Wait, that Cairo Ballista is dead. That's another very expensive pickoff right there. Chemo can barely afford to keep pace.
He's got 60 eco pop though, man, and he's eating the rhino. Like he's okay. Even in my opinion, even if he loses that second town center, just like he's gonna lose. Actually, it's gonna suck to lose all those farms as well. But
Oh,
just
God.
get the citizens out of there, and he has a huge eco numbers lead. Just chill. Take what you got. Take what you can got.
Even the
Take what you
Pharaoh
can
is
get.
here. Priests are low in numbers, so actually the Prometheans are quite valuable. But meanwhile, the snacks have been fighting against the units, and they're tearing them down pretty quick. Maybe one thing they could do is actually go for the citizen kills, but the spearmen are doing that right now. Already got 1, 2, and counting, but all the spearmen have died. Did Magic overcommit?
I mean, dude, it was 80 population to what, 30 or something like that, but now it's basically equal. Chemo has matched the military population now, and he has the eco population advantage. Watchets are going down. Dude, this is a huge blunder by Magic. I don't know if you call this a straight up throw, but he just lost so much, and he got barely any value for it.
Yeah, that was almost nothing. He didn't get to equalize the villager count. He really went into a fight where there were too many Atlantean citizens around, and they just acted as tanks. They pulled out the kitchen knives as well. And beating these early barracks units that's not that hard, with the kitchen knives.
Sure. Unbelievable, man. What a swing of events here. Chemo almost getting gold starved. Now, Chemo's probably the one putting on the gold starve now. Like, Magic has eco spread all over the map, so it'll take time for, Chemo to find everything. But still, what a swing right there. And he still has his 2 town centers compared to Magic's 1.
Exactly. Where does Magic go from here? Because right now he's sneaking a gold mine on the side. I'm not sure if Chemo's aware of that one. Let's see. In the normal view, he does not know about that gold mine.
Okay.
Oh, that's a problem. He doesn't know about 2 of them, actually. So Magic could sneak both of the little corner gold mines. But of course, he doesn't know that Chemo doesn't know.
Indeed. Actually, so I saw. Oh, we have. By the way, where does Magic go from here? He goes to the 3rd age from here. He just clicked up through Nephthys. Also, he's swapping over into Slingers. So interesting story here, Naka. He can research Electrum bullets since he aged up through Ptah. But he's not going up through Sekhmet, so he won't get the Slings of the Sun upgrade for his Slingers. So they will be sick. They can be sick with Electrum bullets, but they don't get that full power. So I was going to say, okay, fine. He can maybe switch over into Slingers. That's an OP, just mass Slingers. It's OP, of course. But he's not going to have the full power of them eventually.
Yep, those Murmillos do remain scary. Absolutely. Chemo's doing a good job walling off the map, by the way, but the villager does get caught by some axemen. Not exactly the raiding unit you'd want, but if you're already there, you might as well finish the job.
Wow.
There's the Electrum bullets you predicted. That's going to be coming in very useful against these Cairo Ballista. Because they're a menace for these axemen.
Well, still, I mean, you mentioned the Murmillo. By all means, like Electrum Bullets, it still makes things pretty strong against the Murmillo. And we just have Ancestors, Naka. If you're up at the same time as me,
Yep.
Ancestors coming in on this forward position. The Kairos maybe doing a decent job picking him off pretty quickly.
They're eating the
Maybe.
slingshots, Maiden. This is very problematic. Kimo just lost so many of them. The army count is once again not in his favor. With the Murmillos now getting on top of the Axemen, that's not the best place for them to be. Sure, they kill some slingers, but they all die in the process. Ouch.
Ouch, indeed. That fight looked kind of okay, but the Slingers were able to range that the Kairos, man. That was pretty brutal, ultimately, for Chemo. So we have the comeback, we have the swing, we might have the re-swing here in favor of Magic.
He still got the economy. The overall population count looks okay. It's just the military that isn't. Let's see if he can pump out a bunch of cavalry, but so far it's just more Murmillo. If it was a handful of Contarius, I think it would be a very different kind of game, but now Magic's getting on top of the last remaining gold mine, and he might yet again turn this around. If he does, he goes into the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Chemo has very little places to run to. Can he actually win this next fight? I'm not sure he has enough Murmillo for this. Maybe if he had been in the heroic age for a chaos, but like this, it's not gonna be a brutal win, that's for sure.
Indeed. Look at those Terma and the Kairos melt. But at the same time, dude, Chemo's still alive here, man. Chemo is definitely still alive. He brought in the citizens from behind to help with the cleanup.
That's true.
He lost a handful there, but still, he's okay, man.
He lost most of these gold citizens, but he can just take the others to go to the gold mine. It's not the end of the world. But maybe Magic took a town center and he's an age up. He's spamming more slingers. He will need something for the Murmillo. But hey, maybe a handful Scorpion Men wouldn't be the worst idea. He does have a little favor.
Oh, yeah.
Hiding under the TC, that's the move for sure.
Man, this is a pretty epic game, man. We got swings all over the place. We're on playground right now, watching Chemo against Magic. This is great. The game moves on, though. But for how long? Look at the eco advantage. 94 eco population for Chemo. So sure, like you said, he lost those vills, but he can just do a switcherooski, swap some vills over or citizens over to that gold mine, and he's chilling. So now it's equal population, 2 TCs to 2 TCs, and we just have a big eco population or eco advantage for Chemo, and he's up through Hyperion as well, Naka.
Yeah, that's gonna come in super useful. We still not seen deconstruction, so I'm surprised a little bit Chemo hasn't stuck a unit around here to get that Migdal as soon as it comes up. Because, you know, once there's chariots, once there's... Hell, you would probably want to add in an elephant here if you're Magic, right? Just for the tanking power.
Ooh.
But it's gonna be chariots.
I like that, yeah.
Wow, did you see that bait? He just moved the melee units forward to bait the entire army right into the slingers. Meanwhile, the slingers kept shooting the whole time, and Chemo was just running around losing units. Brutal. Magic's really good at these little moves.
Absolutely. You ain't called a goat for no reason, that's for sure. Also, the goat knows about deconstruction, so he dropped another Migdal stronghold, so good job, goat.
Right, Contarius time. Now he can actually make them, unlike earlier.
Indeed. But Naka, like, there's siege coming down for Magic. He's got double Migdal forward, triple Migdal almost coming down. Also, the siege coming in. I kind of like Magic's position here. Sure, you know, he's very far behind economically, but still, his position on the map is pretty darn nice. Ooh, just kidding, Chaos.
It's a pretty good little attack from Chemo. The Contarius are absolute Giga Chads. One of the Migdals is gone. Villagers are falling. This is exactly where Chemo wants to be. He can jump on the next Migdal up top. Magic forced into mercs, man. That's not the dream
Remember
at
that
all.
one time when I said I liked his position?
You did.
So wrong, dude. Oh my god. What a push, man. I guess I forgot about Chaos. What a great push. That Chaos was pretty brutal, man. And now 3 Migdals goes down to 0 Migdals, actually. Siege Works goes down to no Siege Works.
Wow.
And the Forward Town Center might be going down to no Forward Town Center after all. Wow.
Yeah, he was almost maxed out on bills. As his units sometimes die, he will be getting the remainder out. And then he can start thinking about the Mythic Age, because all his resources are just going to go directly to the bank. He's maxed out. There's nothing else to make other than a third town center. He's getting the palace all ready to secure the forward mine. He's got stone walls, so that's all nicely cleaning up the map. He's got double layers in some places, triple layers as well. Okay. Chemo's playing the old game now.
And classic Chemo, baby. Classic Chemo. Okay, well, I thought I liked Magic's position, but oh boy, Chaos can, you know, throw some chaos into my theories here. All right. I guess we're back to square one again, or it feels like square one, or I guess square two, where Magic gets a nice position, but then he just gives it away. Is he giving away his position here, Naka? Does he have life left in this game?
I'm trying to look for things to command for Magic, but he's still on medium spearmen. These are getting obliterated. He's got no money to repair the town center, and all his villagers are sitting here getting wrecked by Quintarius. But I think finally Chemo has pulled out too many units from the fight, and a little bit of a mistake. Magic is holding on to dear life for now, but oh, the fast forward, stop it. It
Ignore it.
froze for me,
Everything's fine.
Maiden. It's froze.
The game froze for you?
Yeah. I think it's
What
safe
time
to
are you at?
assume 21:40.
Woo! It's still going on my side. It's still going on my side.
Can I get a screen share from you?
Yes, if my PC can handle that thing.
Oh, never mind,
Hang on,
never
hang
mind.
on, hang on.
I'm pretty
I'll
sure,
do it,
guys.
I'll do it.
I'm pretty sure, guys, that it's Wait, no. I'll just watch your stream.
Okay, that works. Yeah, the game's probably ending. Unfortunately, we have that fun little speed up mechanic, the little bug of spectator mode. Anyways, more Quintarius just being thrown into the grinder. They are grinding and being grounded or whatever. The big thing, Naka, is that sure, Magic barely has a town center still up. He's barely hanging on here, but ultimately, all of his awesome map control is going down the drain. It's now Chemo who basically has the full map control. The only gold mine left over for Magic is just this little guy down here, and there's already destroyers hitting it. So having said that, honestly, 22 military pop compared to 98 military pop, full eco for Chemo. Sure, there's town centers for Magic, but I don't know how long this is gonna last, man.
Well, with Atlas clicks in, Maiden, it's... What are you gonna do about implode on top of everything? All that Chemo needs to do is bait out a big fight by a gold mine, click implode, and watch everything disappear. In particular, the villagers have no chance of surviving that. What can you do?
Honestly, Implode is just icing on the cake at this point in time. I would be surprised maybe if Atlas actually came in.
It's quite some time out, and this is a big army. You might be right that he just kills the town center there, and Magic doesn't try any further than that. There's palaces coming up all over the place, so more destroyers, and in Mythic, fire siphons if it's absolutely necessary to remove Magic's last buildings. There's just not going to be gold income for Magic, which means no units, except, well, he could make the Myth units, but they can't really.
It ain't gonna be enough, man. It ain't gonna be enough.
Not at all. He's trying to knife down the wall, but Chemo's repairing the wall faster than the knives are chipping it. Well, that's rough.
That is rough, man. Chemo walls for the win, everybody. Chemo walls for the win. Let's get an implode on these villas, eh? There we go. Man. 2-2, Naka. 2-2. Magic was looking in such a good position. Like what, 20 minutes, 15 minutes ago, he was sitting units right here. He denied the tower. There was no gold income for Chemo, but he did have food wood. I didn't see if he traded much of anything. He must have used the market at least a little bit to stay alive. But still, he hung on long enough. The gold starve didn't actually work. Magic throws it, kind of makes a comeback, throws it again, and here we are, 2-2.
Yeah, it is what it is. Done his best in this one, but I think when Magic dived that TC, that might have been just unnecessary, right? Like, we could have just seen him try to take on Chemo when he moves out to the next gold mine, or go to the initial gold mine, actually, because there were fewer villagers there. One of the problems that caused him to lose the fight was that not only that the base was shooting at him, but there were so many villagers at Chemo's second town center. They just helped protect it ultimately. Wasn't the case in the main.
Indeed. I think it was right here, 11 minutes possibly, or maybe it was this. No, I'm pretty sure it was 11 minutes when he dove the TC and just lost everything, and then Chemo was able to get his gold mining going again. And after that, there was some ups and downs, in the military, some backing and forth. But yeah, that 44 down to 14. Ouch! That's it right there. That's basically the game right there. Wow.
GG. Ace match it is.
G indeed. All 5 games, man. I'll take it.
Question in the YouTube chat: can the players cheat by watching the live stream? Not really. There's a 3-minute delay.
Yeah, there's a spectator delay. So if they try and cheat, we are in the past, so they're going to be seeing everything that has already happened in the game. It's going to be a little bit too difficult for them to try and make sense.
Like, I'm sure you can pick up small pieces of information with that still, but ultimately doesn't matter too much. So if there's a snuck gold mine that you don't know about, then yeah, you can see stuff like that. But the delay is substantial enough that they don't have time to mess around. And also, it's very easy to spot it as a spectator, so...
Yeah. And, well, let's say, I mean, 3 minutes in the past, if you think about that, like, it takes 2 minutes to go mythic, So, if you think about it, think about when you're playing a game, and if it would be useful to know, if it were like a 30 seconds or 60-second delay, okay, that's one thing, right? You can hear, oh, the casters commented that the dude's clicking up through mythic. I have a minute to prepare, but not even the case, because the player gets up mythic, and then there's still another 1 extra minute of spectator delay, and then actually happens. So 3 minutes should be sufficient to mitigate any problems like that.
That's right. Information like that, you're not going to be able to make a lot of use of that. So it's absolutely true.
Having said that, Naka, I believe Boy is pulled up. We have Ra against Arano on Ghost Lake for the final match of this series.
Is it time for the map intro, or?
I haven't found it just yet. In Discord, it looked like Chemo was going to the bathroom.
Oh, okay.
Okay, the game URL is in the Discord if you want to take a look. Excuse me.
It never lets me join with that, so I have to find it manually.
Are you serious?
Hmm?
That's a bummer, man. It works that works actually great for me.
Aw, I'm jelly now. Well, look, it's great for joining a game. It's not working for spectating for me. That's really the issue. It always tells me failed to join. So I've not been relying on that. I also really would love to use like AOM stats or whatever in order to get there, but it just doesn't work for me.
Bummer, dude. Well, okay, so anyway, Ra against Aranos on Ghost Lake.
we've seen
I
how Ghost Lake is lately, right? Like with the gold mines being extremely far out there. Oranos could be a really scary moment once again. Uh, and you got the Fae and Contarius. Those can really control the map as well.
indeed. Maybe maybe my thoughts on this matchup are a little bit outdated. I don't know. I'm still thinking of slingers, man. Contarius, but Thea Contarius are pretty decent counter to the strong slingers. I don't know, man. Maybe I'm thinking of like set play where you can be pretty aggressive. You can either go budget some slingers, a little bit of a front line, something like that. Maybe I'm thinking more so of some potential abuse, barracks unit abuse with a set, and just kind of trying to copy paste that onto Raw. It
Hmm.
feels like it's viable, but I don't know. It seems like I haven't quite seen it against Aranos as much as I thought I would at these top level games.
Yeah, I would say it's not quite as strong as when Gaia does it, but one thing you do have available for yourself as Oranos is the Sky Passage, so when you do have those less favorable gold mines, you can still at least teleport around and play around the enemy positioning with this, so Ra does have some work cut out for them there.
Hmm. Well, I mean, you talk about gold mines, but at the same time, you could get a double gold mine spawn in your base.
You
So
could,
if that's
in
the case,
which
you're chilling.
in which case it's trivial to get Cantarius. But
Eh.
Oranos doesn't have the craziest of late games. You don't get your implode. You don't get any of that. You don't get the double myth units on advance. So you really just rely on Helios for the long term. Uh, those those Hacker Giants are pretty good. They're called Sentimanus now. Actually, sorry. Having to
Boo!
yeah.
I like the old name. But
Yeah,
anyways,
Hackathon Kairis, that's what they should have done. It's like, "Oh, people can't pronounce that." I guess we go
did you
Roman
know that?
then.
Or did you know that means 100 hands? If I'm not,
100-handed ones, that's literally what it means, yeah.
yeah.
Anyways, we've got to go to Ghost Lake. Let's hit it.
Let's go.
Welcome to Ghost Lake. This is gonna be the last game of the series unless something crazy happens. In the blue color, this is Magic playing as Ra.
Hand side Naka. We have Chemo. Chemo's become a pretty dadgum decent Aranos player, going with Aranos in the red. And first things first, one gold mine in the base. So there is some potential denial, some potential gold action, like we were just talking about. Let's
That's
see who's
rough.
actually gonna pull it off.
It's really tough gold mines, especially for Magic. He does get that one gold mine behind the forest, behind the TC, so maybe he takes a TC, he secures the gold mine, walls it off, and hopefully survives against the onslaught of cavalry that is bound to happen from Chemo. He's got a really easy gold mine himself, up front here, but then the others do happen to be on Magic's side. It's really difficult to get up here, but with the Sky Passage, you have very little excuse not to try to steal that. If you're in Chemo's position, wouldn't you want to Sky Passage up here to the north, use this whole location for yourself, maybe even steal the hunt, and then just
Wow.
fortify the location. I think that might be a real serious play that Magic might not even expect. I'm excited for the possibilities.
But that would be cool, absolutely. I have yet to see really from the top level players at least. I have yet to see really like I don't know how to describe it. I don't want to say YOLO sky passages, but like kind of more crazier, aggressive sky passages, like on your opponent's side of the map. Usually, you know, we're gonna see it on a gold mine. We're gonna see it on a hunt patch. So you're usually using your sky passages for your economic reasons, which is, you know, it makes perfect sense. It's, you know, probably the best way to use it. But at the same time, you know, you could use sky passages to zip your army around easily.
Sure,
And
that
you know,
too.
I know there's certain players. What's his name? Jack 90. I think that's his name. Jack 90 on the ladder. One of John Arbiter's nemesis, who he has
Mhm.
recently been smashing into the ground. Anyways, he puts sky passages all around the map. It's potentially fun to watch, but very infuriating potentially to play against at the same time. So if we see Chemo actually bust that out, that'd be hilarious and awesome.
Well, I'm here for it. Let's go.
Use what you can.
Prometheus is coming in, so it isn't gonna be the mass Murmillo play. Don't want to risk that against an Egyptian player with Ptah. But Prometheus, you can go quite economic here. You can turn your villagers into heroes with your Valor for free. Then you get Theft of Fire for some extra work rate for them. That's pretty good stuff. Also got a Relic already. Ankh of Ra for more favor. Oh god, Atlantean already gets so much.
Wow. It is just a little bit of a favor trickle. It's not the biggest, you know, boost in the world, but you're right. They already get so much, or have the potential to get so much, rather.
Yeah, because right now, sure, it's more for our Ra player, but as soon as these oracles actually stand still and grow to their full rate, well, that's gonna change things. We got the Osseberg Wagon out on the map as well for caravan stuff. It's not gonna come into play for a very, very long time. Scales of Echidnia for cheaper myth units. And did Magic take one as well? Yep. Kefara of Apollo for villager movement speed.
While we're looking at Magic's base, by the way, boom, we got a barracks immediately thrown down. He also has that second monument up right next to his gold mine, Naka. So
Oh yeah.
the whole Wadjet aggression with slingers and everything. How many does he have on wood? He's got three vills on wood. So maybe that's not a ton of slingers early on, but yeah, 3 racks getting dropped right away. So he's looking for some aggression. Like it.
This empowerment, it's affecting everything. All 3 resource types, all the buildings being made, both of the monuments getting empowered too. So, pretty good building plan. But what Magic doesn't have is something that Chemo has, 19 goats. Wow.
He's 19?
He's the goat.
He's about to usurp the goat's, you know, position. Dude, last time I checked, he had like 12 or something like that, and then I clicked away when we were looking at relics, so he must have just found the last 7 or 8 or however many over the last couple of seconds. Yeah,
yes, sir.
Dude, four goats for Magic compared to 19. Are you kidding me? Wow. Please tell me he's gonna get husbandry. If you have 19 goats and you get, is that worthwhile to get husbandry?
Oh, yeah.
so that they fatten faster? Come on, it is, right?
I think so. I mean, it's going to be a very long amount of time. The fattening rate is actually on the unit, so 0.31 per second. Yeah, you're going to be here for many, many minutes without that. Tons of Axemen already out for Magic, by the way. That will deal with all the Murmillo. And Chemo's really not making anything. Is he just going to get attacked, shoved off of Hunt and whatnot? Even the berries aren't necessarily safe when you're outnumbered this hard.
AKA the pumpkins, right?
Pumpkins, yes.
Please tell me you have that little mod enabled.
Of course
right?
I do.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
It's only for a few weeks. It's gonna be gone, so then I don't have him.
I know. You gotta enjoy the pumpkin pie while you can.
Also, pumpkins are tasty, so.
Absolutely. Not tasty for Chemo, however. He just got kicked off with those pumpkins. Bummer, man. You're absolutely right, though. He's like, where's his army? We've got 36 to 10 army population between the boys. He's he got a Cairo Ballista out. He's got a Murmillo that's almost dead. What's happening here? I guess I mean, what? He's planning on sitting on his huge amount of goats in the defensive gold mine? Like,
Well, this is a
he's gotta-
fast heroic with minimal units. He wants those Contarius. He wants to break out. He wants to smash this army of magics because there's no spearmen in it. And he's still pumping Axemen, so actually big mistake from Magic not recognizing this for what it is. Those Contarius are gonna kick his ass if he doesn't get spears.
Suppose, yeah. Is he still going for Axeman? He's still going for Axeman, man. I guess he's expecting those Murmillo numbers, but he really hasn't seen any aside from that one that he almost killed. He is going to see the armory right here, though, now that his army's moving in here. He will see the armory, so let's see if he switches up his army composition after seeing the armory.
Yeah, man, now he should know. But even if there were spears, Chemo could just make a ton of Arcus and then pivot into the Contarius. There's time. Hell, he's getting a bunch of Cairo Ballista to make sure. Wow.
What time are you at? By the way, we're about halfway up through Thea. What time are you at? Just quick time check.
8:38.
Okay, perfect. Same here.
Beautiful.
What is also beautiful is Sekhmet coming in. We're also getting leather frame shield for magic. We're getting copper shield. So he's planning on some Arcus or Kairos or something attacking all of his beautiful Axemen. He's going to need it because those bad boys have low pierce armor.
Mm-hmm. Bird is the word. And we've got the Hesperides tree as well. Free Dryads coming along with it. It's a lot of free Myth units for Thea. And the second charge of Hesperides tree is free as well.
Well, but on top of that, Naka, like, actually, Magic has 5 Wadgets. I guess Myth units can be a decent counter to other Myth units, but still, if he tries to invest a bunch of priests or gold into priests in order to try and counter a lot of Dryads, he could get himself into some gold problems. Sorry.
Agreed.
Kinda like the previous game, right?
And then there's the matter of the actual Contarius, which counter priests super hard. Immediately using the Citadel is something I love to see. I've cast many games in this tournament already with Ra and Set players going Sekhmet, but they just wouldn't use the Citadel immediately. They would wait like 2-3 minutes. And why? The Citadel now produces units and works on technologies 25% faster. You want to hit that as soon as you can. And Magic finally did it, so he's the first boy to do it. I'm happy.
Okay. I'm gonna be happy once he gets Shadoof, man. He's up through Ptah. He doesn't have Shadoof just yet, and he ran out of goats.
Alright. Did he just make expensive farms?
Oh, just kidding. He does have Shadoof. Okay, just kidding.
Ah, okay. Whew. That was scary.
Sorry. Didn't Shadoof used to, at least back in the old days, didn't Shadoof used to show up as a villager upgrade?
Might be on the farms. Yes, it's on the farms.
It's on the farms now, but I'm talking about back in the AOT days.
I'm not sure. I think yes.
Yeah, whatever. All right. Having said that, we got slingers coming in. Naka got a raid on the gold mine. Those Contarius, exactly like what you were talking about, man. Aside from their strength in like their actual stats and countering units and everything, but they're also mobile, and Ghost Lake's pretty open, so the mobility's nice.
Well, Magic did up taking this side gold mine, and this is where he's gonna be chilling to protect everything with what he's got. The free Contarius near the main, trying to find something, but I think Chemo is he just wants to go for the big fight. He will have Shockwave available. Does he have enough heroes to deal with all those Vadgets though? I'm not so sure about that part. Great Shockwave potential. Oh, that was not that good. He did knock a lot of units though, and the Dryads are under attack by a lot of these surrounding barracks units. Arcus and Cairo Ballista are getting to work.
Even so, it seems like magic. He pulled in a bunch of villagers to try and survive, and it seems like that's enough. Sure, he lost a bunch of villagers, but still, he's gonna survive here for sure. For sure, right?
I don't know,
Wait.
Maiden. His army has kind of disappeared. Sure, he still has Vegets left, but Chemo's also up 50 civilian population to 34. I think there's a very high chance here that Magic is in fact toast.
Wow.
The gold mine.
Things were
This
looking-
is the last gold mine that he can access. The other one, it's too far.
Yeah. That was a great shockwave. I mean, I think it was a good shockwave ultimately, man. Well, it was
good
maybe not a
enough.
super. It was good enough. Like the fact that he had shockwave, I guess is more so what I'm thinking. The fact that he had
Yes.
shockwave probably tipped the balance of that fight into Chemo's favor. No electrum bullets on those slingers, Naka.
Uh-oh.
No slings in the sun. So those things are just normal, plain old slingers.
I tried to click on one and then it died.
He has full copper lines of upgrades, which is decent. And Chemo brought his umbrella, man. He's fighting under the shade of the citadel, the rain, and the Wajib fire. Not a care in the world. Look at the population, 59, military
Man.
population to 24.
Towers, Citadel, Army, it doesn't matter to Chemo. He's gonna beat them all. Show Magic who's boss for the first time, maybe ever. If you have been a Chemo fan, if you've been cheering him on throughout the years, this is the first time he actually does it in a tournament environment. What a big moment it is for this player. He's been working for this all his life.
Waiting to bring the magic, and it seems like he might have brought it, man. I can't. Magic is gonna need a serious trick up his sleeve, a rabbit in his hat, and then some. He's gonna need to pull everything out of his hat in order to survive. Actually, dude, he snuck back onto that gold mine.
Sneaky, but it's dangerous. The Cav is coming, and Chemo knows exactly where he lives. Das nicht gut. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, shifting sands. That's Trixie plays, but where is he going? Back to home? Not to another gold mine. Oh boy. What now? We're getting wood. Well, Chemo's gonna max out his army, and he's gonna come back to the base. That's gonna be brutal.
Indeed. It seems like the gold situation is pretty locked under wraps. Oh, by the way, I just got to shout something out real quick. Chemo's up in the north side, north corner. Chemo found 3 more goats, so that puts his total goat numbers to 22. OP. That's all I have to. That's all I have to say. The
True.
scouting of Atlantean is out of this world. Anyway, we had the shifting sands. That was some type of a little magic trick. It was a good idea, actually, to just mine as much as he could out there for a second and then shift back home, not lose any villagers. I think that was a decent idea. I don't think it's enough for him to, stay in this game, however, come back into this game. But it's a good idea.
Well, you think kitchen knives are okay against those spears? They're heavy spears, so maybe not. Chemo?
Where are they? Oh, there they are.
Chemo, you're not gonna lose them all, right? Holy crap. Alright, he's diving Magic's base now. Meanwhile, his villagers are getting ravaged by the spears, but he's got some new units coming out. So all Chemo really needed to do was, get some new units out, pull the villagers out, and go back to the gold mine. It should be fine, but there's no reason for Chemo not to occupy multiple gold mines by this time. He's got sky passages. Those should all be tools that he uses. Anyhow, he's getting stuck by the house like I've complained about earlier about one of my games. But he fixed it. It's fine.
Man, Naka, look at the eco numbers, 47 to 60. That's not too far away. The population numbers, not too far away. The actual military units of Chemo are stronger. But still, I mean, this is game 5 of the semis, man. Both of these guys are competitors. This game ain't over, man. Magic is back onto that gold mine on the top side.
That's
and
one
he's
raid. Yeah, that's one raid turned it around. But now Chemo's on
Absolutely.
2 TCs. He's in Magic's wood line, but the units aren't attacking. What are these Coterias doing there? They're just standing around. Did he put on no attack stance accidentally?
He's just flexing.
Dude,
I could be raiding it right now.
what is this?
Please tell me that's not just a bug, that it's like no attack stance or whatever. Attack move bug. Ooh, possibly.
Oh,
Yeah, Jedi.
man. Wait, is Magic gonna bring this back now? He's not attacking again with the slingers, and he's getting absolutely wrecked and surrounded. The Dryads are not attacking. What is happening in this video game?
Are you kidding? Dude.
This is Destiny interfering.
Oh no.
Chemo
That is
was
a
never
catastrophe.
meant to beat Magic, as it turns out. It was not in the script. Sorry for going off that. I apologize.
I mean, look at the military pop now, man. It's basically double for Magic, and he knows where the gold situation is. Look at that gold mine down there.
He's gonna
There
have a
is a-
TC. It's fine. Like, he's just fine now.
Yeah.
No issues.
What a comeback. What a comeback for and he's getting Electrum bullets at the same time, Naka. This is a successful comeback right here. Unbelievable.
Oh wait, if he loses every single spear though, then the dogs will start barking indeed. They're right. It's a problem for Magic, but he didn't lose too many units. Chemo didn't get a nice surround off at all.
That's how big of a hype that shockwave was, man. It excited the bears.
This is actually not a duo cast. I'm just I lost count. There's 2 of them, right?
It's-
Yeah.
Quadcast, man. We are.
It must have been
Alright.
an accidental no attack stance. I agree with the chat. Ryuk says
Yeah.
that the bug corrects itself faster, and Chemo must have put on no attack, which is insane to even try. But apparently he's done it.
Yeah. Whoops. Well, okay, Naka. So real quick, there's a palace down there in the south. Okay, so that unlocks the mythic age for Chemo. So if there's something that's gonna give him this game again, it could be an implode. Imagine all those, there's so many spears getting imploded.
Can't get
But in the
imploded with
meantime,
Uranus.
exactly, the Arcus are shredding, but the Electrum bullet slingers are hitting them at the same time.
Magic's microing
What
this
is
very
this?
nicely. He's making sure that the slings are attacking them, but the Coterias, meanwhile, wreaking havoc. The Dryads doing so much tanking, and overall, Chemo's not having a bad fight here.
Not bad at all. It's an expensive army, though, man. It's an expensive army for both players, sure. So many units for Magic. The reinforcements for Chemo probably going to give him this fight. Yeah, and Magic does have to retreat ultimately. But again, the game ain't over. We got a just kidding. We had a Migdal maybe going up. But anyways, double town center for Magic. Migdal up on the right-hand side. He's got gold options. He's got farms. He's A-okay. Again, Implode could probably give this game to Chemo, but he just lost a lot of units, and his eco's not quite there. His resources, rather, not quite there for Mythic for Implode. Oh, wait, he's a Ranos. There is no Implode.
There is no implode. He could be
Why
going
didn't you
for...
say something earlier?
I did. Anyway, we've got the potential for either Vortex or for Tartarian Gate. The Tartarian Gate could get rid of the Migdal. A Vortex could catch the villagers out of position while Magic's attacking. It could be brutal, but I think right now Chemo's army is looking fantastic. He's getting a great shockwave on this, and with all these Dryads in play, with Magic not having any gold, this might be Chemo's moment once again to clear out the army and start looking after gold miners. He's getting a palace up in Magic's face. The gold miners will be blasted by that, but there are 2 gold mines for now. It's not all over. The spearmen are also looking for a counter raid. It's pretty good stuff.
Wow, that is a ton of spears, dude. He could maybe pick off that palace if Chemo's not careful. Wow. I think ultimately, Naka, that palace on that right-hand side, that's gonna cause. Sure, there's another backup gold mine up there, but still, that's gonna cause some big-time problems. We got another Migdal coming up. Sure, that's nice. Camels could be decent actually against Contarius, maybe.
They would be okay if there weren't so many Dryads and Arcus. It's a little spooky like this. What they can do though is dodge the arrows. Look at Magic. He's getting them to do overtime. They're dodging all the arrows. Where is Chemo's ballistics, man? It's not in.
Yeah.
These fast units are absolutely hard countering them. This is what I like to see. Beautiful work.
Excellent micro. Beautiful micro there by Magic. You're absolutely right. The Migdal stays up, actually, Naka. Migdal stays up. The army is grouped together. Both of their armies are grouped together. Yo.
Wait. Chemo just pulls half the army to attack the villagers as well as the Migdal. He's trying to take on the remainder with only Arcus pretty much. That's not gonna work. There's too many slingers for that. But can he actually down the Migdal? It's almost toast. The villagers are eating it as well. And Chemo has a 25 civilian population advantage. The Migdal's dead.
Migdal's dead, but there's a backup Migdal, and there's a backup army coming in to help defend as well, man.
Still liking Chemo's position. He's got a massive queue of units behind this. And he's securing further gold mines as he continues. Might be thinking about the town center as well. But he's not hugely advantaged, right? That's a good number of priests.
Yeah, but they're right on the front line. They're going to get pricked off pretty quickly.
Good micro from Chemo regarding that. And also we have a ton of Prometheans as well, just soaking up the Spearman attacks. They have 60% hack armor, so don't let them fool you. These are super tanky units, the Offspring less so. But Magic has some pretty good micro, picking them off with his remaining priests.
Destroyers up on that Migdal as well, Naka. So that Migdal's just actually, we could see a gold star. Finally, we could see an actual gold star here. Finally, the fight in the middle is still going on, but the second Migdal is down, and also okay, fine. There's 2,000 gold left in that gold mine on the backside, but after that, that's the last option for Magic right now. So he is on a timer that is going to end a lot sooner than he's going to want it to.
And all Chemo needs to do is rally some reinforcements to these villagers that are trying to pull out the kitchen knives on the Atlantean ones. Now, with the palace's support, I'm pretty sure Chemo's villagers win this, even if he's losing a bunch. It's okay, he can just remake them back home. Or does he even need to? Maybe he just makes an even bigger army.
Yeah, man. He's got 96 citizens. Yeah, just make it that much of a bigger army. Finish off the game.
Oh god, the destroyers are now sieging the last remaining towns, and a bunch of villagers are around to try to help with the kitchen knives. I guess Magic's not looking at the moment. Attack move was added to villagers, by the way, so that's a thing. Chemo's at the moment knifing down the remaining villagers that tried to sneak for the gold mine. Well, it's not gonna happen. That's Chemo's, and Magic's in the gutter right now, ladies and gentlemen. 16's military population is not gonna cut it, and Chemo defeats Magic for the first time in a tournament environment ever.
Wow. Dude, what a game. What a series in that Blue Lagoon game. So back and forth. Similar story here. Magic is on the ropes. 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 He's coming back, but no. It seems like Chemo's economy. He had the better eco numbers, at least all throughout that game, and Magic was hanging on. But ultimately, I think he was never on par economically. The rain maybe helped him with the farms and the total resources, but I think ultimately Chemo was able to spam more.
Look at this god power chart. Oh my god, so many god powers used by Chemo. Well, to be fair, most of it was Valor, but still. You just don't get as many rain casts with Magic. It really helped him when he did use them, but it was just not enough by itself. I'm a little bit surprised he actually didn't start up a trade with all that food that he could produce with that. Might have helped somewhat. But alas, it wasn't
Oh,
meant to
and
be.
well, but also remember that relic up in that top corner, the Oseberg wagon. So I mean, you mentioned that relic not really being all that important in this game. However, that could have been nice. You rain a couple of times, get a
Bit
little
of a
bit of a trade route.
lifesaver with the 25% food discount on top of the rain effect. Yeah,
Yeah,
it adds up. That's a really good point.
when you're on the ropes, you take anything you can get, right? Anyway, nice game, man. Really nice series. Really, really nice series. I think Chemo earned it, man. I think Chemo earned it. That was a pretty intense couple of games. I think he definitely earned it.
Certainly, certainly. I mean, this has been pretty cool. Let me just get the information from Boyd. Are we doing the bronze round or the finals next?
Kvoth is interested in playing. Getting pretty late here. That's fair. That's fair. Magic against Kvoth. At the very
Yeah,
least,
the question is just how are we streaming it, because we can do that from replay as well.
True. True.
Okay, both Boyd ones both at once. Okay, then I guess we go and take the bronze match, right?
I mean, Magic says he wants to take at least a little bit of a break, to give his eyes a little bit of a break. I think that's very fair. Soup's series ended a long time ago, so I think that's very doable for Magic. At least a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, something like that.
Sure, sure. Then in that case, if we're moving into the finals, I guess what we could do is that all of us cover the finals, and we go back from replay to cover the bronze.
That's fine. I'm fine with whatever.
Sure.
I'm fine with whatever. Boyd needs to update the score, by the way. We're sitting here looking at 2-2. We got ourselves 3-2 for Chemo.
Yeah, that's true. Well, they are also probably setting it up for the next one, which is gonna be Chemo versus Soup. That's probably not the finals that many people had in mind for today, but it's what you're getting.
I know, right? Well, hey, by all means, Soup did a. Honestly, both of these semifinal series were great. Soup played really well against Quoth. Chemo pulling out the win against Magic in the end. Those guys earned it, man. Getting into the finals, they definitely earned it, in my opinion. I think expecting Magic to hit the finals. But again, he's got a little bit of some eye strain, I suppose, that he's having to try and play through. So having that happen, plus Chemo playing well, it is what it is. He's in the third place match.
Uh, okay, so what we're talking about now in the tournament chat is that Magic is happy with the 5-minute break, and then we could be having both series simultaneously, so we could be jumping into the bronze round after all.
Okay.
Or maybe not. Magic's thinking about dropping out. That wouldn't be good.
Yeah, he's having eye problems. It's understandable, man. It's definitely understandable.
It is.
I I haven't personally had LASIK, even though my eyesight's getting worse. Um, but still, I feel for him. Are we okay with the forfeiture? Magic taking 4th place and Quoth taking 3rd.
What I'd personally like to see in such situations, because this is not actually covered in our rulebook, but what we usually do with meta plays is that we allow a reasonable delay of maybe they play during the week or whatever, and we just get the replays and we cover the replays, and then we still have the content. Everybody has their game, and it's opposite time zones. Well, yeah, that is impossible. Unless Magic gets up early before work. It's the best of 3, right? So it's not too crazy.
Or I mean, same thing for Quoth. I don't know. I mean, I think Magic is an accountant or something like that. He's in finance. Does something with finance. I don't know what Quoth does. Who it would be more likely or just realistic to wake up early.
Or Kvov staying up late, that's easier. I think Kvov's a student, no?
Okay. Yeah.
What's a late night for a student?
For a young buck.
We all know about this, how that works.
Yeah. Well, I think honestly, I can definitely feel for both players. It's getting pretty darn late for Kvothe, but at the same time, Magic again. It's hard to put, to consider LASIK eye surgery in a rule book for a tournament. In all fairness,
Yeah. Like, if there's unforeseen conditions, that's why we basically reserve the right to make judgment calls, but we're trying to figure it out.
What would you guys prefer, everyone in chat? What would you guys prefer? Are you interested in watching recorded games sometime during the week? Are you interested in maybe if Magic is willing to delay for 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, something like that? I think that's maybe doable if he finds that acceptable. If Cloth finds that acceptable, that's not too bad for a young buck, for a student. I don't know. Don't let chat decide. Maybe that'll influence them, is what I'm saying. Like, come on, guys, we're rooting for you. We're cheering for your eyes.
Okay. What they've agreed on is that there's gonna be a longer wait, like 15 minutes, maybe a little more. Kvov will wait it out, and then they'll fight.
Okay. That's okay with me. Me and the boys are gonna take a quick bathroom break. So, what does that mean for you and I, Naka?
The draft is going on for the finals, so I guess we could still cover that. But I could actually use a very short break as well. Wouldn't be too long, but I think if we're back in a handful of minutes, then we'll be fine.
Can you give me 10 minutes? Is that too long?
I'd probably do the first one with you entering late, if that's okay.
Well, if they want... sorry, you're talking about the finals and then doing recorded games for Magic
Yes.
Foth. That's what you're talking about. Okay, sorry.
Because I'd be doing the finals in this case because it's a very long wait, 15 minutes.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'll see what I can do.
And then bronze would be replays, indeed.
Yeah, okay. 5 minutes. I can do 5 minutes.
5 minutes is good. See you then.
Okay.
And see you chat. I'll also take a break. Yo gamers, we have news. So basically, Magic and Kvov were considering to put off the game for later, but actually they're gonna play it now. So let's follow this along and see what they do. We're gonna be covering the bronze round as a result, as opposed to doubling up on the finals. So you got the choice between watching the bronze round and the finals. We're doing the bronze. Boyd and Yodesla are doing the finals. And here's already the map picks that we're seeing from Magic. He's banning Land Unknown. Kvov is banning Mount Olympus. The Magic's picks are going to be Kurlagar, Midgard, and Marsh. While for Kvov, it's Ghost Lake, Blue Lagoon, and Giza. First map by process of elimination is going to be Elysium.
Nice, I like Elysium. I think it's a cool map.
Yeah, it's like the most standard, most raiding focused map out there. With the least randomness as well.
I don't know, dude. We saw some crazy gold mine spawns from that in, let's see, Kvoth and Soup.
Sure. No, you're right about
But
that.
no,
It's just the other maps get some added craziness to them, right? Like very, very distant gold mines that you just can't access. Then you get your town centers in unpredictable positions, whereas with Elysium, it's, well, you're going to have forward TCs, you're going to have forward gold mines most of the time. Sometimes they intersect each other, where going for a TC also means going for a secure gold mine, but it doesn't happen that often. The other maps are more variable like that.
True. Well, okay, so game one is Elysium.
Yes.
Are they doing god drafts just yet?
Indeed. That's what I just brought up. So we've got the Isis ban from Magic. Takes away his own main god. Kvov takes away Ra with the ban. And Magic's picking Set. With Kvov going for Gaia. As well as Zeus.
All right, instead of pulling it up, I'm just going to wait for you to update your overlay.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah, no worries. I'm going to be lazy, dude. I'm going to be lazy and swig my coffee.
Yeah, for chat's benefit, I'm having to press a lot of buttons here. So to clear out every...
So sit tight!
I think we need a feature that clears out the whole thing, right? A reset. We've got that, actually. Oh. We've got that.
Been using the reset button?
I use it now.
See, wait, look how fast it is to add a new feature, isn't that much?
Oh, it just unreset it somehow. I was too fast or something? Alright, let's try this again. We've got the Loki pick and Hades and a Freyr for Magic. Kvov is going Gaia, Zeus, Kronos, or Ranos for his draft. Then they have to decide on what the first gods are going to be.
I'm excited to see Magic pick Freyr, man. In general, I'm a fan of Freyr. But I don't know. It's just, it's interesting seeing him. I just don't know Magic to be a Norse player, you know? And so, seeing him pick Norse plus the new Norse god, I don't know, man. It's really interesting. So I'm excited to see what he pulls out. I'm not convinced. If you remember the Midgard game against Chemo, it was sick. Like, it was like, good job. It was a great game by Magic. I want to see. I need more evidence. I need more data for my opinion. So I want to see what he does.
Well, we don't have their god picks just yet, but it's coming soon.
We're excited, don't worry.
Very, very soon indeed. So now I can show the drafting screen as well. We've got some pretty good progress here. But yeah, guys, it's just the best of 3, so might be a quick 2-0, might be a long 3-game set. We'll see.
Well, okay, so Elysium. Um, Actually, dude, can I tell you something?
Sure.
What is Magic's draft? For a best of 3, and he ends up with Freyr? And I guess Loki's a little bit more conscientious, a little bit more intuitive, I guess. Ra and Isis both getting banned. Yeah, that makes sense. That definitely makes sense.
I like the Freyr because Magic's such a defensive macro player. So what else are you gonna play for defensive macro? I think Freyr is potentially the best choice for it. Hades also, but you know, looking into the opposition, Gaia, you're gonna be sweating there. Gaia can definitely put on the hurt.
I don't know. Man, Magic's draft is not what I would have predicted, Naka. Not at all.
What would
Set,
you have
okay,
expected?
sure. I guess maybe, I don't know. Set, okay, sure. Yeah. Hades, yeah, okay, sure. Loki's a good pick. Yeah, but like I said, maybe it's just Loki and Freyr that are throwing me off. Because again, maybe it's just me who doesn't really see him as a Norse player, and so having 2 of his 4 being Norse, maybe that's just throwing me for a funky curveball.
I mean, I've seen him play Norse quite a bit. Like, oh, whoa! I accidentally entered. I accidentally entered Magic's draft. I guess I'm playing now.
Tenacious, Naka's like ready to go, man. He's like, hey, come on, I'm gonna play. Let's get this show on the road, boys.
Wouldn't end well.
Depends on who you're cheering for.
For Magic, it wouldn't end well.
Yeah, you don't want to play best of 3 against Magic.
Nah, I'm definitely not practiced enough to even try.
Yeah, man, but he's got his eye problems, his little eye surgery business. So now's the time.
Wiggle my units, then win the game and get blamed for it forever. Nah.
Well, anyway, so over to Elysium, man. I've seen Soup choosing Kronos on Elysium. I wonder if Kvoth has a similar idea, is going to adapt or adopt a similar mindset as Soup, considering he saw him. We've seen such successful, I guess, Promethean spam. I wonder if he's going to go for that. Aside from that, do you have any thoughts on Elysium or Kvoth's pick for Elysium?
I just want to go back to your comment about Promethean spam. I love that, but it's not going to be part of this matchup because we're talking about Loki versus Gaia for the first one. So with that, it's going to be all about those Murmillo who have to chase the Hersier around. And there's potentially going to be Berserks as well from our Loki, just to get some villager pickoffs when Gaia leaves the base. I do think that Flaming Weapons is terrifying for Gaia. I also think that Mass Myth Units is terrifying for Gaia. Even early on, you could be just relying on trolls, right? Not necessarily the path to take. Battle Boars would be probably the better way to go, but Gaia can't deal with those very easily. You will need frontline heroics and Mass Murmillo hero backed up by Caladria. I think that's the way to not just fall over and die against Loki. From there, I think Gaia is in an okay position if you can survive Flaming Weapons, but that's a lot of ifs in a row.
I agree. I think that, but having said that, Murmillo with Bite of the Shark are scary. And so I know you're talking about it from the Gaia's point of view, being afraid of Loki.
Yes.
But at the same time, But still, Loki Herser, you still got to be careful, man, against those Murmillo, Bite of the Shark Murmillo. Those things. Speaking of Bite of the Shark, man, those things can bite you in the ass if you're
Yeah.
careful.
Yeah, very true, very true. One of the important things to make that work for you as Loki is to definitely sit under your healing springs protection. That will add you a lot of healing mid-combat as well. Unlike in the old game. Here, the mid-combat effect is actually substantial. And that way you can kind of shoo away those units, but you still have to really watch out with your positioning. A bunch of walls wouldn't hurt on your way to heroic. Hard to do on Elysium, though. Hard to do.
Yeah, it depends on what you want to wall. For example, around a gold mine. Sure, why not? Yeah. But much more than that, yeah, it can be pretty tough. Especially before your economy is really a little bit more established.
Yeah, not the easiest thing to set up. Well, our boys should be hosting by now. I think they agreed to use the Italian server. It's kind of between the two. Canada versus Pakistan, not the easiest matchmaking situation. Or time zone wise, so this is why they're playing now, even though Magic's not feeling 100%. 2 minutes left. Then we'll jump into a map intro and get the fight on.
He can handle a best of 3, man. He can definitely handle a best of 3. He's had, at this point in time, I know we kind of planned for a 5-minute break or whatever, but it's turned into a solid 15-20 minutes at this time.
I would hope he can handle it, yeah, but I'm sure the third one would have been a better time for him in general.
Yeah, that's fair enough. He's a competitor, though, man. He's the GOAT. You think goats need to see? They just, you know, they play by sense, right? By intuition.
I will link some of the peoples that we've got over at my YouTube live stream. Boyd's live stream as well as your Teslas, who are currently covering the finals. So make sure to check that out as well, guys.
Indeed, we're playing the series at the same time.
Everyone.
Honestly, I think that today and yesterday, at least from my point of view, it's gone pretty smoothly. So these 1-day two-day weekend tourneys, they could be rough, man. But by all means, I think this week was a lot better than last week, at least regarding smooth.
Oh, about your green box, I saw chat complain. What if I just turn my cam on and off again within that? Let's see. I just gotta do this one off, on, and how is that? Still green?
No change.
No change.
No change.
Go to the map intro.
I don't know.
We're off.
Okay, let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bronze round of Wrath of the Gods. This is the second qualifier, and we're in the bronze round, as I said. So, in the blue color, we've got Magic playing as Loki.
Over here on the left-hand side, we got the beautiful Lush coming in from Gaia. Kvoth has got his Gaia, Naka. Kvoth has got his sacred Gaia. I think Magic should be a little bit scared.
It's a little worrying in terms of
strong too, though.
The power level of the player, right? But matchup-wise, maybe not. I think we're on different pages about that one, but we'll see how it plays out between these two. That's ultimately what matters, not the theory behind it. Tournaments, anything can happen. We've seen that certainly with the semifinals with Chemo just putting on an absolute show, then nearly dying for no reason. Handful of small issues can certainly happen here and there. Or just the unexpected raids that Magic likes to do.
Those were really nice, weren't they? Tons of spear raids on the gold down on that
Sure.
Ghost Lake game, but whatever, you know, we could definitely see this a similar thing here on this map as well. Looking on the bottom side, there is some really what's the word? There's some good food options down here for Kvoth. There's no town center or anything over here, but still there's some exposed hunt that feels fairly secure. Since it's kind of down here in this corner, along with the pumpkins. So some little side raids from our Loki player over here that could be nice. Some unexpected raids, and then the gold mines up on the top-ish, leftist side of Foth's base. So I don't know. I think, and there's even gazelles over there as well. I think there's definitely plenty of opportunity for Magic to bust out some little unexpected surprise attacks here and there as the game progresses.
Yes, indeed, the temples are already getting made by both players, of course. We're definitely on time here. The oracles have found a good number of pigs, by the way, for Kvav. So even if he gets knocked off the hunt somewhere, he has something to fall back to. But I think his protection of the villagers is going to be one of the important parts of this game. The longer he can keep them out, the fatter the pigs get, the more food they make. And of course, enjoying the whole fact that he's got the Gaia trees. That's some extra income right there. Oceanus is going to be the pick versus Forseti, so nothing too surprising there.
Nothing too surprising, more like not surprising whatsoever. Is that what you meant to say?
Yeah, I'm being just kind. Honestly, it's boring. Where's the Heimdall versus Leto? Give me the dumpster fire build.
Yeah, we need to see some robot action. I think that the robots, the automatons, they're one of the coolest looking myth units in Retold. They look super cool. So I'm a little bummed out that we don't see it as
Yes,
much.
sir. The relic getting picked up is also kind of a bit boring. Ring of the Nibelung for free gold trickle. And what else do we have? We've got the Bow of Artemis here in the middle for cheaper ranged units. Then we've got the Anvil of Hephaestus in the bottom corner. That's going to be cheaper armory upgrades. And at the top, it's the Eye of Horus for more population. So nothing too game-changing. They're definitely nice. Definitely want to pick them up. But they're not going to change how this game is going to operate.
Yeah, for sure. Military barracks in Great Hall. Again, no surprises. Or no, sorry, Naka. Nothing too surprising, right? Maybe the Longhouse, honestly, I wouldn't say that's not too surprising. We've seen plenty of Loki players go for just the straight up double Great Hall for some RC and lots of Herseer, but he's deciding to go for the Longhouse. I suppose it makes sense against Gaia. We've been talking all about Marmillo, Bite of the Shark, blah blah blah, so those throwing axemen. Ooh, actually, don't forget, Naka, the throwing axemen getting more bonus damage against the Murmillo, against the infantry. That is something to consider. It's actually Kvoth who needs to be super careful about that. It's like a hidden, maybe it's just me, dude, but it feels like that's this like secret bonus that you kind of forget. It's easy to forget about, I suppose.
No raiding cav are being made, but I guess it's not too surprising as well. We've got all these Murmillos out, right? They'd be dealing rather nicely with raiding cav, but you do have that mobility edge. You can split them up into two groups and hopefully attack some villagers with them, whereas Murmillo might not be in all places at once. So that's something to consider. Also, raiding cav would be great to chase down the oracles. Kvav is hiding one of them in the very corner, and you know, the way their area works, they've got this whole aura of line of sight, as well as it related to their favor gathering. You can put them in the corner and they still get their high rates. That's something to think about.
Facts. Cheats.
Of course, the hero gets a little more here in the middle. As long as you don't intersect the areas, it's fine. I like putting them around the edges of the map. So that's one thing that people should consider. That, yeah, maybe you do make that 1 or 2 raiding cav just to scan the edges of the map for potential oracles to pick off. Otherwise, it's free favor for Ati forever.
Well, they have garbage line of sight, though. I mean, you could easily do the same with the Berserker or Hersier or something like that.
You could do that, yeah.
You could do that.
Berserk's equally fine. Now, Kvav is taking the forward gold mine early, and this is just one of those plays that is, I think, very important to do. Secure that gold mine early on, gather from it a little bit so you can reduce your intake from the home gold mine. Then, if you must, you can go back to that a little bit later. You can even completely abandon it and just walk forward. I mean, you're lush. You should be moving faster. Is channels actually researched? I think not, right?
No. Assuming it shows up for a citizen.
It should be because this turbine is 6.3 speed. Citizen is 4.4 speed, so it is researched. So yeah.
But
just
the shark also coming in as another research, or another upgrade rather. So we're gonna have medium Armillo with the bite of the shark upgrade. Those things starting to be dangerous, Naka.
Here's the healing spring. That's exactly what we were talking about before the game. That you do fight under the healing spring, things are gonna be a lot better for you. Also, the tower garrison capacity in Retold is huge, so you can just jump through that thing with the entire army. Crazy. Wow. In the old game, it was limited to like 5 people, I think.
Yep. Okay, so just some tickles here. Yeah, nothing too intense. You know, all those scary Murmillo. We actually have copper armor coming in. I thought that was maybe a bit scarier, but this is a pretty chill game. It's a pretty chill game.
House is getting destroyed. Doesn't matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but it certainly slows down the Norse army. But Magic has other plans. He's going up Bragi right now. Flaming weapons to break out of his base will be absolutely critical, because right now he's just gathering food with his gold miners. The people that are supposed to... Oh my god, did you see that garrison? He dodged every shot.
Wow.
But yeah, need to get out of this base soon. Can't wait too long.
Can I tell you something weird, Naka?
So
when units attack a house, the special little attack PC, attack a citadel, attack a whatever music plays.
Really?
Why?
I muted my in-game music, and I'm running a playlist of the original AOM soundtrack because the retold one gets demonetized on YouTube. So
that's a good idea. That's what I should be doing, man. I turned on the music, but it's like, okay, it's pretty intense. It is dramatic to kill houses in front of gold mines, but still.
Yeah, I think there's a command to turn off the dynamic soundtrack, so maybe that's something to look into for next time.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Ah, the metal pig is getting shanked a little bit, but hey, there's a healing spring.
Oh, bro, we got... Okay, so hang on, Naka. There's a lot going on. First of all, there's the pig, there's the throwing axeman, there's the Hersier on the top side chasing after Terma. Bottom side, there's a whole group of Hersier going after, well, I guess being gone after at this point in time. So, again, you were mentioning early on these little whatever raids that Magic was getting against Chemo. Doing the same thing against Kvoth here. Let's see if he can get some myth unit spawns. There we go, with flaming weapons coming in.
And here it could be triggered manually, forcing all these units to run faster. Could have been a surround, but Magic actually is going for the sieging operations. The temple is full of relics. Is he just stealing the relics? I love that. But that's just my personal little pet peeve. I don't think that's what Magic is after. He's opened up the base. He's going after the Veils, forcing a garrison there. Valkyrie spawn is in. They're going in so deep though. Flaming Weapons is out in 10 seconds. All Kvolf needs to do is run around on the Lush. Gets a significant speed boost once he's on, and he's faster than the Hearse.
Nice. Well mitigated by Kvoth right there, man. That Flaming Weapons that is supposed to be so scary. That was nothing, man. He lost a temple and, you know, a couple units here and there. Nothing. No problemo.
Yes, sir. And it gets worse because all these units running around on the Lush, not getting hit by anything because they're so fast, they're also regenerating on the Lush. So that's something to keep in mind. And now these small groups of Magic's units are gone. What groups? They're not here anymore.
Well, the groups were good at the time. You know, if you have fast units like Hearse, it's good to, you know, it can definitely be good to have little groups running around the map, hitting this, hitting that. We got a Valkyrie group over on the left-hand side, hitting another gold mining operation. But throwing Axemen, running around the map with a troll, that's not necessarily the fastest group in the world that you want careening around.
Well, I've got all these relics back. Magic didn't even steal them. I'm so sad.
Exactly. It's like after all the Flaming Weapons, all the effort put into destroying the temple, and it's like, yeah, no problem. Nothing.
This breaks the Norse lore. They're supposed to be looters. Oh well.
They're supposed to be looters. Yeah, where's the pillaging? You know, if there's anything you're gonna steal, it's the Vikings are supposed to pillage, right?
I guess they killed some villagers and got out. That's more lore-like right there.
Go. All right. Well, ultimately, Naka, like, okay, sure, we have a little bit of gold pressure here and there, but there's still gold left over, just barely, I guess, just a little bit left over for Kvoth. I mean, it's 13, 14 minutes into the game, and he's just barely running out of gold. He's doing pretty well, man. He survived the Flaming Weapons attack. He's up through Thea. He's doing okay here. Definitely doing okay.
Take this entire army together, and I think he might actually win a direct engagement. Shouldn't he just wait it out against Feya here? But oh wait, sorry, he's got the plant, the Hungary one. Ooh. And the Termite getting on top of. Oh my god, everything's gonna die. Magic is probably toast.
Maybe. Let's see if he can get some more myth unit spawns. However, there's a bunch of Hearse there.
They're running.
Man, good call. They're running. Run, Forest.
It's his only hope at this point, but Magic just doesn't have anything behind this. He's got a decent economy, I guess, but can he catch up against this massive Gaia military when his gold miners are exposed? And, well, guess where Kvolf is going?
I can guess. Let's see if, but still, you know, defender's advantage. Maybe these Hearse can pop out a couple of myth units. Maybe there's still some hope left.
It's not an attack move.
Oof.
Oh, AOM Legacy Gamer doesn't use attack move. Captured in 1440p. 1080p actually. Well.
Pretty good P. HDP? Anyway, speaking of HDP, we got a heavy Murmillo and pretty high def right there. Dude, heavy Merms, I'm telling you, those things are scary. Murmillo are one of the scariest infantry for Norse. Uh-oh, I just had the game speed up.
Uh-oh.
What minute are you at real quick? What's your time? Time check,
15:50.
Okay, I'm just a couple seconds, but just a couple.
Yeah, we should be more or less okay. The battle board is exposing itself to several more Murmillo heroes. Gotta be careful with that. Is actually Kvolf gonna take over this healing spring? Maybe not. I mean, there's all the buildings nearby. Got a lot of very hurt units. I think Kvolf might want to just back off and actually just heal up on the Lush, honestly. There's no need to throw the entire army away. Now, granted, he's making more units. He's getting Contarius out. But if he loses his entire core army, then was it really worth it?
He's deciding to throw the army. Although, having said that, he's got a backup army, dude, in the middle of the map. Check it out. Like, look at the total military population, 67 to 91. Sure, he's behind, but he's got Army 2.0 right behind.
I don't like it, Maiden. He had the population space. Together, they would have been stronger, but it is what it is now.
Point, man. Fair point. Game ain't over, though. Once again, Magic kind of... He's getting himself into really nice positions. He had the really nice flaming weapons timing, but he wasn't quite able to take advantage of it. So, I mean, at this point in time, sure, he's still in this game. He took that good fight, but we've seen throws from Magic earlier. So, I don't know. I think it's a fairly equal game, but is that going to continue?
Well, the Goldie might pose an issue. Certainly a really good way to take on the Battle Boars and then force out some Goldie on top of that. There's no really good melee units to deal with the Contarius. Like, the Hersier are okay. They're not great at the job. Same for the Throwing Axemen. They're not exactly what you want. And now we've got the 4 birds cleaning up the Myth units. Who needs heroes? It's a lot of Myth unit spawns, however. But it's just not enough.
Stimpers are good against Myth units, man. They're like those Battle Boars, they got smoked pretty quickly. Wow! And Kvoth taking the first game. Bravo, bravo.
GG. Very nicely done. You know, he may have lost that army, but ultimately, you were right that the follow-up was just as good, maybe better.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a different composition, right? Because the one that he had initially that just died a couple of minutes ago, that was the Scary Murmillo and a whole bunch of Terma. And so, sure, the Terma are good, but eventually, once you get the bigger numbers, they can be a little bit complicated and a little bit less effective because their range isn't quite as good compared to like an Arcus or something like that. So, anyway, so swapping over into the Contarius, into the Stimpers, he just wanted to go for those level 2 units, I suppose, and worked out, man. It definitely worked out. He smoked the army.
Yeah, despite the losses, 117 kills to 88. That works.
Wow. Yeah, well played by Kvoth. Best of 3, man. There's no, in such a short series, you don't have games to drop. So, you know, right away we're in the match point for Kvoth. Magic's got to pull something out.
Hey, what happens if I swap my camera to the other one? No, it's in use elsewhere. Never mind. Never mind.
It's okay. You want me to here? Let's see. I have another.
I mean, we can
another possibility.
Do some more attempts, but what I could do is also activate it for the meta place panel. Maybe just my panel is broken. I don't know.
Don't worry about it. It's
yeah,
all good. No,
we're just gonna stay green. Or you just go for the other screen where you are by yourself with chat, and I'm just a voice.
That's what I'm gonna
do. Yeah, sounds good to me. The next map is gonna be Kurlaugar, and the matchup is gonna be Hades versus Zeus. I think that's become quite a staple now that we get Kurlaugar with Hades versus Zeus pretty much every time when it does come up. So, really, no surprises there. No surprises there. Wait, where is it? Okay, there. Winner is Gaia. Hades, Zeus, there we go.
Well, okay, so who do you think has the advantage, though, Hades and Zeus on Kurlaugar?
Great question. Okay, so what I like is actually Athena in this one. So both players will be probably going Athena. And it's all about the hoplite, right? You'd think Toxolis is going to do a great job. Well, those Athena hoplites with all their upgrades, with restoration, with extra Minotaurs, they certainly have the opportunity to overrun Toxolis. So early on, it's them. But as you enter the heroic age, and you get those Hades Toxotes with the free ballistics, everything changes. You get the curse as well. I think Hades can get ahead there, but you've got bronze on Zeus's side, so it's really a back and forth kind of matchup, and either side could win very easily. We're just gonna have to see how it goes. I just think that the Hoplite is the core unit, and you're supposed to back them up with Toxotes. Not try fancy stuff with pure counter unit armies with Hippospist and Peltas, because they're gonna lose. This is something I've watched over and over, and every time the Hoplite Toxotes ends up winning because the Peltas just isn't allowed to shoot, honestly, at the Toxotes.
They have good range though, man. They have really good range though, especially.
Yes, you're right, but the Toxotes fall back, the Hoplites get on top of them, and it's easier to shoot the Hoplites than it is to reach the backline.
Fair enough. That's very fair, actually. Real quick, Naka, were you by chance into the game?
No. Should I be?
It's you could be.
Oh.
It's up. It's up.
I don't even see it on my list.
It's called. I don't know what it's called.
All right. I'm sorry. We're gonna trigger the map intro, and then I'll try to fast forward, and hopefully it will catch up. All right. Verlager coming right up, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game 2. The map's Kerlagar, and in the blue color, playing as Hades, this is Magic.
Here in the top right, everybody, we have Quoth. He is playing. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. He is playing Zeus. So we got Quoth in the red is going to be going for Hoplites, exactly like what Nakamura was talking about a little bit earlier. And we're going to see if in the blue, Magic can bring some magic with his Hades archers.
I apologize for my in-game score not being up to date.
It's okay.
Fixing.
We're gonna get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. In the meantime, real quick, everybody, Quoth dropped his dock on the bottom side of water. Okay, same thing with Magic actually. Both players starting on that bottom side of water. Both players also secondarily going up to the top side of water. So, not too sure who's gonna go for where. I mean, what we're anticipating is that Quoth, as the Zeus / Hoplite player, probably just going to be going for that double barracks play into Hoplites and targeting one of these sides of water. So probably the right hand side. That's what a lot of players typically favor, is the side that they go for first with their first dock, the one where they typically have more fishing ships. They're going to prioritize that one. So likely going to hit this bottom side with Hoplites, but of course we'll see. Are you caught up on the time, Naka?
I'm caught up. It's playing back at normal speed, so we should be fine. 4 minutes ish.
Yeah, just about.
Cool. Then we're all synced up. Now, we were talking pre-match that this is all about the Hoplites early on. Toxotes can play a role, yes, but oh, my game just paused. It says I paused the game. Is that Magic?
How did you pause the game? I paused the game.
I can't pause the game. It must be Magic. And we're back.
It's on pause now.
Okay.
Oh, Retold, you're so silly.
The other thing is we've got Walls of Erebus pre-queued up, so Magic is interested in sorting that. Oh my goodness, he's got 5 villagers on favor. That is a commitment right there. The more you have the slower the individual villagers are actually gathering. So you can see the actual speed of that when you click your villagers. As you put more, it gets worse.
Well, okay. Athena just about in. Naka. Having said all that, Athena just about in for both players actually. So you mentioned Lycan Restoration. That's a pretty big no-brainer here. Both players going for Restoration. Yeah. Is this intentional? Dude, Magic has a whole boatload of vills on Favor. Is that an accident?
Yeah, that's what I was saying, that it's 5 of them. He's trying to get out Vaults of Erebus, but typically you just use 3 villagers because that's one of the most efficient numbers of villagers that you can really use. After that, it really starts falling off with the gather rates. Of course, Favor is a very valuable resource, so who cares most of the time, but early on, every resource counts when it comes to pumping out your units, and Kvoth, as a result of not having invested that much into Favor, he's gonna have more stuff. He's already got the second Minotaur, so that's actually really good business for being Zeus. You get some free Favor at the beginning.
Yeah. And there's the double military academy, as predicted.
No big surprises there for sure. Now, one of the things you want to do with that is to get Sarissa relatively early on. Of course, you make a bunch of hoplites first, but then you get Sarissa. We'll give them a little bit of extra attack range, so as units are running away, the hoplites get to do that extra attack. They get to snare the opposing units, slowing them down, and then once again getting the snare off because of their extra range. It's such a good upgrade because of that. Doesn't matter much in real combat, but still.
Oh, I think it does. Having a melee unit with +1 range, I think it's super impactful.
It's mostly the extra damage that helps in a direct fight, because it also does that. Sure. But yeah, technically speaking, you could have a double rank of hoplites still getting to attack. So in terms of positioning, yes, it helps.
Yeah. Plus, all right. Plus just pathing in general. But yeah, moving on. We got some action here, man. The double Minotaur, I think, is really nice. Plus, actually...
Where is the bolt on the Achilles? Because this is such an easy fight to win if Achilles isn't here. It's such an expensive hero too, so the reason you bolt Achilles in particular rather than anyone else is the cost, right? It's 250 regular resources off the bat plus the 2 favors, so it's like another 20 resources really. Why not just take the win?
I agree, man. I agree. But hey, you know, he's still, Quoth is looking like he's in a good position here regardless, even with or without Achilles, honestly. So
yes, he made so many ships.
Is that too many ships actually? Maybe not to save in order to save your fish.
I'm worried about what's gonna happen next on land, but he's also got a lot of Toxotes. So far, this is looking pretty good. And you know what? Magic is going up to Aphrodite as a result of not having spent any food on units. Wood gathers a little bit faster than food does in these early stages when you're not hunting. So it all adds up, right?
Indeed.
It's 1.1 per second on wood.
Curse is going to be really nice, honestly, when, you know, I don't know if Quoth is going for, you know, a mass amount of units here. Like, he's stopped production. It looks like he's saving up to go heroic as well. Actually, he's pre-queued Apollo. Apollo is a little bit interesting here. This is, by the way, this is like this ball of archers, man. This is exactly what I'm thinking. The archers with a little bit of micros could be so sick against just pure melee units here.
Yes, you are also supposed to have archers yourself as a Zeus player past a point. Like the early game hoplites, that was great. And so far, Kvoth has barely lost units. So putting on the pressure, forcing out all these ships, that has been great. But now it's time to add in his own archers. Now it's time to get in that Sarissa, not just Aegis shield, which is, by the way, really good to see. But yeah, Toxotes, and ballistics will be key as well because Hades gets that for free.
That's not a cheap upgrade as well. That's such a huge bonus for Hades. That's huge, huge, huge.
It is, but so is the favor for Zeus, arguably, so they're similar in the end in terms of value. A third Minotaur is out, and we could be looking at a really good restoration, but Magic's not going to allow that. Scoot and Shoot is on, and he's doing it really nicely. Well, there's the Manticore. I think he's trying to bait him in, but Magic's not going to have any of it. He heard the sound. He's like, oh, I'm out of here.
Toodaloo.
What was that bolt? Scylla?
I think so, on that bottom side, right where that siege or the Juggernaut is.
I missed it.
That's what it was.
But yeah, that makes sense. Still no archers, but there's a second Manticore. That's the archer that Kvaff is choosing to make. I guess it counts. A bunch of Peltast.
Oh yeah, if you can get a couple of special attacks off on that ball of archers the Magic has, that's gonna be killer. Completely brutal.
True. Hey, Kvaff is in a little bit of trouble though. There's no gold. He didn't go to the next gold mine. Is he just gonna get bullied here?
Maybe. I mean, he does have a couple of villagers over on that far right side, just a couple of them, and he did go up through Apollo. So I don't know. There's by all means, there's a world where he does have a foundation of a storehouse up on the very top corner. So there's I think a very realistic world where he's got the forward gold mine. Where he can go to. That's where most of his villagers are now. But he also has on the right-hand side gold, left-hand side gold, etc.
Think this is going to be the big fight we've been waiting for, Maiden. The Hoplites have Sarissa. They're charging in. There's several Minotaurs up front, but Curse comes in, doesn't let the Manticore do its attack. What is that Underworld? He's getting the positional advantage. Restorations coming for both sides. Is Magic just going to evaporate here?
What was that? What is that underworld?
I've never seen such an underworld. That was the smallest underworld ever, but technically it was fantastic.
that was sick, man. Well, now how he's gonna? What do you do with it? You can't move it around. I mean,
that's true,
that was
but
sick.
Magic doesn't have units, so I think those talks get run down. And now Kvaff is on top of Magic's gold mine. Those guys have to run into the fortress, and then Kvaff still has the positional control.
Wow. What a swing, man. Magic has been swinging all day. Are you kidding me? Magic the Swinger, the new nickname. Games have been swinging all over the place all afternoon for him.
Magic cannot afford to lose this one. That would put him in 4th place. I mean, it's not nothing. You still get away with some money and a decent amount of points for sure, but 3rd is better by a lot.
Of course. That was such a sick play with Underworld and the Manticore. Does he have 2 Manticores still alive, or does he just have the one? I think he just has the one.
Oh, just the one. The other one is now a pig.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Unbelievable, man. The fortress is down. No mythic potential unlocked for Hay. I mean, he can go mythic, but resource-wise, he cannot go mythic. So, I don't know.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what Magic does, man.
He snuck out some villagers from the wood gatherers, and you know, in the background he does have Vaults of Erebus ticking. He also traded some resources from what I've seen. Every little thing he can do, he's doing, but the villagers are getting picked off. Oh my god, the Scylla is eating well today.
Delicious. Like, by all means, I like the idea of Kvaff. He's hitting gold mines next, right? Simple, easy, no problem, but
yeah,
Magic's up on that top side, so he ain't dead yet. He ain't dead yet.
And what happens if Kvaff decides to go up to Mythic, though? That's get a lightning storm in on this army, and then what? Like, you don't come back from that. I think Magic knows that this is happening as well. He's seen it with his dock. The villagers are getting pulled away. He's deleting his storehouse, but the ruins of the building are still going to be visible to Kvolf. He knows he's been here. He can read the gold mine. He will click it. He can see the stones. He knows what's going on. Oh god, Magic's trying to hide in the corner. He's clicking up Hera. The hoplites are searching, but probably might not find the Vils.
That's such a funny move, man. He tries to delete the foundation or the building, but the foundation is still there. That's so funny.
Hoplites, I think, will be happy to just take out this dock. It's a perfectly sufficient play. Hera is a quarter way through the fortress here to defend this location. I don't think you have to worry too much about losing the underworld passage, as you pointed out earlier. That's the one thing. Wait, he's using it again. Oh my god! No way! He's using it like a second restoration.
Wow, dude. Wow. If Kvoth takes this game, he's gonna deserve it. He is utilizing this silly underworld passage so much more than I thought he would. Look, he's gonna pop back in. What?
He's back.
Pop.
He's doing it again. I'm dying, man.
This is sick, dude. This is such good play here.
I can't do this. What is happening?
Dude, bravo. We've had some big brain plays here today, man. From both players. Bravo, Kvoth.
Well, Iron Maiden, Hera is on the horizon. Magic's not gonna be happy about that one.
No.
Do you think he's gonna deny us the clip?
Oh,
This Keen clan has been not very keen on showing us the big moments. So I think they might deny us again.
It's a good thing that Kvoth is not, the one about to be lightninged, because otherwise we might not get it. Are we gonna get it?
We are
Give
gonna...
it to me, Magic!
No!
No!
Keen to hide the Clips clan, as predicted. We now know King Kvoth will be taking the series, however, 2-0. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. Magic really didn't have much of a chance in this one after the initial fights didn't go his way. But he sure did put up a fight today. That was great to see. Despite his eye surgery and the related issues after the fact. It's not the easiest to play under these conditions, but still, congratulations to Kvoth taking the bronze medal today.
Yeah, that is a big win, man. That is a big win. Again, we have 3 qualifiers to the main event. This is number 2. Kvoth was so close to getting into those finals a little bit earlier today, but didn't quite get it. So, he'll take the money, he'll take the points, and I'm sure he's a happy camper. Plus, on top of that, he beat Magic, man. He beat Magic 2-zip. You just mentioned the eye surgery. It is what it is, sure. That you could, the fans of Magic could maybe use that as an excuse. Oh, he can't even see the screen. Hey, man, he still signed up. He's still playing well enough to get into the bronze match today.
True.
Was very close to the finals as well. So this is a big win for Kvoth. Really well done by him.
Yeah, GG's indeed. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is all we've got now with the bronze round over. So I think you probably might be interested in getting the rest of the finals, right? You probably want to see what's going on in the big round between Soup and Chemo. That's going to be going on Boyd's and Yodesla streams. They're streaming together as well, casting together. And they're only 2 games down, so the 3rd game is coming right up. So one thing I'll ask is, please follow us before we send you away. Very much appreciate if you all do that. Just a quick mini pre-announcement. MetaPlace will be back in the new year with standalone tournaments, like not sponsored by Microsoft ones, but our own. So really appreciate if you take a look at that as well. And then we'll see you next week as well with more Wrath of the Gods. I think we we haven't done the combo yet where you were casting with Boyd and I was casting with Yodesla, right? We gotta do that next.
Cool.
And then, yeah, we'll send you, and then you guys follow Boyd and Yodesla, yeah? It's gonna be great.
Wait, real quick, Naka.
Yes.
The third qualifier we just mentioned, like the main event, the third qualifier coming up is going to be next weekend. And are the signups open for that yet?
The signups are open, so why don't we pop the links in the chat real quick? And guys, the pages are up on the MetaPlace website, so you can already join them. It's the same format as this one, so exact same thing, $1,000. Last qualifier, last chance to get into the top 16. We've currently got 11 signups only. Let's pump those numbers up. These are rookie numbers. Here we go. Next. Next qualifier. Join it. Get on it, ladies and gentlemen. Get on it. So many of you haven't played yet. It's time. We've never been able to actually fill a tournament because we actually, little unfortunate.
That's okay. It happens. It happens.
I just swapped to the wrong camera. Oh no. Transition. Sorry.
Happens to the best of us. Happens all.
It especially happens to me. Will Temista even participate? We hope so. We really hope so. We haven't gotten to cast Temista so far. He's just been busy, and it's coming at the worst timing when we're doing the event. All the externals got Temista, then the community does it, and we're not getting him. It's a little... I'm a little salty about it. I really hope he will have time for the third qualifier, but if not, then we'll get him the next time. It's fine.
No worries. Don't worry, everybody. Don't worry. We'll get some.
Yeah, so... Maiden, I'm ready to say bye to the chat. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. Then I'll send you guys to Boyd. And then please follow here. Please follow there. Follow everyone. And we'll see you the next weekend. Sign up. And then we'll be back to cast more games. Go to another Kerlogar between Soup and Kibo. Bye-bye. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.